Volume 2, Chapter 77. Damn, that's all I needed. Sierra, remembering the mysterious race that could change its bloodline and even gender after choosing a partner, shook her head. The abilities of this pair were only vaguely similar to this unique feature. They had nothing to do with this mysterious race. When Arabel took on the form of the Ice Valkyrie, Sierra clearly felt her presence. She was no different from her sisters. If Arabel hadn't said she was human, Sierra wouldn't have believed her eyes. It was amazing. Amazing? Exclaimed Sierra, not finding a single difference. Arabel looked exactly like the Ice Sisters she knew. She even had 2 pairs of wings, which delighted Sierra even more. This was a clear sign that Arabel would have no obstacles on her way from the lower realm to the higher. After a moment of admiration, Sierra's expression turned serious. But after a while, she just sighed and shook her head. If we weren't in this place, I would have taken you with me to the celestial continent, but alas, said Sierra regretfully. Arabel was taken aback by Sierra's words. What did she mean by taking her to the celestial continent? Kidnap them? Invite them? What do you mean, taken you? She wouldn't go anywhere with you even if we were in the outside world right now. Idan couldn't help but retort when he heard the word taken you. Sierra immediately turned her gaze to Idan, and her gaze was no longer calm. There was murderous intent in it. She had never felt any positive emotions towards this man before. She only tolerated him because she considered a woman named Arabel Morgan a Valkyrie who was close to him. But now that she found out that they were both just people with unusual abilities, her attitude towards him had changed. Sierra unleashed her diamond-ranked soul force on Idan, causing him to fall to the ground from the unexpected attack. For Idan, who only has the silver rank, the pressure exerted by Sierra was too much. He felt as if a mountain had fallen on him. Idan fell to his knees and struggled to keep from flattening himself completely on the ground. He could barely hold on, using his hand on the ground and trying to resist the powerful pressure. Arabel, seeing what was happening, wanted to intervene, but felt an invisible force holding her in place. She immediately glanced at Sierra, who didn't even seem to notice her. All of her attention was focused on Idan, who was trying to resist her soul force pressure. With a snort, Sierra increased the pressure, trying to force the insolent man to fall to the ground and surrender. Idan, who was barely holding on, almost broke when the pressure increased. He was about to give up and fall when he suddenly heard the voice of the system in his head. Host, as a candidate for the title of Supreme, you have no right to give up and kneel before others. Otherwise, you won't be able to claim this title. Damn, that's all I needed, cursed Idan, hearing the system's words. He was filled with indignation, rage, and a desire to prove that he hadn't given up yet. Unable to contain his emotions, he let them burst out. And just as they were about to break free, he felt a soothing and cool embrace. Immediately after that, the pressure that was trying to pin him to the ground disappeared. He couldn't forget these soothing feelings and realized who was the source of them. Closing his eyes, he could barely contain the emotions that seemed about to burst out and flood everything around him. After calming his mind a bit, he realized how reckless his action was. He wasn't ready for that yet. Until he learns to control his emotions, it can lead to his death. Milika warned him not to try to use it unless absolutely necessary, after discussing it with her. He remembered her words as an important lesson. Sierra watched the couple with great interest. The events that had just happened surprised her. Firstly, the guy was able to withstand her pressure. When she strengthened it, she felt a huge amount of mana energy begin to accumulate inside it. It was like the awakening of something that was about to burst out. And at that moment, Arabel, who had been under her control all this time, broke free and ran to this guy. Sierra didn't understand how she managed to free herself from her grip. But what struck her even more was that, when Arabel hugged the guy, the energy that was supposed to escape began to dissipate. Interesting, Sierra said, watching them. Arabel was trying to calm Idan down, ignoring Sierra. As Sierra increased the pressure, Arabel suddenly felt Idan's raging emotions. She didn't know how she did it, but she knew that if this continued, Idan would go berserk, just as he had during the trial. She didn't want him to fall into such a state. She tried to free herself from Sierra's grip, but she was powerless before her soul force. Host, use the aura of the moon sword style. Suddenly, there was a tip from the system, and Arabel, without hesitation, took it. Back when they were trying to take control of their bloodlines, Idan and Arabel had superficially tested the new skills and abilities they had acquired. Among them, in the Path of Sword, she has a new sword technique called the Moon Sword Style. To master this technique, one had to first learn how to release the so-called Moon Sword Style aura. In a short time, she certainly did not have time to master the Moon Sword Style to the fullest, but at least she could release an aura resembling that of this style. When she used the aura of the Moon Sword Style, the grip of Sierra's soul force began to weaken in the places where her aura was swaying. Taking advantage of this, Arabel concentrated all her strength at these points and was able to free herself from this grip. Without wasting any time, she rushed to Idan. He was on the verge of exploding when Arabel hugged him and focused her aura of ice to extinguish his heat. Chapter 78. A new discovery. Noticing that Idan had calmed down and the heat around him had subsided, Arabel was finally able to catch her breath. And only then did she think about what had happened. She couldn't figure out how she had managed to sense Idan's emotions. The host. In some cases like this, with strong expressions of emotion, you can pick up on each other's emotions thanks to your connection. The system came to the rescue and explained what had happened to her. After hearing the system's explanation, Arabel recalled the moment from the trial when she fought against Idan. Back then, during the fight, she also felt strange familiar and unfamiliar emotions. "Thank you," Idan said, finally getting his emotions under control. Unlike Arabel, he found it harder to control such sudden outbursts of emotion. He also understood that he needed to learn to restrain himself. It was his own fault that he had lost control of himself when he heard Sierra's words that she would take Arabel with her to the celestial continent. Arabel said nothing and did not let him go. She just pulled herself together and raised her head to look at Sierra. Sierra was still watching them from above. Noticing Arabel's gaze, she grinned and, descending to the ground, tidied up the table and chairs. Turning her wings back into a black cloak, she sat down on her chair. She took her time talking and waited for the couple to come to their senses and take their seats again. Sierra looked at Idan differently now than before. There was genuine interest in her gaze. She was curious about what had just happened. Realizing the pair's unusual ability, she assumed that the young man probably also had a different bloodline, and this outburst of mana was most likely related to her. When Idan regained consciousness, Arabel released him and they sat back down on the chairs. As if nothing had happened, Sierra took out a drink from her storage, poured herself and the couple, and then began sipping the drink, enjoying the surrounding atmosphere. The couple didn't know what to talk about. "What kind of bloodline?" Sierra asked. "Alpha of Fire," Idan answered honestly, not hiding his secret. When Sierra heard the word alpha, she almost jumped out of her chair. She was surprised to hear this and stared at Idan. Her opinion of the guy has changed for the second time. "You're not kidding, are you?" Sierra asked, wanting to make sure she had heard him correctly. "Yes," Idan said, and his black hair turned bright red, and sparks of flame began to appear in it. Idan's brown eyes turned the shade of his hair, the same rich red. The transformation into the Alpha of Fire was easy, and Idan did not experience a strong emotional outburst. The last time Sierra used soul force to pressure him, he didn't use his transformation, fearing that his emotions would become even more intense in this form. After all, every time he took this form, his sensitivity increased exponentially. After he had lasted in this form for 10 seconds, he decided to reverse the transformation. Sierra, of course, was extremely surprised. First, she received confirmation of her guesses, and then she saw a real live Alpha of Fire. Sierra herself had never met a live Alpha before, she had only heard of them. And now, sitting in front of her, though not a real one, was still an Alpha of Fire. She only regretted that he was the Alpha of Fire, not darkness. Then she remembered that she had felt the element of light during the inspection, which did not meet her expectations. "Do you have an affinity for the element of light?" asked Sierra, not hiding her curiosity. Sierra's question surprised Idan. He couldn't figure out how she found out about this, but then he remembered that there was a dark Valkyrie in front of him, possessing the opposite element of light, and suggested that perhaps this was what allowed her to sense the element of light. "Yes, I have an affinity for the element of light," Idan confirmed. It's interesting that although you have the bloodline of the Alpha of Fire, you also have an affinity for another element, Sierra said, surprised by what she heard. Then she switched to Arabel. What are your elements? Ice, water, and darkness, Arabel quickly replied. Sierra was pleasantly surprised to hear that Arabel had an affinity for the element of darkness. Sierra immediately guessed that Arabel had most likely used her element of darkness to free herself from her grip on soul force. Sierra's soul was permeated to some extent by her element of darkness, and the only force capable of resisting this element was light or another dark element. You're both amazing, Sierra said admiringly, looking at the couple. Then she turned to Idan. Let's get to know each other, boy. Idan Fane, I am human, Arabel's partner. I have the same ability as her, and I possess the bloodline of the Alpha of Fire, Idan introduced himself. Idan, right? Said Sierra with a smile. Are you her official partner? Huh. Idan and Arabel didn't immediately understand what she meant. I'm asking, are you husband and wife, or just partners and friends? Sierra clarified her question. She's my fiancé. He's my fiancé. Idan and Arabel said these words at the same time. Then they looked at each other in surprise and lowered their heads in embarrassment. They both didn't understand why they suddenly decided to tell this dark Valkyrie that they were an official couple. When Idan heard the dark Valkyrie's question, he felt uneasy and hurried to inform her that he was already busy. Arabel, also catching Sierra's question, tried to make it clear that Idan belonged to her. Although she wasn't sure how she felt yet, she panicked, thinking that Sierra might try to take over Idan if she denied their relationship. Ha ha ha. Sierra laughed out loud when she saw the couple's embarrassment. She could tell by their behavior that they hadn't fully realized their feelings yet. However, their answers to her question clearly demonstrated that they were on the path to accepting each other. Calm down. I'm not interested in this fiery guy. If he had the element of darkness, I would think about taking him away from you, Sierra replied with a smile. The couple was only more confused by what they heard. But I would like to warn you, especially you, Arabel. Sierra looked at Arabel with a slight smile. I found out in this damned place that I'm not the only Valkyrie. Sierra's words hit them like a thunderbolt. Besides me, there are at least 2 other Valkyries here. One of them lives in the first city and the other in the second. Both of them have not yet reached the highest realm and have a peak diamond rank. Sierra shared her information. Arabel was at a loss as to why Sierra was talking about the warning specifically for her. Would the other Valkyries pose a threat to her? She couldn't figure it out until she heard the following. The one who lives in the first city is a light Valkyrie. As soon as she finds out about your partner's existence and that he has the bloodline of the Alpha of Fire and is close to the element of light, she will definitely come for him. Sierra could not help but smile broadly, looking at Arabel's shocked face. Chapter 79. 2 more Valkyrie. Sierra watched Arabel's stunned expression with a slight smile. Then her gaze shifted to Idan, who was also startled, though not as much as Arabel. Soon Arabel sighed and closed her eyes. Like Sierra, she returned to her normal appearance, undoing the transformation. This time, she didn't put on a ghost mask to hide her true identity. When she opened her eyes, her expression was no longer shocked. It was replaced by an ordinary expression devoid of any emotion. She glanced at Sierra, then back at Idan. Idan, meeting her gaze, could not understand what she was thinking at that moment. The sudden change in her expression and the unexpected silence began to frighten him. Her mood had changed too quickly and abruptly. Startling Idan with her gaze, Arabel stared at Sierra and asked, "Who is she?" Although her voice sounded calm, Sierra immediately sensed the hardness in it. Lucinda Leischel is a diamond, ranked light Valkyrie, Sierra replied to Arabel's question. She hasn't reached the highest realm yet, perhaps because she got to this place before she managed to reach the peak of the diamond rank, Sierra added. From Sierra's words, Arabel realized that she and this light Valkyrie were not very close. I want to tell you that I didn't know anything about her until I came to this place. I met her when I was in the first city, and we had a very interesting conversation. Sierra was happy to share her memories of meeting the light Valkyrie. She can also be considered the hidden leader of the outsiders in the first city. She was somehow able to find a way to manipulate the staff hero. This part about the light Valkyrie surprised Arabel. Who would have thought that there was already someone behind the staff hero, and it would turn out to be another Valkyrie? At the end of our conversation, she even tried to get me on her side, but of course I refused because I have no sympathy for the light ones. Sierra was still smiling, which made Arabel nervous. After my refusal, she, of course, showed her dislike for the dark ones and overestimated herself. Because she had been manipulating the staff hero for too long, she felt like she was the strongest and tried to suppress me. However, in the end, I taught her a lesson that she won't soon forget. When she said those words, Sierra's smile grew even wider. She was happy to share with Arabel that she had managed to teach her cheeky little sister a lesson. Arabel also realized that the reason for Sierra's smile was that she was remembering that joyful moment associated with the light Valkyrie. Shaking her head, Arabel asked, "What about the other one?" Sierra shrugged and replied, "Who knows? After an unsuccessful meeting with the light Valkyrie, she lost the desire to communicate with anyone else. I've heard that she lives in the second city, that she's more reserved than the first one, and she has her own business there," Sierra added. And she also mentioned that the second Valkyrie seems to be related to water. "Water Valkyrie, yes," muttered Idan, and then looked at Arabel, wondering if it was worth discussing this with her. When he recently found out about the existence of two such Valkyries, his imagination ran wild, and a crazy idea came to mind. However, remembering the expression Arabel had shown recently, he shook his head and decided to drop the thought, especially since there was another Valkyrie sitting across from them. "System, can Limbo's consciousness observe us and find out what happened recently?" asked Idan, remembering how he and Arabel had demonstrated their ability to transform in front of Sierra, forgetting that Limbo's consciousness could monitor them. Milika told them that she had created a barrier that prevents outsiders from observing them during the transformation, so Limbo's consciousness is still unaware of their abilities. Idan was worried that Limbo, having overheard their conversation, might tell the light Valkyrie about Idan. And, as Sierra said, she would come for him personally. Idan understood that they couldn't stand up to a Valkyrie of peak diamond rank at the moment. "Don't worry, host. This Valkyrie created a barrier before your arrival that prevents outsiders from observing what is happening in this place." The system answered Idan's question. Hearing the system's words, Idan breathed a sigh of relief. He realized again that rash actions can lead to unpleasant consequences. Before they acted, they had to check with the system whether they could use their abilities and make sure that no one was watching them. Using a mental link, Idan shared with Arabel what he had learned from the system. After hearing Idan's explanation, Arabel also realized her mistake. She hurried without checking the situation and immediately opened up to Sierra. "Okay, you can go," Sierra said, surprising the couple. She had already satisfied her curiosity about Arabel and had learned more than she expected about Idan. Moreover, she even took the initiative and warned the couple about the other two Valkyries who might cause them problems. Sierra became convinced that the couple really came from another world and possessed amazing abilities, as well as an artifact. She was amazed by the ghost mask's ability, even though she didn't show it to the couple. As for the information about the other world, Sierra showed no interest in it. To be honest, she would have cared before, but now she didn't care. She also didn't care what the couple and his group were doing in this forbidden zone. Were they looking for a way out of Limbo? Sierra didn't care. On the contrary, she was happy to stay in this place. Hosts, unfortunately, this dark Valkyrie's flaw of bloodline has gotten out of her control, and now her own element is consuming her from the inside out. Due to the fact that she was in limbo and was limited, the absorption process slowed down. Huh. These words of the system came as a real shock to them. They stared in disbelief at the powerful Valkyrie who sat in front of them, unable to believe that she was dying. Then they realized the meaning of what the system had said. Her flaw was out of control. Valkyrie Arabel's bloodline also had its own flaw. Does that mean he can get out of control? What can happen then? Chapter 8080, Flaw Is she dying? Arabel thought to the system. Yes, host. All Valkyrie bloodlines have their flaws. Unlike you, they learn to control their flaws from an early age, and by the time they become adults, they are already successfully coping with them. The system started responding to Arabel's question. This Valkyrie must have been able to control her flaw as well. Otherwise, she would not have been able to reach the legendary rank. She probably encountered something that affected her disadvantage, and it got out of her control. That was the system's assumption. Because of this, her own element of darkness is slowly but inevitably consuming her life force. "What about me?" Arabel asked, and Idan, also paying attention, began to listen to the system's response regarding her. The host was not born as a Valkyrie. You received the bloodline thanks to the bloodline change potion prepared by the Supreme Alchemist system. You shouldn't have shown any flaws in the Valkyrie bloodline. However, due to the fact that you passed the Ascension trial using the bloodline change potion, you didn't have time to suppress and take control of your flaw. In addition, the system intervened and prevented you from losing your original bloodline by integrating the Valkyrie bloodline as a second additional one. The flaw was not fixed properly, as originally planned. It manifests itself in you in the form of the influence of the element of ice on your emotions. As Arabel suspected, all these side effects after taking the potion were related to its flaw. The dulling of emotions, the slowing of the heartbeat, and other manifestations were all the result of her flaw. Host shouldn't worry too much. Over time, you will be able to suppress and take control of your flaw. You have already made significant progress in this direction. Remember that you are not alone. Your partner's presence suppresses your flaw, and you won't encounter what this Valkyrie is facing. Arabel and Idan weren't sure if the system was trying to comfort them or not. "What about me? Do alphas have a flaw too?" Idan asked. "No, host. Unlike Valkyries, whose strong influence of the elements can be dangerous if it gets out of control and leads to death, alphas have a different story. Alphas are created from mana and the elements, and their element is closely related to emotions. The stronger the emotions, the more powerful they become. If the alphas lose control of themselves, they will not die like the Valkyries, but on the contrary, they will become stronger. However, this may pose a danger to others. Therefore, the system strongly recommends keeping your emotions under control and avoiding such situations. Otherwise, you risk harming your partner and loved ones. No matter how you look at it, it's still a flaw," Idan thought with mild annoyance. "It's just that the result was different. If the Valkyrie herself died, the alpha became a threat to others. The more they thought about it, the more confused they became. They couldn't figure out if this was how it was supposed to be or if something had gone wrong during the Ascension trial. And if so, why would the system recommend such a path to them? After all, she was the one who suggested taking the Ascension trials and changing their bloodlines at the same time. Or are they both over-dramatizing the situation? After all, nothing irreparable happened. They just need to accept their new selves and get used to it. All of this awakening, the system, the other world, and the bloodline change happened in a short time. They have already lived for about 18 years, but it all came upon them in a short 2 months. According to the system, the flaw of Valkyrie bloodline is not a serious problem, and the Valkyries themselves are successfully coping with it. However, this time they were lucky enough to meet Valkyrie, who may have had a unique case. She lost control of her flaw because of some event. The couple talked to each other without making a sound. Sierra, who was watching them, was puzzled by their long silence after she informed them that they could leave. She immediately noticed the strangeness in their behavior. Although they didn't say a word out loud, their thoughts seemed to flow into each other. Sierra did not feel any fluctuations in the soul force, and she was curious how they managed to communicate in this way. "Okay, we get it. So why did you let us know that the Dark Valkyrie was dying? Do you have a way to save her?" Idan finally asked after some discussion. He wondered why their system, which usually intervened only when necessary, suddenly revealed the secret of this Valkyrie to them when she invited them to leave. Arabel was also intrigued. She wanted to understand why the system had decided to share this information with them. After all, she must have some reason for such a step. Yes and no. In its current state, the system cannot save this Valkyrie. However, you can help her overcome the consequences and prolong her life by using products from the trade function. When you become strong enough in the future, you will be able to help her and save her life. This system only provides its hosts with such information. The choice you make is yours to make. So that's it, Idan and Arabel thought, immediately realizing the hint of the system. It was as if she was telling them that they had a way to help the Dark Valkyrie. And exactly how they take advantage of this opportunity is up to them. They can show kindness and help her selflessly, or use this opportunity to their advantage and make a deal with Valkyrie. It all depends on the Dark Valkyrie, how much she wants to live or has already accepted her fate and is not going to change anything, especially since they had a task that required them to obtain the essence of the Dark Valkyrie's blood. Miss Sierra, how about a small deal? Arabel asked after she and Idan came to an agreement on how to take advantage of the opportunity provided by the system. Chapter 8181. Yes, you are very smart, host. Miss Sierra, how about a little deal? Arabel suddenly suggested. Sierra seemed surprised by the suggestion. A deal? She asked. Sierra then shook her head negatively, indicating to the couple that she wasn't interested in their proposal. Not interested. You can go now, she said, gesturing for the couple to leave. Knowing the situation she was in, the couple was ready for it. They didn't pay attention to her words and didn't leave. Idan gave Arabel a place in the negotiations. At least Sierra had a good opinion of her, and she wasn't particularly interested in him at first. However, the fact that he had a rare alpha bloodline increased his value in her eyes. Take your time, Miss Sierra. We have a suggestion that will interest you, Arabel insisted. Oh, and what is it? You know, there's not much I'm interested in at the moment. Sierra was a little intrigued. She was curious about what they could offer her. Only the realization that they came from another world allowed her to listen to them. How about a way to reduce the effect of your life force being absorbed by the element of darkness? Arabel asked Sierra cautiously. That was the most important moment. It all depended on Sierra's reaction to this suggestion. Sierra was surprised at Arabel's suggestion at first, but then her gaze turned serious. She didn't understand how they knew about her problem. Arabel noticed the change in Sierra's mood. If she had been casual before, then after Arabel voiced her suggestion, which hinted that they were aware of her problem, Sierra's behavior immediately changed. How did you find out about this? Asked Sierra with complete seriousness. Arabel, without taking her eyes off Sierra, replied, You know that we come from another world. Unlike in your world, we have some abilities that are not available to you. It is thanks to them that we have learned that you have lost control of your flaw, and now the dark element that is part of you is devouring your life force. After Arabel's reply, Sierra's face remained unchanged. This made Arabel mentally swallow. The uncertainty that surrounded them both scared and worried her. Sierra, though she didn't show her surprise, was amazed. Few people knew that the Valkyrie bloodline had a flaw. She was sure that Arabel Morgan, who possessed the bloodline of the Ice Valkyrie, had already encountered this problem. However, it was almost impossible to find out which of the Valkyries, besides herself, was suffering from her flaw. Sierra was known for her stealth, and her abilities hid her condition almost perfectly. Even Limbo's consciousness couldn't detect her presence. How could this couple find out about her problem? This uncertainty scared Sierra. She couldn't figure out what kind of powerful force was behind this couple to find out such details about her. At the same time, this discovery gave her hope. She was almost resigned to what awaited her. Because of her problem, she stopped worrying about her safety and decided to take a chance by going to the dungeon to try to conquer it in the hope of finding a way to heal. Her hopes were tied to the secrets hiding in the dungeon. However, in the end, she failed and gave up, allowing herself to be swallowed up by the dungeon without resisting or trying to get out. So, she ended up in this strange place, where, like in the dungeon, her powers were limited. But unlike in the dungeon, the power absorbing her life force was also limited here, which gave her a little more time. Hey, system, you said that we can help her to suppress the absorption effect by using the trade function. Does that mean we need to buy something with system points? Idan asked while Sierra was thinking. He suddenly realized that they had overlooked something important again and turned to the system with this question. Arabel was startled when she heard Idan's question. Something strange has been happening to them lately. They became too distracted and constantly forgot about important things or simply did not pay attention to them. It was starting to cause concern. How could she forget again that the system offered to help Sierra with the trade function? They didn't have many system points anyway, and they should have checked if they had enough for that purpose first. In 2 months, they barely managed to accumulate about 600 system points. Most of these points were earned for completing small tasks to improve skills and abilities. However, they received the most points for passing the ascension trial and completing the bonus task. At that time, they were grateful to the system for the experience they gained, which allowed them to reach level 20 and did not pay attention to the number of points. They received the rest of the system's points from selling unnecessary items through the trade function. Yes, you are very smart, host. The system's response rang out. It was difficult to detect any emotion in her monotone voice, but Idan and Arabel were sure that the system was laughing at them. System, what do we need to acquire from the trade function to help Sierra? Asked Idan, gritting his teeth to contain his irritation. The trading window featured a variety of products, despite the fact that the function was limited by their level. Most of them seemed like ordinary things needed in everyday life, but even they had a high price. The lowest cost was for a small piece of soap, which cost 50 system points. While Idan was looking at the goods, trying to figure out exactly where the item they needed was, the system reached out and brought up a potion on his screen. What they were looking for was clearly written on it: potions to suppress the flaw of Valkyrie bloodline. The cost of this potion was 1,000 system points. After seeing the cost of the potion and comparing it with the number of system points he and Arabel had between them, Idan silently closed the window. He glanced at Arabel and shook his head, letting her know that they were missing system points. What should we do? We can't sell anything, and to get more points, we need to upgrade our skills. But it's going to take a long time, Arabel thought, turning to Idan. He just shrugged his shoulders in response. Of course, Idan himself did not know how to solve this problem. If he had found a good way to accumulate points, he would have already used it. Suddenly, the system came to the rescue. Host, you can ask the Dark Valkyrie to give you her blood essence. Then you will be able to sell the essence through the trade functions to the Supreme Alchemist system or Supreme Bloodline system. The price for such a rare item will be higher, and you will have enough points to purchase the necessary potion. After receiving help from the system, the couple waited for Sierra's response. Chapter 82-82. Contract, prove it, said Sierra firmly. She demanded that the couple demonstrate that they are really capable of helping her and not just shaking the air with empty promises. Of course we can prove it, Arabel said confidently. System, is there a way to make a deal that ensures that neither side can break it? At this point, Idan remembered novels that described various contracts and agreements that could serve in such situations. Of course there is. In the trade function, you can purchase 3 types of contracts: a blood contract, a soul contract, and a power contract for system points. In addition to one-time contracts, there is also a special ability, but due to level restrictions, it is not available in the trade function. After receiving a response from the system, Idan immediately opened the trade window. When he saw the value of the contracts, he immediately closed it. Miss Sierra, do you have a contract? Asked Idan, deciding that if the system and they themselves did not have one, then it was worth paying attention to the other side. Surprised that Idan had addressed her, Sierra's eyebrows went up. Sierra looked at him and nodded her head. There is a soul contract. Wonderful, Idan exclaimed with joy. Let's conclude a contract, and then we can show how we can help you. Sierra thought for a moment before agreeing. Although the soul contract was difficult to obtain and its cost was considerable, for Sierra, who didn't have much time left, it wasn't a waste. She decided to take the opportunity to verify the truthfulness of the couple's words. She took out a parchment from her spatial storage, which was a pendant, and placed it on the table. And what do you want in exchange? She asked, getting straight to the point. If they offer a deal, it means they have something they want to get out of it. Before concluding an agreement, she wanted to know what demands both sides were making. It's simple, we're asking for protection, Arabel said. Before Sierra could respond, she continued. You must know that the consciousness of this world is hunting us, and most likely one of these days we will face an ambush or something similar. We want you to help us and our elders if we can't handle this on our own. And more specifically, Sierra was not satisfied with what she heard. She asked for more specific information. We don't know how many people will participate in this, but we are sure that they will. There will probably be locals among them, so we are not asking you to engage them in battle. We just need your help if the situation gets out of control. Can you help a few people escape without getting involved in the conflict? Sierra thought for a moment. If this couple can really help her solve the problem, then she won't have any difficulties. Yes, I can, she replied. I would also like to ask you for the of your blood essence. Arabel immediately moved on to the second requirement, having received consent for the first. My blood essence? Wondered Sierra, but then she narrowed her eyes. She immediately sensed something was amiss. Why do you need it? Of course, to help you with your problem. We need to analyze your blood essence, not your regular blood. After all, the blood essence contains your bloodline, which is what you're having trouble with, Arabel said without even blushing. To some extent, she was telling the truth. They needed Sierra's blood essence to sell it for system points and buy potions that could temporarily solve her problems. Seeing nothing unusual in her words, Sierra glanced at Idan and asked, "How much?" Idan mentally addressed the system with a question, and really, how much? The more the better, host. The quantity depends on how high the value will be when selling. Arabel, exactly repeating the words of the system, turned to Sierra. The more, the better. Sierra's eye twitched at what she heard. I can only provide one full vial, Sierra said, putting a small, empty vial on the table. Will that be enough? Arabel mentally asked the system. That will be more than enough, the system replied. Wonderful, Arabel thought happily, and then, glancing at Sierra, she nodded. That's enough. Hearing Arabel's words, Sierra breathed a sigh of relief. She could have provided more, but she was unwilling to do so. The process of separating the blood essence was not only painful, but also caused unpleasant sensations. Although such an amount would not have seriously harmed her, if they had demanded even more, she would have added another vial, but no more. 2 vials was her limit. If she exceeded it, her life would be in danger. After they decided on the requirements, they proceeded to conclude the soul contract. It was the couple's first experience, and they were unaware of what a soul contract was. A soul contract is an agreement in which both parties are required to comply with the requirements set out in the contract. If one of the parties violates the terms of the contract, then her soul will be seriously damaged, and there is a small risk that this may lead to her death. The system briefly explained to the couple the essence of the soul contract. Soul damage is a serious injury that requires special attention and effort to heal. There are a limited number of methods, especially if the injury was caused by a breach of contract. Even those who are able to help are not always ready to lend a helping hand to someone who has violated the contract. The couple initially wanted to make additional demands, but then they decided not to be too greedy and limited themselves to what had already been offered. They sought to establish friendly relations with Sierra, realizing that they could only partially alleviate her problems, but not completely solve them. It was also in Sierra's best interests to maintain good relations with them, which opened up new horizons for future cooperation. Sierra formulated the terms of the contract that were beneficial to both sides. For her part, she promised to help the couple and their elders if in the future they encounter an ambush set up by outsiders from other cities and local residents. Her goal was only to help them get out of this situation if they couldn't handle it on their own. In addition, she will provide the couple with 1 vial of her blood essence. Idan and Arabel, for their part, agreed to help Sierra suppress the flaw in her bloodline, thereby prolonging her life. They made it clear that their method would not completely cure Sierra, but would only delay the inevitable by giving her more time to find ways to treat herself. After carefully reading and confirming the correctness of all the conditions, both sides used their soul forces to conclude the contract. As soon as the 3 soul forces came into contact with the parchment, it shone and split into 3 equal parts, which flew into the bodies of each of the participants, completing the process of concluding the contract. Chapter 83. Going back to the camp after signing the contract, Sierra relaxed a bit. Now, if the couple cannot help her, they will suffer irreparable damage to their soul. But she couldn't completely get rid of her worries until she got what she wanted. Sierra was a little afraid that a couple from another world might find a way to circumvent the soul contract. Although she knew that no successful way to break the treaty had yet been found in their world, this could not be said to the aliens from another world. Great! Then we look forward to receiving the promised vial of blood essence from you. As soon as we receive it, we will provide you with what you need after a while, Arabel said, after making sure that the contract had already been signed. Now, she couldn't wait to complete the system's task and find out how many points they could sell Sierra's blood essence for. I will hand over the blood essence vial to you soon. And now you can go back. Your elders are probably already worried about your long absence and will start looking for you soon, Sierra replied. In that case, we'll take our leave, Arabel said, getting up from her seat. Miss Sierra, considering that you have set up such a powerful barrier here, can I safely assume that you are able to hide from the consciousness of this place? Asked Idan before following Arabel. Yes, thanks to my proximity to the element of darkness, I can hide not only from his gaze, but also from his influence. Sierra answered his question. So, the consciousness is unaware of your presence here. I'm worried that if she finds out about you, she might take measures that will complicate our lives in the future and yours too. Idan expressed his concerns. There's no need to worry. Perhaps the consciousness of this world will have suspicions that something is wrong here, but it will not be able to find out who I am, much less determine my rank. It is not omniscient and cannot observe everything that happens in this world. I can say with confidence that for the entire time of your stay here, it has not even shown interest in this place. Sierra's words surprised and reassured the couple. If what she said is true, then now they have another trump card that can help them in case of a worst-case scenario. Now they could relax a little. Then we say goodbye, the couple said, heading back to their camp where Eulalia and Nemo were waiting for them. Sierra, sitting in her seat, did not take her eyes off the departing ones until they disappeared into the forest. Her mind was full of thoughts. She wanted to ask if they knew a way to heal her completely instead of just suppressing her and prolonging her life. Although it was pleasant, it wasn't what she wanted. No one would want to settle for such a half measure. She wanted to get rid of this problem because without it, the paths to higher rank would have been cut off. Closing her eyes, she sighed softly. Then, pulling out the vial, she began to prepare to extract her blood essence, as they had agreed. On the way to the camp, Arabel and Idan couldn't help but discuss what was bothering them. After we switched bloodlines and received the memories from the Ascension trial, something is happening to us, Arabel said anxiously. She couldn't pass up the opportunity to share her thoughts with Idan. Yeah, it's not like that here, Idan replied softly. It's a completely different world. We grew up in a safe world, and we had a completely different idea of life. In our world, there were no such amazing and strange things as magic, the system, bloodlines, other races, and everything else. Due to the influence of our world, we tend to think too much and look for scientific explanations for everything around us. However, this can significantly limit our perception. There are different rules in this world. Instead of understanding the structure of the new world, we can get confused and misunderstand it. Idan's words were true. This was especially true of Arabel. Since childhood, she has been trained to be useful to her family, regardless of her own desires. Now, in the new world, she didn't have such restrictions, but deep down, she couldn't completely get rid of her upbringing and worldview. She needed to change and accept the new rules of this world without dwelling on the past. The couple still couldn't fully adjust to the system, which caused them to miss out on many opportunities. They realized that they were most likely always under Limbo's supervision, but they couldn't get used to it and always take this fact into account. Because of this, Arabel did not hesitate to reveal her secret to Sierra, not making sure that it was safe around. This could have serious consequences if they were being watched by Limbo's mind. As for the trade function, due to the high price of the goods, the couple almost stopped paying attention to it, waiting for them to accumulate enough points to finally use it. Therefore, they missed the information that it was necessary to use the trade function to help Sierra. It wasn't until Sierra demanded proof that Idan remembered it. Besides, they didn't fully understand their system. Although it was called the Supreme Husband System and Supreme Wife System, the couple could not grasp the essence of its fundamentals. Their system seemed too vague to them, and they could not understand in which direction the system was trying to develop them. There was a feeling that it was trying to cover everything and everyone, and it seemed strange and wrong. There was a saying in their world, "If you run after two hares, you will catch neither." The couple didn't have that much time to even explore all the abilities, skills, and functions that the system offered them, let alone raise their level. The couple got to the camp pretty quickly. As they expected, Eulalia and Nemo were already waiting for them by the campfire. It was clear from the expression on Eulalia's face that she was very worried about them. However, what surprised the couple was that there was a middle-aged man and his disciple sitting next to them. Both of them were looking at them with some strange expressions on their faces. Awa just snorted and muttered something under his breath. "What's going on?" Arabel asked Eulalia. "Do you have any idea how long you've been gone?" She replied with a note of displeasure in her voice. She then motioned for Arabel to use a mental link, and Arabel immediately connected to her. "It's their turn to go on duty soon, and we didn't know why you decided to leave," said Eulalia, hesitating a little. She looked guiltily at Arabel and continued, "We just hinted to them that you left, well, out of natural instincts." Arabel didn't immediately understand what she was talking about. Idan could barely contain his laughter, unable to understand why they had decided to explain their absence in this way. Soon Arabel finally got it, and she unleashed a torrent of curses on Eulalie through a mental link that almost deafened her. This means that if you take on several tasks at once, you will not achieve results in any of them. Chapter 84. A new function of system opened after grumbling a bit at Eulalia. Arabel calmed down and decided to hide from the gazes of the master and his disciple. She finally understood why they were watching them so closely. She would also have looked at the couple with bewilderment if, instead of being on duty, they had left in order, as Eulalia put it, to satisfy their natural instincts. Eulalia followed her into the tent to find out the details of their absence. Not what she imagined, but the real reason for their absence. Realizing that it would soon be duty time for Alwa and his disciple, Idan returned to his tent, where Nemo followed him. "What happened?" asked Nemo, speaking to Idan through the mental link they had established. Idan understood that he had to give an explanation. "We met that woman in black that the master was chatting with at the Adventurers Guild building," Idan replied, surprising Nemo. Nemo remembered this woman well. She made a strong impression on him. He even suggested that maybe she was stronger than their master Milica. And he was right. "She's a Valkyrie," Idan said, and these words, transmitted through a mental link, gave Nemo a strange feeling. The wound that was tormenting his right side suddenly began to heat up, and he unconsciously grabbed the pendant hanging from his neck with his left hand. Idan did not notice the sudden change in Nemo's behavior and continued. "She followed us because she sensed Arabel's bloodline and invited her to talk." At that moment, Nemo's thoughts were so confused that he couldn't hear everything. Sighing, he finally pulled himself together and began to listen attentively to Idan. "Arabel talked to her, and we resolved some issues. Besides, we made a small deal. Now we have insurance in case something goes wrong," Idan summed up, recalling their meeting with Sierra. Nemo was very interested and wanted to know more details, especially about Valkyrie herself. However, Idan did not go into details, and Nemo had to step back. At this time, Arabel also briefly told Eulalia about what had happened, without hiding or going into details. Eulalia was in complete shock. She couldn't even imagine that such a powerful Valkyrie had been watching them all this time. Eulalia had already seen Arabel in this form and was in awe of her beauty and strength. Now, having learned that a real Valkyrie was following them, Eulalia had mixed feelings. On the one hand, it scared her, but on the other, it made her want to get to know her and see her in her true form with her own eyes. After the explanation, they both went to bed. Arabel couldn't sleep. She was waiting for Sierra to bring them her blood essence. "The vial is at the entrance to your tent. You can take it." Arabel heard Sierra's voice in her head as she lay and thought about what had happened. Wasting no time, she stood up and looked outside. As Sierra said, there was indeed a small vial of red liquid at the entrance. Picking it up and looking around, Arabel found no one nearby and returned back to the tent. She was surprised that no one paid attention to how Sierra delivered the vial of blood essence to the entrance of her tent. Even Izzy didn't notice her, which once again confirmed Sierra's mastery of the art of hiding. Idan, Sierra fulfilled her part of the contract and brought the blood essence. Arabel mentally informed Idan. Idan, who was lying with his eyes closed at that moment, opened them and was about to get up and go to Arabel, but he remembered in time that they were in different tents. He didn't want to embarrass Arabel and create more misunderstandings between them and Alwa and his disciple. "Wonderful," Idan replied mentally, sharing Arabel's joy. Ding. The task, it is necessary to obtain the essence of the Dark Valkyrie's blood in any way, has been completed. The reward is a coupon for making blood essence elixir, provided by the Supreme Alchemist system. After a while, the system announced the completion of the task. Initially, the couple thought that this task would be too much for them, but thanks to an unexpected case, they coped with it very quickly and easily. This event once again confirmed that in this world, things can go wrong as they expect. Just like last time, a small coupon appeared in front of Arabel with the inscription, "Coupon for the preparation of blood essence elixir." "System, how do I use it?" Arabel asked, holding the coupon in her hands. Last time, a similar coupon allowed her and Idan to open the trade function in their system. Then everything happened by itself, without her intervention. Direct the soul force to the coupon, and you will find out. The system answered Arabel's question. Following the system's instructions, Arabel channeled her soul force into the coupon. As soon as her soul force touched the coupon, it disintegrated into particles and flew into her body. Ding! A new function called alchemy has been opened in the system. As Arabel suggested, a new function has appeared, but this time it was related to alchemy, since the coupon was from the Supreme Alchemist system. "Here's another new function," exclaimed Arabel. This is the third function related to the next Supreme system. Their suspicion that after they helped Nemo tame a unique creature, the beast taming function would open, which would be linked to the Supreme Beast Taming system, no longer seemed so absurd. "And what does this new function do?" asked Arabel curiously, opening the new function window. In the window that opened, there was only one category called Recipe, which contained the only recipe for blood essence elixir. Arabel's expectations weren't as high this time as they had been on previous occasions, so she wasn't too surprised. "Let me guess, to unlock other recipes, do you need to complete tasks or buy them in the trade function for system points?" Arabel asked the system. "Yes, you're a fast learner, host," the system replied. Arabel's right eye twitched after hearing the system's words. She checked the only available recipe and cursed softly when she saw the ingredients. Number, blood essence elixir, simplified. To prepare this valuable elixir, you will need the following ingredients. Blood essence required to raise the bloodline level of the race, 100 ml. Vital alcohol, 50 ml. Host's blood, 100 ml. System points, 500 CP. Service for cooking and for small ingredients not listed. The probability of success of this process is 50%. As a result, you can get 1-2 vials of blood essence elixir, each 100 ml. Damn it, the making needs additional ingredients, my blood and system points, and there's still a chance of success. Arabel didn't know how to react to this. Although being able to get 2 vials instead of 1 was a little comforting, it couldn't outweigh the other circumstances. Arabel decided to postpone the decision until later. Despite her dissatisfaction, she understood that this blood essence elixir would be useful not only to her, but also to Idan. Now that she had dealt with the task, she needed to find out how much they could sell the legendary, rank dark Valkyrie blood essence for. To find out, Arabel opened the trade window and scanned the vial on her hand. When she saw the price of the vial, she almost dropped it in surprise. Chapter 8585, Purchase and Sale Process, 6,000. 6,000 points? Arabel couldn't believe her eyes. She clutched the vial tightly, as if it were the most precious treasure. Up to this point, they had received a little over 10 points for all their sales and completed tasks. They collected a significant number of points just for the bonus task and passing the Ascension trial. But even compared to that, selling 1 vial of blood essence earned them 6,000 points. "Hey, system, why is there such a big difference?" asked Arabel. Although she roughly understood the answer, she wanted to hear it from the system itself, which is responsible for this function. "Host, you have the blood essence of a dark Valkyrie of the legendary rank in your hands. In addition to her rank, she possesses a somewhat rare element of darkness, and you have managed to collect a significant amount. The total cost of this essence is 6,000 system points." The system estimated the value of Sierra's blood essence based on 3 criteria: rank, element rarity, and quantity. If you wanted to purchase a blood essence of the legendary rank in the trade function, you would have to pay between 25,000 and 100,000 system points, depending on the rarity of the element and the amount. Hearing these words from the system, Arabel was stunned. She tightened her grip on the vial of Sierra's blood essence. Host, you should have realized right away that you were selling unnecessary items in the trade, function, at a much lower price than their actual value. And, how big is the difference? Asked Arabel. She estimated roughly that the difference was about 10 times, but she needed confirmation from the system itself. 10 times? The system confirmed her calculations and fears by saying just that. Arabel could barely hold back her tears. The price difference was too great. From now on, they should carefully consider their sales decisions. Only what they consider unnecessary junk can be implemented, and for everything else they will have to look for other opportunities. Although the system's points would be more valuable in the long run than the revenue from other sales, the couple realized that this was not the only way to get points. There are also tasks from the system itself that they could complete to earn points. Arabel decided to put the matter aside and discuss it with Idan later. She had more important things to do right now, like selling a vial of blood essence. Knowing the true value of this bottle, she had no desire to part with it, but in order to fulfill their part of the contract, she would have to do it. System, do we have to sell everything, or can we keep some for ourselves? Asked Arabel before deciding to sell the vial of blood essence. After completing the task, they had a new function, alchemy, which had an elixir recipe. One of the main ingredients of this elixir was the blood essence of the right race. Arabel just needed the Valkyrie's blood essence to concoct this elixir and use it to quickly raise the rank of her bloodline. Host, this Valkyrie's blood essence has a legendary rank. At your current level and bloodline rank, she's too strong for you. You don't need it at the moment, and it will just lie in your storage until you reach the level where you will need it. And I can assure you that by then, this blood essence won't be as valuable as it is now. Based on this system offers you to sell it and earn system points. After hearing the system's offer, Arabel, although not immediately, decided to sell the entire contents of the vial. A window with a question appeared in front of her. Sell it? And under it there are options. Yes and no. Arabel closed her eyes and pressed yes. The vial on her hand disappeared, and 6,000 new ones appeared at the bottom of the status window, where the number of points was displayed. They now had a total of 66 system points. Damn it, Arabel, 6,000 system points. Is the Sierra's blood essence really worth that much? Soon after, Arabel heard Idan's loud, surprised voice in her head, in which obscene expressions sounded. Hearing Idan's surprised voice, Arabel shared with him what she had learned from the system about the purchase and sale process. Idan was amazed and shared her disappointment that they had to sell such a valuable resource so cheaply. Well, as they say, what's done is done. Hopefully, this won't be the last time we come across such a valuable resource. If we have a good relationship with Sierra, maybe in the future we will have a chance to ask her to share her blood essence, Idan said, trying to comfort Arabel. Arabel realized that maybe they still had a chance to get what they wanted from Sierra, just as Idan had suggested. Her mood improved a little, and she immediately purchased the necessary potion for Sierra from the trade function, paying 1,000 system points for it. Now they have about 55 system points left, and they decided to save them for later. They might need them soon, and they didn't want to spend it all at once. Now, in order to fulfill her part of the contract, Arabel only needed to give this potion to Sierra. As she left the tent, the mentally addressed Eulalia, "I'll be away for a while." She assumed that Eulalia was most likely not asleep. And she was right. Eulalia did not sleep, and after hearing her words, she did not worry about leaving. After leaving the tent, she confidently headed towards the clearing. After walking about 20 meters, Arabel stopped and waited. Less than 10 seconds later, Sierra appeared in front of her, her silhouette almost disappearing into the night darkness, and it was not easy to notice her. "Here," Arabel said, handing her the potion. Sierra took the potion from Arabel's hands with interest and excitement and began to study it carefully. Arabel couldn't make out her expression because of the darkness and her outfit. "Our part of the contract has been fulfilled with this," she reminded Sierra. Sierra nodded in agreement and said, "Don't worry, if the potion really helps me, I'll definitely do the rest." Arabel handed over the potion and immediately returned to her tent, while Sierra disappeared into the depths of the dark forest. Soon it was Idan and Nemo's turn to be on duty. The rest of the night passed without incident, and morning soon came. The group began to prepare for the transition to the middle layer of the forest of doppelgangers. Chapter 86. Different types of doppelgangers. At the first rays of the local sun, everyone got up, had a quick snack, and having packed their things, went to the middle layer of the forbidden zone. About 2 months ago, when this couple first came to this world, they found themselves in the outer layer of the forbidden zone. After waiting out the night in the forest, in the morning they chose a random direction, which, by luck or bad luck, led them straight to the middle layer. On their way, they surmounted the boundary of the middle layer unnoticed and soon encountered their doppelgangers. At that moment, they were on the verge of death, but were saved by Nemo. Now they were back in the middle layer of this place, but this time they had a clear goal, unlike in the past. Their path led straight to the central layer. In the middle layer, unlike the outer layer, there are more powerful and ferocious monsters. And of course, this forbidden zone, like its name, is famous for its doppelgangers, Eulalia said, sharing information with Arabel and Idan along the way. Last time, we spent most of our time in the middle layer, training and exploring the local monsters. Then the master personally advised us to see the forbidden zone with our own eyes and experience it for ourselves. Eulalia talked about her previous experience before they met. If it wasn't for that, they would never have met. Idan and Arabel shuddered at the memory. Even before they met, their system made a mistake, and they found themselves in a difficult position. Even if they had somehow managed to survive the collision with the doppelgangers, they still did not know what would happen if they did not manage to reach the city before the reset. After all, they only found out about reset after meeting Nemo's group. The concentration of madness energy in the middle layer is much higher than in the outer layer, which makes the local monsters more ferocious and dangerous, Eulalia recalled. Soon, they are more likely to encounter monsters than in the outer layer. Apart from the monsters, the 4 people who were most worried about the concentration of madness energy. They were afraid that this might negatively affect Idan, who, because of his bloodline, had become sensitive to various types of energies. "What about the doppelgangers?" asked Arabel, remembering the most terrifying inhabitants of this forbidden zone. "Yes, starting from the middle layer, we will meet doppelgangers," Eulalia confirmed. "The master told me that there are several types of doppelgangers." Nemo joined the conversation when it came to them. "There are usually 2 types of doppelgangers in the middle zone. You have already encountered one of them personally. This species is called mute doppelgangers," Nemo added. The couple was amazed to hear his words. They didn't expect that there were other types of doppelgangers. Like their name suggests, these doppelgangers can't speak. They are only able to copy the appearance and behavior of their victims, including some of their abilities. These doppelgangers can only imitate one person and completely focus on their victim, ignoring the others. Their main goal is to get rid of their chosen victim, and only after that they switch to others. Nemo took on the role of narrator of the doppelgangers with full responsibility, continuing to share information as they moved towards the middle layer. "They are the easiest opponents in battle. They have many disadvantages and they are easy to deal with," Nemo summed up. "Yes, they are indeed the weakest. Nemo is able to handle them even without my help," Izzy said with a smile in her voice, cutting into the conversation. For Arabel and Idan, these doppelgangers seemed like difficult rivals last time. They didn't immediately agree with Nemo and Izzy's opinion. Although they had seen Nemo effortlessly deal with their doppelgangers, they still weren't completely sure of his words. This time, they were eager to meet with them again and find out what progress they had achieved over the past 2 months. Moreover, they hoped to test their new skills and abilities against them. The second type is talking doppelgangers. Nemo's doppelganger switched to the second type after talking about the first type. As the name suggests, they are different from the mute ones. These creatures are able to pronounce simple words and consciously answer questions using the same language. Another feature of them is that they can copy 2 victims at once, not limited to one target. They are able to switch between multiple targets, making them more flexible and smarter than their predecessors. Unlike the former, they copy their victims more accurately, creating believable images, which allows them to be more effective in their actions. The realization of the existence of such a dangerous opponent filled the couple's hearts with anxiety. And since Nemo hadn't finished his story yet, they began to fear that, besides these two species, there were other, even more terrifying creatures. The talkers are very difficult to deal with, Nemo continued. Last time we ran into one of them, and he copied me and Radek. Since this was our first encounter with the talker, it took us a lot of time and effort to figure out how to deal with him. Another difficulty was that usually a talker travels in the company of several mutes. Radek had almost no chance against him then, and Nemo took the brunt of the fight. Ella and I focused on the mutes. It was the most difficult encounter we had to face at that moment, Eulalia added, recalling the details of that meeting. I also contributed that day. Nemo couldn't have done it without me. It was thanks to me that we won, Izzy almost exclaimed, offended that she was not mentioned and appreciated. Yes, it was only thanks to our invisible protector that we were able to survive that day, Eulalia said with sincere joy, addressing the spirit. There was deep respect and even reverence for this creature in her voice. In the eyes of the couple, the forbidden zone, which they considered safer than the rest, began to take on an increasingly sinister appearance. If such creatures live in the middle layer, then what kind of creatures live in the central layer? After all, it is known that the central layers of all forbidden zones were considered the deadliest and most dangerous places. According to the master, there are only these two types of doppelgangers in the middle layer. Nemo's words calmed the couple down a bit. Master also said that the central layer is home to the most dangerous and deadly type of doppelganger, known in the Adventurers Guild as the perfect doppelganger, said Nemo. The mere name of this type of doppelganger sent goosebumps through the couple. It is the presence of this type of doppelgangers that makes the central layer of this forbidden zone the most dangerous place, said Nemo with complete seriousness. Chapter 87. Perfect doppelganger, the perfect doppelganger? Asked Idan of Nemo, still unable to recover from his amazement. The very name of this doppelganger spoke to how dangerous he was. Due to their shock, the couple even stopped, which attracted the attention of Ulwa and his disciple, who had been walking beside them in silence all this time. However, after recovering, they quickly returned to their seats, and the group continued on their way. This act of theirs, of course, aroused the suspicions of Ulwa and his disciple. Yesterday, they had begun to suspect that a group of 4 elf disciples had an unusual ability to communicate with each other, which even a master of the diamond, rank like him, could not detect with his soul force. Liam, Ulwa disciple, was watching the group unnoticed. He was curious and wanted to start a conversation with them, but his master's strict instructions prevented him from doing so, and he had to just watch. What caught his attention the most was the beautiful elf. Of the 2 girls who were here, one seemed to have already dated another young man. In his opinion, this girl was not as beautiful as the elf. She was far away from her. Elves are naturally beautiful, and Liam was sure of it, looking at Eulalia. Back in the city, at the Adventurers Guild, he had seen a more mature elf, with whom his master had made a deal. He did not know the details of this deal. No matter how he tried to find out, his master remained silent. He only slapped him on the back of the head, warning him not to get too close to this group. The master told him that the adult elf was their master, and that they were all her direct disciples. Liam wasn't really interested in the other guys, except for Nemo, who caught his attention with his unusual appearance. He was curious about what Nemo looked like under the mask. In Liam's opinion, his master was the strongest, of the diamond rank. He was followed by a beautiful elf of the platinum rank. Then there was Liam himself and this mysterious guy in a mask. But the 2 remaining ones, a guy and a girl, who seemed to be a couple and were having fun yesterday instead of being on duty, actually turned out to be the weakest link in the group. While Liam was watching the group, their attention was focused on the discussions of the perfect doppelganger, which Nemo shared with them through a mental link. By far, the perfect doppelganger is the most dangerous creature in this forbidden zone. Not only does he have no limits on the number of victims he can copy, but his abilities allow him to reproduce their appearance and behavior almost perfectly. The more the couple learned about him, the more they became convinced that this doppelganger was indeed the strongest being in the forbidden zone. According to the master, even she found it difficult to distinguish the doppelganger from the original. He is able to copy most abilities, including bloodlines, and this came as a real surprise to the couple. Idan and Arabel were convinced that their new bloodlines were their main advantage. However, as Nemo said, this formidable doppelganger is able to copy even them. They wondered if this creature could copy their bloodlines. This time, even the system remained silent and did not offer answers to the questions that worried the couple. They have only one weakness: they cannot surpass the strength of the chosen victim. Nemo's words were exactly what the couple wanted to hear. Knowing this, they felt some relief. If a doppelganger can copy one of them, its power will not be able to surpass the silver rank. And if he also copied their bloodline, he would only reach the gold rank. Don't underestimate him. This doppelganger is much smarter and more insidious than the others. He will pay attention to you, the weakest ones, first of all. But first, he will copy the strongest of our group, and only then he will pursue you. He is not constrained by the same limitations as other types of doppelgangers. If he realizes that he cannot handle us, he will retreat and wait for the right moment. Eulalia warned them, noticing how the couple breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you saying that he will copy Ilwa first, and then turn his gaze on us?" asked Arabel with concern in her voice. "Yes, that's right," Nemo confirmed with confidence in his words. That was the last thing they wanted to hear. Now they were really afraid to go to the central layer of the Forbidden Zone. They would be the first victim of this doppelganger, and that was clear. "Don't worry so much. Have you forgotten what position you're in?" Eulalia asked the couple with a smile. "Have you forgotten that the consciousness of this world wants to catch you alive?" How could they forget that? Because of the agreement, Limbo cannot directly interfere and act against us. However, it can command the doppelgangers not to kill you. For Limbo, the main thing is to detain you until the reset, and he doesn't care what condition you'll be in by then. So be extremely careful when we get to the central layer. Eulalia, on the one hand, calmed them down, assuring them that this terrible doppelganger would not kill them. On the other hand, she warned about the need to be on your guard, because just because a doppelganger won't kill them doesn't mean he'll be gentle with them. Once again, the couple was wondering if it was worth going to the central layer. They only went there because they needed to complete a task from the system. Do you think maybe the creature that needs to be tamed by Nemo is the baby of the perfect doppelganger? Arabel asked Idan anxiously. After everything she had heard, she had no other options regarding the unique creature the system was talking about. This forbidden zone was known for its doppelgangers, and most likely, that unique creature in question was also a doppelganger. Idan was also worried about this. However, he wasn't completely sure. The system could not call the cub of the perfect doppelganger a unique being. After all, the word unique implies that such a creature is extremely rare. And the perfect doppelganger, according to Nemo and Eulalie, was not something completely unique. Yes, he lived in the central layer, but his existence was known to everyone in the Adventurer Guild. Talking about the doppelgangers through a mental link, the group did not notice how they crossed the border of the middle layer. Idan was the first to feel the difference between the middle and outer layers. He clearly felt the concentration of the madness energy increase dramatically, and his body began to absorb this energy faster. Chapter 8888. Walking Bomb. Idan felt the energy of madness entering his body with great force. "It seems that we have crossed the border of the middle layer, because the concentration of the energy of madness has become much higher," he shared with Arabel through a mental link. "What? Are you all right?" she asked, visibly alarmed. At first, Idan didn't want to bother the others, but he decided to share his feelings with Arabel anyway. Although the invasion of energy became more intense, he did not feel any changes in himself. Everything was as usual, and it surprised him. He couldn't figure out where all that energy was disappearing to. "It's okay," Idan replied in his mind, calming Arabel's worries. "I don't notice anything unusual. Although the invasion of energy has intensified, I don't understand where it disappears into my body. System, do you know what's going on with him?" Although Idan's words brought her some relief, Arabel still turned to the system to find out what was wrong with him. Idan didn't stop her. He was glad to see that she was worried about him. "Host, alphas are a unique race with the special ability to restore lost energy by absorbing energy from the outside world. Under normal circumstances, this ability is not activated and does not absorb energy. However, in your case, Due to the instability of control over your bloodline, this ability uncontrollably absorbs the energy of madness, which is present in abundance in this forbidden zone. As the couple suspected, it was all about that damn bloodline again. After they finish with urgent matters that cannot be postponed, they will first take on the problem that has already caused them so much trouble. The couple wondered why the system hadn't warned them that the bloodlines would be so difficult and there would be so many difficulties. Even before they decided to follow the instructions of the system, they did not even imagine that such a trick awaited them. Maybe it's related to their title of Supreme again. The couple decided not to guess, but simply accept the situation and gradually solve the problems, step by step. System, tell me, what will be the consequences of excessive absorption of this energy? This time, Idan decided to ask himself. He understood that no matter how amazing the alphas were, they had to have a limit to absorb this energy. Host, the forecasts are disappointing. You don't feel any changes at the moment, as this energy is linked to your bloodline. You will clearly feel the effects after you transform into the alpha of fire. Idan finally understood why he couldn't feel where that energy had gone. However, he was overcome with embarrassment. The bloodline has already become a part of him, hasn't it? Why couldn't he sense the changes in her without transforming into the alpha form of fire? After all, his alpha bloodline affects his emotions even in an inactive state. Why can't he notice the changes in energy? In this situation, this system strongly recommends that you do not use your alpha fire form in this forbidden zone. This warning from the system caused Idan to be alarmed. System, don't tell me that all the energy is accumulating. Before he could ask a question, the system interrupted him. Yes, it's exactly as you think. Damn, Idan cursed loudly. This time, everyone heard his curse. We need to talk, said Idan to Nemo and Eulalia, his voice sounding serious. Seeing his worried face, Eulalia and Nemo realized that things were bad. They immediately assumed that they had probably already crossed the border and ended up in the middle layer. Mr. Elwha, let's take a short break. We have already crossed the border, and before we go deeper into the middle layer, my juniors and I need to check and discuss something. Eulalia addressed Elwha, coming up with a not very obvious reason for stopping, hiding the true one. Okay, Elwha agreed and called his disciple Liam to him. Idan and the others stepped aside a bit, and Eulalia finally spoke to them through a mental link. What happened? First of all, as we expected, the concentration of madness energy in the middle layer is much higher than in the outer layer, Idan began. Secondly, I won't be able to use my alpha fire form in this forbidden zone. That was already a problem. One of Idan's main trump cards was unavailable. Then what are we going back? Eulalia suddenly asked, after weighing all the pros and cons. She didn't want to take any chances, so she decided to cancel the trip. Idan and Arabel simultaneously exclaimed, no, they couldn't just give up without trying. Time was limited, and they understood that even if they retreated, Idan would not be able to quickly take full control of his bloodline. The energy of madness in the Forbidden Zone would not disappear anywhere, and they would still have to return here to complete the system's task. Although the system did not insist that this task was mandatory, they both realized that completing it would help them cope with the Nemo-related world quest. They had already assumed that coming out of Limbo was also somehow related to Nemo, so they couldn't give up on this task. The couple also realized that they might not be lucky with the location of this forbidden zone in the future. System, as long as I don't use the Fire Alpha transformation, will I have any problems with the madness energy? Idan asked to make sure there were no hidden dangers. Yes, as long as you don't use the transformation to Alpha Fire, the energy of madness won't have any effect on you. The system's voice replied, which calmed Idan down. Arabel, having heard the system's words, also fell into thought. I'm counting on you this time, Arabel, Idan said, turning to his partner. Unlike Nemo and Eulalia, she was aware of the gravity of the situation and nodded to Idan, showing that he could trust her. Due to the energy of madness, Idan's power was limited. The most he could demonstrate using his ability to transfer stats was the gold rank. However, despite this, the group decided to continue on their way, and they set off on the road again. Arabel was well aware of why the system had strongly advised Idan not to resort to transforming into an alpha of fire. if he performs a transformation in this forbidden zone filled with the energy of madness. Then, under the influence of this energy, he will lose his mind and start rampaging, burning everything in his path, not distinguishing between friends and enemies. However, the biggest threat lay in the accumulated energy that had been accumulating in his body all this time. Idan was like a walking bomb, and his transformation into an alpha of fire could serve as a detonator. If someone is next to him at this moment, he is unlikely to survive due to the release of this accumulated energy. Chapter 89, 89. The fight against the beasts. The original plan remained unchanged. Shortly after they crossed the border of the middle layer, the group encountered the first inhabitants of this zone. These were beasts that, after being exposed to the energy of madness for a long time, became more powerful and ferocious. The first wave consisted of 5 beasts, most of which, according to the couple's estimates, belonged to the bronze and silver ranks. And that was exactly what Idan and Arabel needed at the moment. During the training, they could not adequately assess their progress. Nemo showed superhuman strength in sparring, and Eulalia was head and shoulders above them when it came to magic. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't match them. And all this was before they passed the Ascension test. They didn't have much time after the Ascension trial. They mostly spent it studying and mastering their bloodlines, and they didn't have many opportunities to test and hone their new skills and abilities. If it wasn't for the time limit, they wouldn't have come to this place without fully mastering their abilities. And now, they finally have the opportunity to evaluate their progress. "Let us check out what we have achieved in these months," Idan said, stepping forward. Arabel followed him. The others didn't stop them. These beasts were too weak for them. Nemo decided to go with them to distract the attention of some of the beasts and ensure safety in case of unforeseen circumstances. Although he and Eulalia were aware that if both of them acted with full force, they could easily defeat them, they were in no hurry to reveal all their cards in this battle. They decided to keep their trump cards up their sleeve for as long as possible. Idan and Arabel anxiously came face to face with their chosen targets. Both of them chose the bronze-ranked beasts first. After learning from Melissa, they finally learned how to evaluate the strength of other creatures and correlate it with the generally accepted ranks in the world of Junonia. They could accurately determine the strength, starting from the bronze and ending with the gold rank. However, they themselves could not determine the strength above the platinum rank, but their system was capable of it. Compared to them, their system was much more accurate in estimating the strength and rank of all creatures. Idan encountered a beast he knew well, a spiked wolf. Knowing the habits of the wolf, he felt no fear and boldly attacked. The wolf shot at Idan with its spikes, but he deftly dodged and quickly approached the enemy. Noticing that he had missed, the wolf rushed at Idan, trying to bite him on the head. However, now, 2 months later, the speed of the wolf's movements no longer seemed as lightning fast as before. Idan easily dodged and cut off the wolf's head in one smooth motion, ending his life. At that moment, Idan's heart began to beat faster. He barely used his other abilities and skills. With just one sword slash, he easily dealt with a bronze-ranked beast. Idan clearly realized the difference between a bronze and a silver rank. Arabel, for her part, encountered a creature that resembled a fox from their world. However, compared to the fox they knew, this fox was much larger and had dark fur and 2 tails. The beast was of the same bronze rank as Idan's spiked wolf. Arabel, with a slight excitement, was the first to meet the beast. Compared to the spiked wolf, this beast was faster and more flexible. However, Arabel herself was superior to Idan. She was faster and more experienced with a sword. The dark fox, possessing 2 tails, swung them towards Arabel, sending out 2 dark crescent-shaped blades. Arabel, like Idan, easily evaded them. Unlike the wolf, the fox was more cunning and did not seek to engage in a fight, preferring to keep its distance. And here the difference between the bronze and silver ranks played a role. Although the fox, as a beast, was faster than a human, it could not overcome the difference in ranks, and Arabel quickly caught up with her. The fox tried to fight back by swinging its paws and tail, which contained dark energy, turning into sharp blades. However, this did not help her against Arabel, who easily dodged most of the attacks and fended off some with her sword. When Arabel got close enough, She prevented the fox from escaping again and ended her life with a precise blow of her sword. While Idan and Arabel were fighting their opponents, Nemo took the lead. He quickly dealt with one of the remaining bronze-ranked beasts, leaving 2 silver-ranked beasts. He kept the 2 silver-ranked beasts away from Idan and Arabel, distracting and restraining them. When each of them dealt with his opponent, the pair turned their gazes on Nemo. After understanding his action, they were sincerely grateful to him. Meanwhile, the beasts, realizing that their companions had fallen and that they would not be able to defeat the enemy in front of them, turned around and prepared to retreat. However, at that moment, Idan and Arabel appeared in front of them. The remaining 2 beasts were also a dark fox and a spiked wolf. This time, Idan focused on the fox, while Arabel focused on the wolf. This time, Idan decided to use the sun sword style against the dark fox of the silver rank. This fox was much stronger than its younger cousin. She immediately attacked Idan, trying to keep him at some distance. Idan quickly realized that the fox did not want to engage in close combat and was probably looking for an opportunity to escape. He didn't have time to play with her. He dodged the first attack and parried the second with his sword. Then, for the first time in battle, he used the simplest and most effective spell he currently possessed: Flash. This spell belongs to the element of light and can be especially useful against creatures with the opposite element, darkness. Idan quickly cast a spell, and a small ball of light appeared in his hand. He threw it towards the fox. Even during the day, under the bright sunlight, the flash spell did not reach the fox, exploding with bright light and blinding her. The blinding effect worked especially effectively, as the fox possessed the element of darkness, which counteracted the light. Without wasting any time, Idan immediately activated his sun sword style aura, which he had only recently learned how to use, just like Arabel uses hers. He put all his strength into the sword and slashed downwards, aiming at the fox. This was the very first and basic skill of sun sword style, sun sword slash. It could be used to strike from a distance using the aura of a sword. The blinded dark fox did not immediately realize what had happened. Idan's cutting blow easily cut her in 2. Chapter 90. There is something missing. While Idan was fighting a silver-ranked dark fox, Arabel came face to face with a silver-level spiked wolf. Although the wolf was stronger than its bronze-ranked counterpart, Arabel was faster. Unlike the fox, the wolf immediately attacked, trying to bite, but the girl quickly dodged and, aiming at the neck of the beast, struck with a sword. However, what Arabel had expected did not happen. The wolf released its spikes before the sword reached his neck and repelled the attack. Arabel was amazed at the beast's resourcefulness. Having escaped death, the wolf spun around and threw Arabel aside with a flick of its tail. Arabel fought off the tail's blow with her sword, but the blow was so strong that she lost her balance and almost fell. She managed to stay on her feet, but after that she lost her stability. Taking advantage of the moment, the wolf rushed at her again, simultaneously releasing several spikes in her direction. Arabel, watching the wolf's movements, felt a strange but familiar feeling. Instinctively, she raised her left hand and pointed towards the wolf and its spikes. At that moment, the air around her turned cold, and several ice spears appeared in the air, which, at Arabel's will, rushed towards the spikes of the wolf and the beast itself. Arabel herself seemed to be in a trance at that time. It was only after the ice spears flew out that she regained her senses and realized what had happened. These ice spears were her favorite spell during the Ascension trial. The memories of the trial were still fresh in her mind, and following the habit she had acquired during the trial, she unknowingly used this spell without even saying it. All of the wolf's spikes were deflected by the ice spears, and some of them pierced into the wolf's side as it tried to dodge. Even before the ice spears collided with the spikes, Arabel released her moon sword-style aura and filled the sword with it. Like Idan, she used the very first and basic skill of moon sword style, crescent moon slash. Wounded by the ice spears, the wolf was in the line of attack of Arabel's crescent-shaped sword. Like the dark fox, the wolf was split in 2, but the most amazing thing was that no blood gushed out of the wound. The incision that split the wolf into 2 was filled with ice, which instantly froze both halves, preventing blood loss. Idan and Arabel defeated their enemies almost simultaneously. Everyone who was watching them was amazed. Even Alwa, who initially didn't pay attention to the couple and their performances, was amazed by what he saw. Nemo and Eulalia exchanged glances and were amazed. Although they were teaching the couple swordsmanship and the basics of magic, this couple did not demonstrate anything like what they had just seen. It wasn't until sometime later that they came to the conclusion that they might have acquired these skills due to their new bloodlines. But exactly how, it was anyone's guess. When the battle ended, Arabel and Idan simultaneously turned their attention to their status and basic characteristics. Status: name, Idan feign gender, male age, 19 years old, race. Human partner, Arabel Morgan, affection 54%, path of cultivation. System: host system, supreme husband system, synchronized with supreme wife system. System: rarity, epic, plus unique feature 1. Title: supreme, partially sealed, unavailable, required qualifications. Unique feature 2. The paired system: exchange of stats, currently 50%, swap 0-2 main stats. Level 20 strength, 187. Stamina, 193 dexterity, 184 intelligence, 230 mana, 305 abilities. Mental connection, plus. Mental connection, Arabel Morgan cutting LVL2 cooking LVL2 functions. Trade plus, bloodline plus, alchemy plus, status: name, Arabel Morgan gender, female age, 18 years old, race, human partner. Idan feign affection 48%, path of cultivation. System: host system, supreme wife system, synchronized with supreme husband system. System: rarity, epic, plus unique feature 1. Title: supreme, partially sealed, unavailable, required qualifications. Unique feature 2. The paired system: exchange of stats, currently 50%, swap 0-2 main stats. Level 20 strength, 223 stamina, 195 dexterity, 220 intelligence, 181 mana, 239 abilities. Mental connection plus. Mental connection, Idan feign cooking LVL2 cutting LVL2 functions. Trade plus, bloodline plus, alchemy plus. Idan and Arabel clearly realized the difference between the first level and its stats, where all stats were 50, and the 20th level with its stats that were almost 4 times higher. But even now, looking at their status, they both felt confused. From the very beginning, it seemed to them that something was missing in their system. As they leveled up, only their basic stats improved. Bloodlines, skills, and abilities did not automatically grow with the system's level. For their development, it was necessary to complete tasks or purchase something from the trade function for system points. The very same trade function appeared to them as a reward for completing the task. This trading function was linked to another system known as the Supreme Merchant System, suggesting that it was not part of their own system. Idan and Arabel couldn't figure out what exactly they were missing. It seemed that something important was missing that could give their system personality. Apart from 2 abilities, cooking LVL2 and cutting LVL2, there were no skills and abilities that Idan and Arabel could confidently attribute to the name of their system. The exchange of stats and swap abilities refer to the uniqueness of the system, not to its name. While the title Supreme is still unavailable. They had only one guess, but they didn't dare to voice it to each other. This guess was that both of them were not officially husband and wife at the moment. While this couple was in thought, the others approached them. Nemo and Eulalia wanted to discuss with them what they had just seen, but Alwa, a middle-aged man with a sword on his back, beat them to it. "Who is your teacher, and where did you learn how to merge aura with the elements?" he asked the couple excitedly, waiting impatiently for their answer. Alwa still couldn't get over his surprise. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. How could 2 newcomers of the silver rank use an aura and even combine it with their element? It was incredible. Even he, following the path of sword from the very beginning, did not gain the ability to sense mana and his element, let alone mixing these 2 different energies. Chapter 91-91, Humans Are Not Magical. What? Arabel asked, not understanding Alwa's question. She knew that her new sword technique, which she had obtained after the Ascension trial, was related to aura. Like Idan, after several attempts, she learned to sense this aura and use it at a level that allowed her and Idan to apply the basic techniques of their styles. To master more complex techniques, They need to achieve a new level of control over the aura. Most of the skills and abilities were beyond their reach. Alwa's question about how they learned to combine aura with the elements also baffled them. "Can't Nemo do that too?" asked Idan, looking at Nemo, puzzled by Alwa's words. Nemo, hearing Idan's question, shook his head negatively. "He can't," Eulalia answered for Nemo. "He's just combining his swordsmanship and shield skills with his magic. He doesn't know how to use aura yet." Looking at how the two of them didn't seem to realize what had just happened, Alwa felt like he was about to throw up. "How is this possible? This is wrong," he exclaimed. Alwa began to suspect that the couple was faking it to keep the secret. His gaze changed, and he began to look at them with hostility. Seeing how Alwa's behavior had changed, Eulalia realized that he had misunderstood them. "Mr. Alwa, do you know who these two are?" she reminded him, trying to convey that they came from another world. It wasn't a secret, and Alwa, like his disciple, should have known it. It was only after Eulalius reminded him that he finally realized who this couple was. In his excitement and surprise, he had completely forgotten about it. "Did you really come from another world?" he asked, wanting to personally verify the truth of the rumors. Idan and Arabel exchanged glances and then just nodded, confirming his words. There was no point in hiding the truth, so they calmly confirmed these rumors. When he saw that the couple nodded affirmatively, he breathed out a sigh of relief. "You're human, aren't you?" Alwa asked. "Yes, we are humans," Idan confirmed. Arabel nodded, agreeing with him. What was surprising was that Nemo nodded too. Idan, Arabel, and Eulalia looked at him in disbelief. The poor guy still considered himself human, not realizing that he didn't actually belong to the human race. Then the three of them looked at each other and decided not to go into details. The master said she would tell them everything when they found a way out of limbo. She is convinced that now this knowledge is not as important as finding a way out. In addition, they can confuse Nemo and create additional difficulties. "You don't realize what just happened, do you?" he asked with some relief, learning that this couple, like himself, belongs to the human race. "No, we don't understand," Idan replied, still trying to figure out what had so startled Alwa, a man of the diamond rank. Were the new sword techniques they had acquired really that amazing? The couple only assumed that his interest was probably aroused by their swordsmanship. And the way he carried the sword on his back clearly testified to his high skill in handling this weapon. "I already asked earlier, where did you learn to combine two such different types of energy, aura and mana?" Alwa repeated his question. And then he realized that he had missed something important. "How can you use magic?" After this question, everyone was amazed. Even Eulalia and Nemo were surprised. Even both of them, having met this couple, forgot about the simple truth. In this world, people cannot use magic from birth. "How could I forget? After all, humans are not capable of using magic," Eulalia said, looking at Idan and Arabel. From the very beginning, she didn't consider them human. They were strangers in this world, and she didn't associate them with the human race. Now that they had confirmed their identity as humans, it amazed Eulalia. She taught them the basics of magic, and they, like the other races familiar with mana, calmly accepted her lessons and learned how to use magic. "Maybe people from another world are different from us?" suggested Liam, a disciple of Alwa who had previously been silent and only listened to the conversation. After hearing Liam's words, everyone readily agreed with this assumption. They couldn't understand why this couple had so easily learned how to use magic as members of the human race. The couple themselves calmly listened to them. They knew that the reason for all this lay in their system. However, they couldn't explain it without revealing the secret of the system. So when Liam made his suggestions, they jumped at the idea too and joined the general consensus. "Do people in this world really not know how to use magic at all?" asked Arabel, surprised by this fact. She couldn't understand how in such a magical place where magic existed, people hadn't found a way to master it. After all, although people cannot feel it directly, the very knowledge of the existence of this type of energy has already given them a reason to try to master it. If people in her world found out about the existence of the so-called mana, and if they managed to meet representatives of other races who could use it, they would probably find any possible way to use it. "It's very complicated, girl," Alwa said with a heavy sigh. "People are born without magic, but there has long been a group that strives to master it. However, before I came to this world, there were rumors that this group had found a way to teach people magic. But before it was proven and recognized by society, I ended up here. Therefore, until this theory is confirmed, it is believed that humans do not possess magic. Well, that's another conversation. Now, it seemed to Idan and Arabel that people from both worlds were no different from each other. There will always be people in the world who strive to learn new things. It is thanks to such people that their world has made incredible progress, despite the absence of magic and other amazing phenomena. Chapter 92, Aura and Mana. The thing is, I noticed how you used magic in the battle with the beasts. And then you demonstrated your swordsmanship by combining aura with mana and using the power of your element, Ulwa said, looking at the couple. Idan and Arabel stared at each other in amazement. Who would have thought that their new sword technique would be so amazing? However, their system is amazing in itself, since it was able to give them such a gift after the Ascension trial. Is it really that amazing to combine aura and mana? Asked Idan with interest. Of course, it's amazing, Liam replied enthusiastically. Then, noticing his master's reproachful look, he lowered his head. Tell me, do you understand how mana differs from aura? Ulwa asked, addressing the couple. Idan and Arabel thought about it. What are their differences? After a while, Idan began to express his thoughts about mana and aura. Mana is related to magic, spells, and the elements. At the same time, the aura is. While Idan was trying to find the right words, Arabel asked, is the aura the energy of the path of mastery? Ulwa was pleasantly surprised by the couple's response. Even though they were newbies, their thought process was surprisingly good, and they could distinguish between mana and aura. It seems like their master has already given them some insight into the two paths of cultivation in this world. Yes, as you said, mana is the basis of path of bloodline and path of magic, and the aura is the foundation of path of mastery, Ulwa replied. Although it is commonly believed that the path of bloodline and path of magic are separate paths, they are fundamentally similar and closely interrelated. Some unique races that do not have a bloodline can improve on the path of magic. At the same time, there are races that follow the path of bloodline but are unable to master magic. Ulwa didn't want to overload the couple with theory. In fact, the paths to cultivation are not as simple as many people think. Aura is the foundation of path of mastery. This is the only reliable path that can lead to a higher realm and along which the human race can cultivate. Ulwa wanted to explain to the couple that at the moment, there is only one way for people like them to cultivate, and that is the path of mastery. Magic has not yet become the property of all mankind, and people continue to look for ways to master it. And they don't even dare to dream about path of bloodline. Even for members of the higher races, it is considered almost impossible to master both types of energy before reaching the higher realm. Only at this level can both energies be safely used. Ulwa continued his short story. Listening to Ulwa, everyone, Idan, Arabel, Nemo, Eulalia, and even Liam, his own disciple, were amazed by his enthusiasm. Before that, Ulwa had always been quiet and seemed like an unsociable and boring swordsman who didn't like to talk much. But now he hardly closed his mouth and was happy to share his knowledge with everyone. Although, because of his manner of telling, he could confuse them a little. Simply put, Ulwa wanted to say that not everyone is able to master both energies. Even the higher races find it difficult, let alone combine them. This was the reason for Idan and Arabel's amazing act. They were able to combine what most creatures in this world dream of. All the powerful individuals in this world have this ability to combine aura with mana, Ulwa claimed. That was what he wanted to achieve, too. However, to do this, he needed to find a way to master magic. Stuck in this world, he had almost lost hope of achieving his goal. Now, after Ulwa's explanation, even though the couple were a little confused about the ways of this world's development, they roughly realized that their system was amazing. Path of bloodline, path of magic, and path of mastery, all these amazing cultivation paths that belong to this world, were already available in their system and were waiting for their time to improve. After briefly discussing the paths of cultivation and the couple's unique abilities to combine the two energies while they were in the lower realm, the group gathered the corpses of the beasts and continued their journey to the central lair. Soon, they encountered a second wave of beasts. This time, there was a golden-ranked beast among them. As in the previous case, Idan and Arabel took on the beasts below the gold level, while Liam volunteered to fight the gold rank beast. Eulalia and Nemo stepped forward to distract the other beasts and allow the couple to further test their skills and abilities. This time, Ulwa not only watched the battle, but also began to give the couple some advice, helping them to understand their mistakes more easily. This was mainly due to their ability to combine aura and mana, as well as the fact that they were both members of the human race, just like Ulwa, although they came from another world. Just like last time, Idan and Arabel decided to use only the abilities and techniques they had already used. Idan focused on the light spell Flash and the sword technique he learned from Nemo, as well as the technique provided by the system, Sun Sword Style. Arabel, on the other hand, focused on ice and water spells. As for the sword technique, she also turned to what Nemo had taught her and the technique she had learned from the system, Moon Sword Style. The couple felt that with each new use of their aura, their control over it gradually improved. However, they also realized that they couldn't use their aura often. After several applications in a row, they felt tired not only physically, but also mentally. They were new to using aura, and Ulwa, noticing their fatigue, immediately warned them about the possible consequences of overexertion. Noticing that the couple was tired and could no longer continue in the same spirit, Nemo and Eulalia quickly dealt with the remaining beasts. When their opponents were finished, Idan and Arabel turned their attention to Liam, who had been restraining the beast all this time on the orders of his master. As soon as the couple finished with their business, Ulwa gave a command to his disciple. After receiving permission, Liam immediately released his aura and finally got into a fight with the beast. The couple was surprised to see how Liam uses his aura in battle. Unlike them, it was obvious that Liam had a truly skillful mastery of aura control. It was as if he was playing with a golden-ranked beast. His movements were smooth, and the aura enveloping the sword was subtle but deadly. Even under the blows of the beast, his aura did not lose its stability. After demonstrating his high level of aura mastery to the couple, Liam quickly defeated the golden-ranked beast. This demonstration fight using aura made a big impression on the couple. They had seen with their own eyes how skillful aura control could be. In comparison, their own aura seemed unstable. They used too much energy, which led to rapid fatigue. What they saw inspired them, and they saw a goal they could strive for. Chapter 93-93. Deteriorating situation. Idan and Arabel were very grateful to Ulwa and Liam for showing them how the aura works. Eulalia and Milika, in turn, showed them how to use mana, but did not tell them about aura. From the way Eulalia listened to Ulwa's story and showed surprise, it was obvious that she did not possess an aura. Milika probably knew how to work with her, but they hadn't shown her their skills until today. At that time, they didn't understand the difference between aura and mana very well, and they didn't pay much attention to it. Since Milika belonged to the higher realm, she should know about aura. Putting aside the question of asking their master about aura for later when they returned, the group continued on their way. This was only the second day after reset, and they still had 5 days left. They planned to spend 2 of them retreating back to the city. It turns out that, apart from today, they only had 3 days to get to the central layer and explore it. While the others were speculating about the appearance of a temple in this forbidden zone, the couple didn't pay much attention to it. They were much more interested in what kind of creature was waiting for them in the central layer. Of course, the creature that interested their system could not be ordinary. Soon, the group encountered another wave of beasts. The third wave was bigger and stronger than the previous one. The couple began to suspect that the forbidden zone was testing them, sending out stronger and more powerful beasts with each wave. However, they were surprised that ever since they entered the middle layer, they had not encountered any doppelgangers, even with the so-called mutes, who were in abundance in this stratum. "Is that okay?" Arabel asked when they finally got rid of all the beasts. This time Nemo and Liam actively fought against the strongest opponents. The most powerful beast in this wave was still at the gold rank. The others also noticed the strangeness of what was happening. They had already encountered 3 waves that arrived at almost the same interval. Even the naivest person could understand that something was wrong here. Normally, this wouldn't happen. Ulwa and his student focused their gaze on Idan and Arabel. There is something special about this situation. Both people, whom the consciousness of this world sought to capture, were here with them. However, it could not act openly. Perhaps the consciousness is just trying to manipulate this forbidden zone and test their strength. This is really a problem, Ulwa said with some regret. He regretted making a deal with the elf. Even these three waves had already caused him to have concerns about the future development of events. As expected, after about the same time, they were overtaken by the fourth wave, a larger one, and this time there was one platinum-ranked beast among them. The group could only accept and survive this wave. When the platinum-ranked beast appeared, Eulalia did not hesitate to join the battle and took it on herself. The others, having chosen their opponents, joined her. Ulwa, observing the actions of the others, was in no hurry to interfere yet. He realized that after a few waves, a beast or a diamond-ranked doppelganger would definitely appear, and then he would need all his strength. The bronze and silver-ranked beasts made up the majority. Realizing that Idan and Arabel would not be able to handle them alone, Liam volunteered to fight the beasts of the golden rank alone. He asked Nemo to help the couple deal with the others quickly. Nemo, of course, didn't mind. He could have handled all the golden-ranked beasts on his own, but he decided to listen to Liam's words and help his younger ones. With the beginning of the new wave, Idan and Arabel realized that the time for games and challenges of their abilities had passed. They set about fighting the beasts with full seriousness, striving to defeat them as quickly and efficiently as possible. In the previous three waves, they had already tested their strength and improved it a little. Now they weren't as tense and excited as before. Although they felt a little tired, their fighting spirit had increased, and they seemed calmer than before. And with Nemo joining, they quickly dealt with all the beasts, of which there were quite a few in this wave. Damn, swore Idan. They all assumed that the task would not be easy. Even Ulwa, when he joined their group, expected it to be difficult. However, they did not expect such a trick. If the situation develops in this way, the fifth wave will soon break out, and there will already be more than one platinum beast among them. Of course, it won't be difficult with Ulwa. However, if you consider the many other beasts, the situation may become more serious. Even if Liam, Eulalia, and Nemo are very strong, they can get tired of so many opponents. After all, the fifth wave will not be the last. It will be followed by the sixth. And what's next? Asked Arabel, wanting to know the opinion of the others. Unlike them, the others are here to check if a temple has appeared here. They don't have to try so hard and be patient to get this information. We expected this, Eulalia said. There's no point in retreating. She's right. Most likely, this is exactly what Limbo's consciousness wants, Ulwa expressed his opinion. Most likely, other outsiders and locals have already arrived at the Forbidden Zone and are waiting for us, Eulalia suggested. Ulwa agreed with her. Yes, it's exactly as she thinks. We will continue, said Ulwa firmly. Although he didn't like the current situation, he couldn't back down. For the entire time of the existence of the Forbidden Zones, such events have almost never happened. Usually, encounters with beasts and doppelgangers in the middle layer were rare and random, not like ours. As the person who had spent the most time in Limbo at the moment, Ulwa had the most extensive information about him, except for the couple system, which could even steal information from Limbo, but for some reason didn't want to share it with them. The couple had already assumed that their system knew about leaving this world, and all these tasks that she gave out were most likely another check of the system for their suitability. They couldn't find any other explanation for their system's behavior. Chapter 94. Decision to continue. I think the situation is not as terrible as we imagine, Eulalia said, after gathering her thoughts. Master said that all forbidden zones have their own rules. She argued that all these zones are special trial zones, the complexity of which depends on the subjects. All of them follow the same rule. The difficulty must be such that the subjects have a chance to pass them, and even Limbo's consciousness cannot change these rules, Eulalia recalled Milika's words. If Master's words are correct, then most likely, even if Limbo manipulates the forbidden zone, it cannot cross a certain line. And perhaps we are faced with the most difficult trial that this forbidden zone can offer our group, she thought. Eulalia's words brought some relief, but at the same time alarm. If she's right, then they're facing a difficult task. Whatever we choose to step back or continue, it only serves Limbo's mind, Idan said. If we retreat, we will fall into an ambush prepared by outsiders and locals. If we continue, we will continue to face waves of beasts that will exhaust us and delay our progress. Everyone agreed with his words. They could retreat, face a prepared ambush, and return to the city. But then everything they had done before would be a waste of time. If they continue on their way, it is unclear whether they will be able to succeed in exploring the central layer. "We will continue," said Alwa again. "We cannot retreat. You all came here understanding all the risks, and we still have hope that we can succeed in the central layer." With these simple words, Alwa made it clear that he knows what they are looking for in the central layer of the Forbidden Zone. They realized that as the one who had spent the most time here and had a high rank, he should be aware of all the research of the Forbidden Zones. Alwa was indeed aware of the temples and the attempts to conquer them, but he never tried to get to them and capture them. At first, he was preoccupied with survival. And then, having found a suitable disciple among the newcomers who got into Limbo, he devoted himself to his training. Now that he had the opportunity to explore and see the famous temple for himself, he wasn't ready to just back off. Especially considering that among their group, unlike the other expeditions to the temple, there were two strangers from another world. Perhaps their presence can change what others could not achieve. Idan and Arabel, having heard Alwa words, were ready to support his opinion. Out of the entire group, probably only the two of them, despite the complexity of the situation, did not want to give up and continued trying to get to the central layer. After all, they needed to complete the task they received from the system. Liam hardly had an opinion. He always followed his master because he trusted him without limit. Eulalia and Nemo, looking at each other, and then at their younger comrades, realized that they were not ready to retreat and were determined. They agreed with Alwa, and the whole group was ready for the challenges that Limbo had prepared for them. As expected, after a while, they were attacked by a new wave of beasts. There were 2 platinum-ranked beasts among them. This time, Alwa took the initiative and stepped forward. He drew the sword from his back and, without hesitation, hacked at the crowd of beasts. Idan and Arabel didn't even have time to notice if he was using an aura. But when they saw the consequences of this blow, not only they, but also Eulalia and Nemo froze in surprise. With a single swing of his sword, he dispatched half of the beast wave. It didn't matter what rank the beasts had below platinum, there was only one fate awaiting them all, a quick death. It was a diamond-ranked power. With the decrease in the number of beasts in this wave, the pressure on the others eased, and they could handle the situation without Alwa help. Eulalia fought one of the platinum-ranked beasts, and Liam fought the second one. Alwa personally instructed him to deal with the second platinum beast, and following his instructions, Liam immediately attacked. Nemo has already started using magic and his entire arsenal in battle against several golden-ranked beasts. Even though the beasts outnumbered him, they were unable to suppress him. On the contrary, Nemo began to dominate them, suppressing them with his power. As Milika predicted, if Nemo goes all out, he can easily fight platinum-ranked creatures, even though he himself is still at the peak of the gold rank. Nemo was not afraid that Limbo's consciousness might find out about his abilities and prepare to fight him. He was sure that even if he were to face the doppelgangers, they would not be able to fully recreate his power. After all, the doppelgangers couldn't copy and receive the power that Izzy had given him. Even a perfect doppelganger won't be able to copy it. Therefore, he was confident that he could at least adequately resist the famous horror and nightmare that lurks in the center of the Forbidden Zone. Thanks to Alwa, most of the low-ranked beasts were destroyed, and Idan and Arabel didn't have to strain too much to deal with the remaining ones. And finally, they saw what their big brother and their future champion is capable of when he uses all his strength. Before, when they were training, Nemo only relied on his sword and honed skills. However, in a fight with these dangerous beasts, he not only skillfully used a sword, but also a shield that usually hung serenely on his back. His skill was evident in the way he deftly dodged attacks, parried them with his shield, and attacked as soon as the opportunity presented itself. In addition to his swordsmanship and shield skills, he also used magic. During the battle, the couple were able to count about 4 different elements that he used: fire, lightning, wind, and water. The beasts didn't stand a chance against him. He was too strong for them. Ulwa was pleasantly surprised when he saw Nemo's abilities. He realized that, as before, he had underestimated the elf disciples. This is the third disciple who has exceeded his expectations. But the most amazing thing was that Ulwa, like Arabel and Idan, who had been using aura energy for a whole day and could sense its presence, noticed faint echoes of aura in Nemo's movements. The couple was pleasantly surprised by this discovery. Nemo recently claimed to have no aura. However, looking at him, the couple was sure that there was a tangible aura emanating from him. And looking at him, they wondered, is it possible that he really has an aura, but due to memory loss, he also lost knowledge of how to use it? Chapter 95. Second platinum-ranked fighter Nemo, using his skill, quickly dealt with his opponents. Following him, Eulalia also defeated a platinum-ranked beast, which the couple recognized as a feline-type monster. The beast had 2 tails, black fur, and sharp claws on its paws. The beast turned out to be fast and cunning. At first, Eulalia studied her opponent, not letting him slip away and escape when he realized that he could not defeat her. She set up a lot of spell traps and eventually immobilized the beast, not giving it a chance to escape. In the end, there was only Liam, fighting the second platinum-ranked beast. Ulwa, Liam's master, signaled the others not to interfere, allowing Liam to fight the beast himself. The second platinum-ranked beast, like the first one that Eulalia dealt with, was of the feline type. It was the first time Liam had felt such pressure on himself. Previously, he had only fought against gold-ranked creatures and was confident that he could defeat a platinum-ranked beast. However, when he actually encountered such a creature, he realized that he had been overconfident. The difference between the ranks was much greater than he had thought. He has been stuck at the golden rank for a long time. He has now reached the peak of the golden rank, and thanks to his master, he has learned to sense, release, and control his aura. All paths to the platinum rank were open to him, but he still couldn't find the path to a breakthrough. Realizing this, he focused on his opponent with all seriousness. He's going to use the pressure of the platinum-ranked beast to try to make a breakthrough, Eulalia said when she saw Idan and Arabel exchange puzzled glances. After Eulalia's words, the couple began to follow Liam's attempt to make a breakthrough with attention. Arabel couldn't take her eyes off Liam, trying to memorize his every move. She noticed that there was a difference between him and Nemo. Both guys were skilled swordsmen, and both had the golden rank. However, looking at their movements, Arabel could tell that Liam was more experienced. Their techniques also differed from each other, suggesting that there were many sword styles in this world. Even she and Idan had received unique techniques that were not only radically different, but also related to their elements. Liam, being a member of the human race, did not possess magic. His strength lay only in his aura. Idan, like everyone else, watched Liam's battle with admiration, marveling at his skill. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Arabel watching Liam intently. Idan couldn't help but admire her concentration. He knew that she was superior to him in swordsmanship. And it's not just that she was doing this back in their home world, but also that she learned faster than him and mastered the techniques that Nemo taught them. All this time, she had been hiding her true identity under the ghost mask. To others, she seemed like an ordinary girl with short black hair. Even Ulwa couldn't notice that she was wearing such a valuable artifact. As for Idan, even looking at Arabel like this, he could imagine her true appearance. The way she was watching Liam intently, seeing her like this made him feel a little jealous of Liam. At this moment, he would like to be in his place, so that she would look at him with the same eyes. With a sigh, he tore his gaze away from her with difficulty and looked at Liam. Looking at Liam, Idan suddenly felt an irresistible desire to become stronger than him and Nemo. He couldn't explain why this thought suddenly popped into his head. However, he knew how to achieve his goal. It is necessary to take control of his bloodline as soon as possible. It's time to show her who's in charge here. Idan clenched his fist, and his emotions began to slowly flare up under the influence of his bloodline. However, Idan did not let this desire break out. He quickly pulled himself together and suppressed that spark. He understood that such thoughts did not bode well. He had never had such a desire to become better than others and surpass them before. He recalled that he had heard that such desires usually occur in people with low self-esteem. Arabel, who was completely immersed in watching Liam, suddenly felt a strong change in Idan's emotions. Yesterday, the system had already explained to her that in moments of intense emotion, they can sometimes feel each other's emotions due to their connection. This time, Idan's sudden display of emotion distracted her from watching. She looked away and looked at Idan, who was watching Liam with a serious look. She couldn't understand what was happening to him. Why does he feel such strong emotions when he looks at Liam? Arabel wondered to herself. She had only caught a glimpse of his emotions, and so she couldn't accurately describe how she felt. She could only guess what Idan's feelings were at that moment. Confidence, striving for excellence, jealousy, Arabel mused, trying to understand the feelings she felt through the connection between them. Idan didn't notice Arabel paying attention to him. He was preoccupied with his own thoughts and tried to suppress the strange desires that arose in his head. Arabel stared at Idan for a while, who was lost in thought. She tried to understand him, but then she got distracted and noticed his appearance. The longer they spent time together, the more Idan attracted her attention. She compared his current self to the sullen guy she met 2 months ago and noticed significant changes. "He's not that bad," she said to herself. Then she remembered Idan in the guise of his alpha of fire and couldn't help blushing. She didn't know herself, but he looked even better in the guise of the alpha of fire. He had the same red hair as her, and his red eyes attracted her even more. She quickly patted her cheek to banish the visions of Idan as the alpha of fire and focused her attention on Liam, who had just defeated his opponent. Liam stabbed his sword into the ground, leaned on it to steady himself, and fell into a strange state. "He's breaking through," exclaimed Eulalia, watching Liam. Ulwa nodded with satisfaction, looking at his disciple. With this breakthrough, a second platinum-ranked fighter appeared in their group. Chapter 96-96, the second night in the Forbidden Zone. When Liam made a breakthrough, it was as if a powerful aura exploded around him. "Excellent," said Ulwa admiringly, watching his disciples' successful breakthroughs. The rest of the team was happy for him too. Thanks to Liam's success, they now have a second platinum-ranked fighter. Liam was also thrilled with his breakthrough. He was clearly aware of his strength and realized how much stronger he had become compared to how he was before the breakthrough. "I have achieved success." With these words, he turned to his master Ulwa. After hearing and seeing his joy, Ulwa also shared this feeling with him. After collecting the trophies from the corpses, the group rested for a while and continued on their way. The local sun had already begun to sink towards the horizon, heralding the approach of night. Everyone except Ulwa had already experienced several battles and felt tired. Izzy remained alert the entire time, carefully scanning the surroundings. After the usual time interval, without encountering another wave, the group breathed a sigh of relief. Having found a suitable place to set up camp, they began to settle down for the night. However, they did not let down their guard. They did not rule out the possibility that Limbo could take advantage of their carelessness and deceive them. Although there wasn't another wave, that didn't mean they wouldn't appear again. After setting up camp and setting up several traps in case of an attack by beasts and doppelgangers, the group gathered around the campfire. In honor of his disciples' breakthrough, Ulwa prepared several dishes that he was happy to share with everyone. No one refused, and everyone happily started dinner. Everyone except his disciple Liam was surprised by Ulwa cooking skills. The dish was so delicious that they almost didn't leave anything. It had been a hard day, and the next day promised even more difficult challenges. After dinner, they split up into pairs again to take advantage of the moments of peace and rest. This time, they were distributed as follows. The first were Eulalia and Arabel, then Ulwa and Idan, and the last were Liam and Nemo. They tried to have at least one platinum-ranked fighter in each pair. No one was against such a distribution. Liam was put on the last pair as he needed a good rest after the breakthrough. The rest of the group, except for Eulalia and Arabel, went to rest in their tents. It was their turn to be on duty again. Besides them, there was another guard on patrol who monitored the surrounding environment all day. Unlike them, Izzy didn't need to rest. She received energy from Nemo and never got tired. The group decided to make the most of this advantage in their hike. While Eulalia and Arabel silently threw branches on the fire, they talked to each other through a mental link. This time, Eulalia did not interfere in the relationship between Arabel and Idan. She mostly asked questions about their world, marveling at how different it was from hers. In between Arabel's answers, Eulalia talked about her past and the world of Junonia she knew, comparing it to Arabel's world. Eulalia was filled with a desire to visit the couple's world one day and see it with her own eyes. She understood that the idea of something based only on rumors can be very different from reality, which can only be felt by seeing everything with her own eyes. "Little sister, you can rest peacefully without paying attention to the beasts." Arabel suddenly heard a message from Sierra, transmitted through the soul force. Arabel was pleasantly surprised by this news. Although she assumed that Sierra would be watching them, she wasn't sure about that. Under the terms of the deal, she was only supposed to back up their group on their way back to the city. "Don't worry about me. The consciousness of this world and the Forbidden Zone are unaware of my presence. I can only help you in the middle layer. I will not follow you to the central layer because I cannot hide my existence there," Sierra added through a soul force, after which she fell silent, ending there. Yesterday, when she handed over her blood essence to them, she was curious to know what they were going to do with it. Therefore, after the broadcast, she did not take her soul force away from Arabel to watch her. However, as soon as Arabel received the essence and returned to the tent, Sierra lost sight of her. It came as a surprise to her. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't see inside the tent, as if some strange force prevented her from following Arabel. After a while, Arabel came out of the tent, and Sierra noticed that she could observe what was happening inside again. This caused her surprise and even some fear. She had a suspicion that another powerful being was behind the couple, which shielded Arabel from her gaze. Sierra didn't know what kind of creature it was, but she couldn't understand why. If there was such a powerful being behind them, they made a deal with her to protect them. Perhaps this being can't directly interfere as well as the consciousness of this world, Sierra wondered. Immediately after that, she appeared in front of Arabel and took the promised potion. Sierra still couldn't figure out what had happened to her blood essence. It was so strange that she couldn't spy on Arabel and find out how she got the potion. Moreover, Arabel came out of the tent very quickly and brought her a potion. Perhaps they asked for her blood essence at the request of that creature, wondered Sierra. Or maybe it was something personal. She could only speculate. After receiving the potion from Arabel, Sierra hesitated a bit and decided to trust her instincts. She found a secluded spot, took a potion, and waited. At first, she didn't feel any effect. But the longer she waited, the more clearly she realized how the force that was constantly absorbing her life energy began to weaken. By morning, she could tell that the force that was taking her life had become almost elusive. She didn't disappear completely, but thanks to the potion, her remaining lifespan increased several times. Sierra felt that her powers had been restored, and she could safely use them for a while longer. Previously, after each use of her power, she could feel the absorption force getting stronger, rapidly reducing her vitality. Now that she had more time, she felt a surge of hope. Although she had not yet found a way to fully heal, she did not lose faith that she could do it. And the increased lifespan gave her more time to find a solution. All day long, she followed the group at a distance, watching the couple. They aroused her interest more and more. Chapter 97. Secret surveillance. Throughout the day, Sierra followed the group at a distance, keeping an eye on the couple. They aroused her interest more and more. During the day of observations, Sierra was surprised several times by what was happening in front of her eyes. Like Alwa, she was amazed to see a couple with only a silver rank using a combination of aura and mana. She was well aware that even among the beings of the higher realm, there were not many who had fully mastered the art of combining these two types of energy. Although she had already reached the legendary rank, Sierra was not one of those chosen. She had once tried to master the aura, but after failing to achieve success, she completely abandoned this idea, focusing solely on the path of magic. Now she began to regret that she had given up trying to master the aura. Perhaps if she hadn't given up on it, she wouldn't be in the situation she's in now. However, there was no cure for regrets. She just sighed softly, looking at what was happening. Sierra immediately noticed that this couple had no experience in fighting at all. She realized this when she saw their first awkward attempts to fight the bronze-ranked beasts, but she also noticed how fast they were learning. With each battle, their movements became more confident and polished. Sierra was sure that a middle-aged man named Alwa who gave the couple valuable advice, played a significant role in this. At one point, she wanted to take the initiative and give them advice, seeing their talent. However, when she remembered that they were already disciples of the elf she had met in the Adventurers Guild building, she lost that desire. Soon, Sierra, like the group, began to notice oddities in the Forbidden Zone. Combining all her knowledge and eavesdropping on the group's conversation, she came to the same conclusion as them. For Sierra, it all became more and more fascinating. Before entering the middle layer, Sierra was worried that Limbo's consciousness and the Forbidden Zone itself would notice her. However, to her surprise and great joy, they did not find her. It immediately occurred to her that if she hadn't taken the potion that reduced her disadvantage, the Forbidden Zone and perhaps Limbo's consciousness would probably have noticed her. The biggest discovery of the day, of course, was Nemo. Nothing struck her as much as his ability to use multiple elements at once, which seemed completely inexplicable. She tested him with her soul power and made sure that this guy, Nemo, was only a gold rank. However, he had a huge amount of mana for his rank. Izzy, no matter how hard she tried, couldn't find Sierra, and Sierra, in turn, didn't notice the spirit Nemo had contracted with. If she had discovered Izzy, she would have been able to put everything together and understand how he could use multiple elements at the same time. What race is he? Sierra wondered, trying to figure out his origin. But no matter how much she thought, she couldn't find any similarities with the races she knew. He had some similarities to the so-called alphas, just like Idan, but she immediately dismissed the thought. After all, no one had seen alphas for several centuries, and here, in this place, could two creatures with these bloodlines appear at once? Moreover, Idan is not a local, and his bloodline has been obtained. He wasn't born an alpha, but he became one. I wonder what that little sister who chose Nemo as her partner looks like, Sierra muttered without taking her eyes off Nemo. She suddenly wanted to see the Valkyrie who had become Nemo's partner. As she watched the couple, she noticed Idan staring at Arabel. Thanks to her many years of experience, she could tell from his behavior and facial expression how he was feeling right now. And then she noticed how Arabel looked at him after the guy was distracted. Sierra's lips slowly turned up at the corners when she saw Arabel blush and start slapping her cheeks, as if trying to get rid of some embarrassing thoughts. She found something interesting. Towards evening, having not encountered any more waves of beasts, the group began to set up camp, choosing a suitable place for this. Noticing this, Sierra decided to help them a little and created a barely noticeable distraction spell around the camp. If the beasts get close, her spell will confuse their thoughts and lead them away from the camp. Limbo and the Forbidden Zone's consciousness won't immediately understand what's going on, but they won't be able to realize that it has anything to do with her. Arabel was relieved to receive Sierra's message. She believed Sierra's words, knowing that she could do it. Looking at the flames of the campfire, Arabel thought about what had happened to her in the last 2 months. If she and Idan find a way out within a month, they can return to their own world, right? If that's the case, what should she do when they get back? She couldn't imagine how much things had changed in more than a year of their absence. A lot could have happened, especially since they didn't know what the second disaster was like. Arabel also wondered how her younger brother Arslan was doing. Then she remembered how they had left. It seemed to her that he was scolding her for leaving him to deal with the consequences of their actions. She thought of Idan's older sister, who looked at her as a sworn enemy, while she treated her younger brother very differently. Arabel was sure that this girl appreciated her brother very much, just as she appreciated her younger brother. She thought about the system. Arabel was not stupid and understood that their system was still not fully functioning. It was necessary to complete what they had started 2 months ago in front of a small crowd, including her younger brother and older sister Idana. However, despite realizing this fact, she still wasn't sure. She believed that they would be able to sort out all the problems as they stayed in this world, but so far they have not succeeded. They were busy training and learning, only occasionally finding time for a short walk. She would like to get advice on this issue, but who could she ask? She glanced at Eulalia and shook her head. This elf, like herself, was new to this business. The guys shouldn't have been bothered about it at all. She just sighed softly, looking at the firelight, and decided to leave this matter to fate, at least until she returned to her own world. Chapter 98-98. Self-awareness returning to the tent to rest, Idan lay down, but could not immediately fall asleep. His mind was preoccupied with finding a solution to the problem: how to fully control his bloodline so that it wouldn't affect his emotions and pose a hidden threat that could explode at any moment. He realized that the root of the problem lay in himself, not in others. He should have changed his views, accepted himself for who he is, and sought to become the best version of himself. It was important to stop looking for excuses and not shift responsibility onto others. He began to recall the most important moments of his life, starting with those that were most vividly etched in his memory. He thought of his dead father. Idan loved him the way he was. Unlike many other people, his father was an ordinary man who genuinely loved his wife and children. He never raised a hand against Idan and his older sister. Idan clearly remembered how his older sister adored her father and how he spoiled her. There was harmony in their family. Idan had never felt jealous of his father's affection for his older sister and for his sister, who was also very close to his father. Only one moment slightly overshadowed this idyll. It was a period when his father was framed at work and he had to quit. He had been looking for a new job for a long time, but he was not discouraged and did not give up. And after a while, everything paid off. He found a decent job, a salary that could fully provide for their small family. This incident was the reason that his older sister began to see the representatives of high society and rich families as her enemies. She instilled in him a dislike for these people, explaining that they were the cause of their father's suffering. By doing this, Irene wanted to protect her younger brother from the same fate that befell their father. She did not want her brother to get involved with members of high society, who, in her opinion, were two-faced and selfish people. The fact is that a close friend of their father, a representative of one of these families, betrayed and framed him, forcing him to quit his job. Irene was already old enough at that time and realized all the consequences of this betrayal. Although the father did not show his suffering to the children, she understood perfectly well how he suffered. Therefore, she began to fiercely hate this man and everyone who was associated with him. Gradually, her hatred spread to the entire high society as a whole. Then there was a disaster, Idan said softly, remembering the day that turned not only his life, but the life of their entire world upside down. The death of his father as a result of this disaster was a heavy blow to everyone, but their mother had the hardest time of all. After hearing this news, she couldn't accept it, and only the support of her older sister helped her survive the first days after the tragedy. Then, a sudden event occurred that plunged everyone into sleep, is how Idan recalled that strange day when everyone suddenly lost consciousness, and some people received revelation and guidance. The introduction of the serum and the awakened, these memories of a strange event that happened on one of the ordinary days haunted him. That day, he took a serum that he later found out was the awakening serum. Now that he thought about it, he couldn't understand how the government could find out about serums that help people awaken. As an awakened one, he knew that only the awakened ones could awaken the system. But how could a simple serum help people connect with the system or awaken it? His mind was unable to comprehend all these mysteries. This was followed by the realization that her sister had awakened, his jealousy, and his foolish, childish-like actions. When he thought about them, he wanted to forget about them. However, he had to come to terms with it, because these actions were an integral part of himself, a valuable lesson that he had to learn in order not to repeat them over and over again. He quickly recalled the first year after the disaster. He remembered his stupidest actions, for which his older sister beat him. He remembered how he disappointed his mother. When he reached the moment when he encountered Arabel and awakened the system, everything else seemed to him to be the dream of an unhealthy and narrow-minded person. The system's tasks seemed crazy, and all the things he did seemed stupid. However, as a result of all this, he found himself in this world with Arabel, a descendant of a superior family, with those whom his older sister Irene inspired him to hate. The memories of further events in this wonderful world were still alive in his mind, and there was no need to return to them. These were all the memories that defined his personality and made him who he is now. But there were other memories. The memories he had taken over from his second personality, experienced during the Ascension trial, seemed to him to be a part of himself. However, His mind and self-awareness did not accept these memories, as well as the memories themselves, which did not seem to want to become a part of his life. No, it's not like that. They didn't want to accept him, but the world he lived in. These memories did not believe in what was happening in this world. It is these memories that prevent him from fully mastering his bloodline and have a significant impact on his emotions. Every time he accesses his alpha fire bloodline, these memories gain a connection with him, and all the emotions they hold, like a wave, flood his mind and excite him. This time, he completely immersed himself in his mind, trying to remember what had happened to his other self during the trial. He wanted to understand the causes of those intense emotions and find a way to calm them down. Idan realized that the key to full control over his bloodline lay precisely in these memories. Reliving them, Idan finally caught the thread that led him to this key. And, as he suspected, this thread led him to his and Arabel's homeworld. Idan sighed softly, realizing that only by returning to his homeworld would he be able to fully control his bloodline. There is no other way. Chapter 99-99, to the central layer. It's time, let's go, Ulwa said, addressing the group. The second night in the Forbidden Zone, this time in its middle layer, was surprisingly peaceful. The sun was already rising above the horizon, and the cold night air was gradually dissipating. Due to the fact that the beasts did not bother them at night, the whole group had a good rest and regained their strength. They didn't waste any time, have a quick breakfast, and pack up their tents and set off deeper into the middle layer. Today, their goal is to reach the central layer. The whole group was ready to face the wave of beasts again, and the Forbidden Zone did not keep them waiting long. Before they had gone far from the place where they had spent the night, they encountered a wave of beasts that greatly exceeded yesterday's last one. Ulwa stepped forward and, like yesterday, quickly dealt with most of the opponents. He decided to focus on the platinum-ranked beasts, leaving the rest to the rest of the group. Thanks to this, they didn't waste much time. After quickly dealing with the wave and collecting only some parts of the beasts above the golden rank, the group continued on their way. They didn't want to waste time butchering the carcass and extracting resources, trying to cover as much territory as possible between the next waves of beasts. However, something unexpected happened. The expected wave never appeared. That wasn't the only thing that bothered them. Ever since they entered the middle layer, they had not met a single doppelganger. Under normal circumstances, this would simply be impossible. They should have encountered at least one of them, but instead, including yesterday's waves, they encountered a huge number of beasts. Their number has already exceeded all imaginable limits. There were only 6 people in the group, and although there was a diamond-ranked fighter among them, they had not yet encountered an opponent of this level. Everyone was convinced that they would have to face opponents of the diamond rank in the central zone. However, they were most afraid of encountering a perfect doppelganger. Feeling some tension from the suspense and the strangeness of the situation, the group continued on their way to the central layer. The closer they got, the more they felt the fear of the unknown. They were approaching the center faster than they expected. As they walked, Arabel noticed Idan's strange behavior since the morning. He was quiet and calm. Even his movements during the battles were a little different than before. It made her worry if something had happened to him. She even wondered if he had been replaced with a doppelganger. To make sure that he was the real Idan, she used a mental link that only the two of them could use. "Are you all right?" she asked worriedly. Idan was slightly surprised by Arabel's sudden question and looked at her. "I'm fine," he replied immediately, seeing the concern in her eyes. When she heard Idan's voice in her head, she felt relieved that it wasn't his doppelganger. Idan had been worried about a lot of things since morning. Firstly, he was upset that he would not be able to sort out his bloodline in the near future. Secondly, at night, while on duty, he noticed that the energy of madness that had previously penetrated into his body and filled it had stopped. His body was no longer responding to this energy. This discovery was a signal to Idan that his body was already completely sated, and at that moment, he resembled a fully charged bomb that was just waiting for a spark to explode. He wasn't happy about it at all. On the contrary, he was on edge. From that moment on, he began to feel a slow-growing desire to release and vent all that energy. It was bearable now and didn't bother him, but he knew that the longer he held back, the worse it would be for him. At any moment, something could happen and everything could go wrong. He still couldn't fully control his emotions, and if something happened that alarmed him and he couldn't help himself, it could end badly. Before Arabel anxiously asked about his well-being, Idan wasn't sure if he should share his concerns about the energy of madness. However, when he heard Arabel's question, he decided to at least partially share his feelings with her. Idan, without realizing it, needed support to some extent. Arabel, one might say, was the only person in the group who knew Idan better than others and was close to him. Over the past 2 months, their relationship has improved slightly, but has not moved to a new level. Because of all these problems, they didn't have time for a relationship. Idan would really like all these problems to disappear so that he could be with Arabel in a more relaxed environment, without unnecessary worries. He was aware that this was unlikely to happen in the near future. When Arabel heard about Idan's concerns about the energy of madness, she became concerned about him. However, despite her worries, she didn't know how to help. The system had already made it clear that Idan would be fine. They could only trust her. Idan needed to stay fully focused and in control of his emotions. As they expected, the group reached the boundary of the central layer pretty quickly. They didn't even notice they had crossed the border until Arabel received a message from Sierra. Although Idan could no longer feel the energy of madness pouring into his body, he could still feel the density of the energy surrounding them. When they moved into the central layer, the energy density increased dramatically, as it did when they crossed the outer layer and entered the middle one. "Little sister, I can't follow you. In the central layer, you are on your own. I'll be waiting for you in the middle layer. Good luck to you," Arabel heard Sierra say as they crossed the border. "We have entered the central layer," Idan said, surprising everyone with his sudden statement. Nemo and Eulalia immediately understood how he found out about it, while Ulwa and his disciple could not figure out how he guessed. During these 2.5 days, all the members of the group were no longer strangers to each other and began to trust each other. Therefore, they immediately believed Idan's words and became more cautious and attentive. They entered the territory that was considered the most dangerous place. Having made the decision to face everything that awaits them with full confidence, the group moved further into the depths of the central layer in search of the temple. The couple again raised the issue of the unique beast. They had reached the right place. The questions now were how to find this creature, what kind of creature it was, and how to help Nemo tame it. Chapter 100. The oppressive atmosphere of the central layer. After Sierra escorted the group to the central layer, she stayed for a while. Like the others, she noticed the strangeness of the forbidden zone. She wondered what surprises the mind of this world in the center had in store for them. She couldn't accompany them without being discovered, so she could only wish them luck. In the next couple of days, unless something serious happens, she won't be meeting with the group. Moreover, she did not think that the group would return the same way. She needed to find traces of other outsiders and the local population who gather in this forbidden zone in order to be ready to fulfill her end of the bargain. Having made a decision, Sierra turned around, spread all her 3 pairs of wings, and headed for the border of the outer layer with the middle one. According to her guesses, it was there that the group would be ambushed after their return. She also assumed that probably all the doppelgangers of the forbidden zone were concentrated on this border, in order to detain Arabel and Idan's group when they returned. The forbidden zone could act according to the established rules and send a limited number of doppelgangers against the so-called examinees, which were Arabel and Idan's group. Sierra assumed that Limbo's mind did not want to prematurely lose its pawns and decided to gather them all in one place to prevent the group from returning. Instead of doppelgangers, it dispatched all the available beasts to delay the group's progress for a while. "System, we've finally reached the designated location. Can you tell us what kind of beast we need to tame and how to find it?" Arabel asked, hoping to get hints from the system to complete the task. "Host, you don't have to worry about this beast at the moment. All you have to do is try to survive in this zone. The rest will happen by itself." Instead of giving a hint, their system only reminded them of the dangers of the central layer again and urged them to focus on survival. Although the couple was unhappy with this response, they did not swear. Their system was a bit wayward, but the fact that she advised them to try to survive was worrying. They trusted the system's words and didn't dwell on the issue of the unique beast, Instead, they paid attention to the environment and what was happening around them. As advised by the system, they decided to trust the case and wait for some more time. The air in the central part of the forest was heavy and oppressive. With each step, the surrounding environment changed. The trees grew taller and the vegetation thicker. However, what bothered the group the most was that, despite the abundance of vegetation, there was a deathly silence around. They could only hear their own footsteps, breathing, and the rustle of leaves under their feet. All this created unbearable pressure, and they felt very anxious. Idan suffered the most from this. Under the oppressive atmosphere and the powerful flow of madness energy, his desire, which had previously been barely noticeable and tolerable, began to grow much faster. He tried his best to contain this surging feeling. Only one creature, surprisingly, enjoyed being in this place. It was Izzy, the spirit Nemo had made a contract with. She felt at home in this place. All of her abilities have almost doubled, and her ability to detect dangers has improved significantly. Thanks to her, the group quickly moved deeper without encountering any resistance. They had never imagined that the absence of enemies, beasts, and doppelgangers could be so frightening and disturbing. They would have been much calmer if they had met at least an ordinary beast or a doppelganger. But for several hours, they had been wandering through the forest, which seemed deceptively alive, but was actually empty. All this made significant changes to their plans. They were moving too fast, ahead of all the established time frames. Have you ever been to other forbidden zones? Idan finally broke the silence, asking Alwa a question to lighten the oppressive atmosphere a bit. Although Idan and Alwa were on duty together yesterday, they didn't communicate much so as not to disturb the others and give them a chance to rest. Idan could have used a mental link to avoid saying the words out loud and communicate with Alwa, but he and Arabel decided to refrain from this and not reveal their ability to anyone except those whom they can trust. No, Alwa replied, and after a moment's thought, he added, in the early days when I found myself in this place, I was a little confused. I thought I was dead and in the world of the dead. And you know, on the very first day, I was deceived by a small child and robbed. After saying that, he laughed, remembering that time. It took me a while to realize everything, and then I focused only on my own survival. I didn't have the time or desire to take risks and venture into forbidden zones, which were already known as inaccessible places back then. That was enough for the group to get an idea of his life. For him, as for them, this was his first trip to the forbidden zones, especially to the central layer. Of course, Alwa, like them, was feeling agitated and had already begun to feel pressure from his surroundings. Soon, the group reached a small clearing. The journey took almost the entire day, and the sun was already beginning to sink towards the horizon, heralding the imminent end of the third day of their journey. They expected to see a temple in the clearing. It was their dearest wish. However, instead of the temple, they saw a small dilapidated wooden building located in the center of the clearing. Surprised, they looked at each other, trying to figure out what it could be, but there was only confusion in everyone's eyes. None of them had the slightest idea what kind of building it was. They had never heard of other buildings in the forbidden zones before, other than those famous 3 temples. Calming down and pulling themselves together, they headed towards the dilapidated building. Arabel and Idan, looking at this building, had a strange feeling. Their intuition told them that this was not just a building, but something more. However, they couldn't figure out what it was. System, what is this? Why do I have this strange feeling? Asked Idan, despite the fact that the system always urged them to be independent of it. Host is not a building. It's a living thing pretending to be a building. And the purpose of your test is inside this building. The voice of the system replied. Upon hearing this answer, Idan, who was following the group, almost stumbled and fell down in surprise. Arabel stopped dead in her tracks and stared at the building with her eyes wide open. Monster house, she exclaimed through a mental link. When she heard that the building was a living being, she remembered how she had once seen an excerpt of a cartoon where teenagers fought with a house that was a monster. This fragment of the cartoon is vividly imprinted in her memory. The others noticed their strange behavior and stopped. What happened? Eulalia asked them. Arabel and Idan looked at each other for advice on whether they should reveal what they had heard or not. They decided to share this information anyway, because no one knew what was waiting for them inside the building, and they didn't want to endanger the group by hiding such important information. Arabel established a mental link with Nemo and Eulalia and relayed to them what she had heard from the system. Nemo, Eulalia, and even Izzy were stunned and terrified by what they heard. They involuntarily took a step back from the building. Even Izzy couldn't discover and confirm that the building was indeed a living thing, but she believed Arabel's words without question. "What happened?" asked the puzzled Eloi, noticing the strange behavior of the group. But before they could respond, the flimsy door of the dilapidated building creaked open, and a figure stepped out. Everyone immediately noticed the figure. Because of the silence, the creak of the door opening and the sound of footsteps echoed through the clearing. Upon seeing this figure, everyone held their breath. Everyone was so stunned that they almost jumped in surprise. Idan and Arabel's group were especially surprised because their master, the high elf Milika, came out of the building. "Master?" asked Eulalia, recovering a little. "No, it's not her," replied Eloi with a serious look. "It's a perfect doppelganger that completely copied your master." From the author, "Oh, finally, I've reached the 100th chapter. This is one of the most significant stages for me. I am very glad that I was able to cover this distance without interruptions. I hope you enjoyed this chapter." From that moment on, the plot begins to develop faster. Chapter 101, 101. A battle between two fighters of the diamond rank. "Master?" asked Eulalia, recovering a little. "No way, it's not her," replied Eloi with a serious look. "This is a perfect doppelganger that completely copied your master." Everyone was extremely amazed when they heard Eloi words. At first, they wanted to object, but deep down they knew he was right. They were ready to meet the perfect doppelganger, but not in this way. None of the four could tell the difference between the perfect doppelganger in front of them and their master. Her presence and even the trademark grin on her face were the same as the real one. How can they resist it? Everyone knew that their master was considered the strongest outsider in the city. Eloi didn't think he could defeat that elf's doppelganger either. He had already realized that he was no match for her. Moreover, according to Eloi, the elf definitely belonged to the highest realm. And apparently, her doppelganger should also be at the peak of the diamond rank. He was already regretting agreeing with her. But there is no cure for regret. He had experienced this feeling so many times that even if there was some kind of remedy, it would not be enough to cure it. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward. Only he could fight back against this doppelganger. "Go away, you're no match for her," he shouted decisively and headed towards Milika's doppelganger to buy the others time and give them the opportunity to leave. The others looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Everyone had their own reason for doubt. Liam didn't want to leave his master, but he couldn't resist his master's orders either. Idan and Arabel have clearly heard that the beast they need to help tame Nemo is inside this strange building. Eulalia was confused. Her mind was in chaos. On the one hand, she didn't want to leave Eloi. On the other, of all the members of the group, she was the least willing to admit that they were facing the perfect double of the woman she respected and revered the most. Only Nemo took Eloi's order to retreat seriously. He wanted to follow him and take his juniors away from this place. This opponent wasn't someone they could handle. But just as he was about to act, he heard Izzy's voice in his head, urging him to stop. "Wait, Nemo, wait, there's something wrong here." Izzy didn't know, but ever since that figure left the building, she began to feel strange calls from within. It was as if something was insistently inviting her to come inside. As a spirit, Izzy was sensitive to the intentions of others and could immediately tell who had good intentions and who had evil intentions. But whatever was calling her inside had neither good nor bad intentions. Before the group could make a final decision, Milika's doppelganger waved her arms and released a huge amount of mana. In the blink of an eye, she created a large dome that completely sealed the small clearing. Seeing this, everyone shuddered. They immediately realized that the doppelganger didn't want them to run away. Eloi only sighed in disappointment, noticing that no one listened to his calls and did not even move from his seat. Pulling out his sword from his back, he released his aura to the fullest. There was no point in him holding back against such an opponent anymore. The surroundings around him began to twist and distort under the pressure of his aura. Idan and Arabel, as aura users, very clearly felt the difference between the aura of the diamond rank and their tiny strength. It was like heaven and earth. They held their breath and stared at the two heavyweights. "You're a brave man. Show me what you're capable of, human," the doppelganger said with their master's trademark smile. She called on Alwa to demonstrate his strength. Hearing the doppelganger's voice, the group was even more surprised. Even their manner of speech and voice were indistinguishable from their masters. Now they've really realized how intimidating perfect doppelgangers can be. Master follows the path of bloodline and the path of magic, right? Arabel asked Eulalia and Nemo without taking her eyes off the two diamond-ranked fighters. They all felt the tension building between them. Under the pressure of Alwa aura, Milika's doppelganger didn't seem to feel him at all and continued to look at her opponent with a smile. "What's her main element?" asked Idan this time. In all the time they had been under Milika's guidance, they had yet to see her fully use her magic. Yes, she used some basic spells related to different elements, and mistakenly, it seemed that she had an affinity for many of them. However, as the couple learned the rules of this world, they realized that most creatures here could only have affinity for one element. However, this does not mean that they cannot use spells related to other elements. It's just that their strength and understanding of these elements will be much lower than the main one. Therefore, many people do not strive to master all the other elements, saving their time and focusing on their main one. The lightning element, Eulalia said. As the oldest and the one who had been under her guidance the longest, she was able to see Milika's true power. And as if it had been planned in advance, immediately after these words, yellow lightning began to flash around Milika's doppelganger. At the same moment, the two diamond-ranked fighters disappeared, and a huge shockwave swept everyone out of its path, accompanied by a deafening noise from the collision of the two. Although the clearing was small, its consequences turned out to be large. Scale, the entire space was engulfed by the shock wave left after the collision of the two strongest fighters. Surprisingly, the dilapidated building did not collapse under this gust, only tilted slightly. Their speed was so fast that Idan, Arabel, and even Nemo couldn't follow their movements. Only Liam and Eulalia, who had reached the platinum rank, could barely detect their movements. The shockwaves and noise that arose one after another did not allow the others to rise from their places, as if chaining them to the ground. It was too scary. Idan and Arabel, who were watching a battle of this level for the first time, were unable to utter a word. They were trembling under the pressure of what was happening. They only had a silver rank, while the participants in the battle were 3 ranks above them. The collision happened suddenly and ended just as quickly. Alios fell to the ground with a thud, leaving a deep dent. He still held his sword tightly in his hands. Alios tried to get up, but suddenly there was a clap of thunder and a yellow spark, pinning him even more to the ground. At that moment, Milika's doppelganger appeared above him and forcefully stepped on his chest. "Is that all?" Milika's doppelganger asked with some disappointment, looking at Alwa. She sounded like she expected more, but when she got that result, she was disappointed. Without waiting for a response from her opponent, she raised her head and looked at the others who were still lying nearby. Her gaze landed on Nemo first. Then she looked at Idan and Arabel, and a smile lit up her face. "Let me ask you a question. What makes you think I'm a doppelganger?" she suddenly asked the group. "Have you ever thought that the one who lives in the city might actually be a doppelganger, not me?" Chapter 102, Inappropriate Behavior. Have you ever thought that the one who lives in the city might actually be a doppelganger, and not me? The doppelganger suddenly asked a question that amazed everyone present. Eulalia was the most shocked of all. She shook her head resolutely, refusing to believe what she was hearing. Better this doppelganger than the one who accepted her as a disciple. The other 3 couldn't believe their ears right away and looked at the doppelganger skeptically. They knew from Nemo's story that the perfect doppelgangers were smart and cunning. No matter how hard they looked at this doppelganger, they couldn't tell her apart from the real Milika. If they hadn't been aware of the existence of such creatures, they would have believed the words of this doppelganger and mistaken her for their true master. Milika's doppelganger, noticing the skeptical look of the group, did not become angry or upset. On the contrary, she continued to smile. Suddenly, she noticed that the man she had pinned to the ground was beginning to show signs of life. Then she took her foot away and stepped aside. Alwa was in a deplorable state. However, he did not give up and glared at Milika's doppelganger. He struggled to his feet and was ready to continue the fight, but suddenly the doppelganger just shook her head in frustration, turned around and walked back into the building. "Okay, kids, stop staring," the doppelganger said, heading into the building. The group was confused, not understanding what the doppelganger was talking about. "Anyone who wants to can come out and play with the guests. I want to see what they are capable of, especially our two guests from another world," she added. Only then did they realize that the doppelganger wasn't talking to them, but to someone else. At that moment, the dilapidated building suddenly shook, and the door fell to the ground with a bang. It was followed by a window frame, a board from the wall, a small oil lamp, and last of all, a single chimney fell from the roof. One at a time, one at a time. "That's it. Whoever made it, made it. We have to follow the rules of this place," said Milika's doppelganger, looking at the wreckage of the building. After her words, the building creaked as if expressing its displeasure. All 5 parts of the building began to tremble at the same time, and then began to materialize into a black liquid that took the shape of a sphere and rapidly spun. Following this, the sphere began to take on a new shape, and in a matter of seconds, 5 perfect doppelgangers of themselves appeared in front of the group. When they saw the 5 doppelgangers appear, they immediately turned their gaze to the building, and each had a terrible thought in their head. Was this whole building created from a multitude of doppelgangers? The most amazing thing is that they have never heard that doppelgangers can take the form of inanimate objects. This indicated that all these doppelgangers were not mute and talking, but were perfect doppelgangers. Perfect doppelgangers! The realization that the entire building consists of perfect doppelgangers shocked everyone. While the group stared at the building in amazement, their doppelgangers studied their new look with interest, enjoying the new possibilities. The group looked at their doppelgangers in surprise, and when they saw what they were doing, they were speechless. The doppelgangers of Eulalia and Arabel behaved rather strangely, feeling their bodies as if enjoying the softness of individual parts. Look, do I have the same long ears as ancestor?" said Eulalia's doppelganger, clutching her long ears. Eulalia's doppelganger seemed delighted as she felt her ears. No, the real Eulalia thought, feeling embarrassed. Her doppelganger was behaving so inappropriately. At first, she unceremoniously felt her breasts and buttocks, and now she moved on to her ears. But the worst part was that she compared the length of her ears to Milika's. Eulalia herself would never have dared to make such a comparison, knowing that the high elves would not like it. While Arabel was surprised to discover that her doppelganger had adopted a copy of her disguise rather than her true appearance. This calmed her down a bit, and she stopped perceiving the shameless behavior of her doppelganger. Hey, thank God, this mask is just something." She was very glad that the ghost mask was able to protect her from such an awkward situation. As for the guys, they also carefully examined their bodies. One of them, Liam's doppelganger, even lowered his pants and stared at what was between his legs for a long time. His gaze was thoughtful, and it was unclear what he was thinking at that moment. "What the hell?" Liam was completely stunned as he watched his doppelganger. Idan's doppelganger, having got used to it a little, suddenly appeared next to Eulalia's doppelganger and began to molest her. In response to his actions, she only shamelessly moaned when he grabbed her breasts and began to paw. Arabel's doppelganger was curiously watching her fellow humans and their behavior. The real Idan, seeing how shamelessly his doppelganger was behaving, frowned and began to get angry, his emotions boiling. "Damn doppelganger, he has no shame or conscience at all." No, Eulalia was so embarrassed that she even blushed at the sight. Arabel, watching Idan and Eulalia's doppelgangers, then looking at their real ones, her eyes turned cold. Idan caught her gaze on him, and it sent a shiver through his body. That look instantly cooled his anger and emotions, which had just started to boil. Among the 5, only Nemo's doppelganger stood quietly, examining his body. Then he turned his gaze to his fellows and watched their actions with interest. Having satisfied his curiosity, Nemo's doppelganger wanted to take off his mask, which he wore just like the real Nemo. But before he could do that, the real Nemo appeared next to him, holding a sword and shield, both of which were charged with magic. Without giving his doppelganger a chance, he brought the sword down on him, not allowing him to remove the mask. The doppelganger was caught off guard and didn't even have time to react. His head flew off his shoulders and rolled on the ground. Everyone, the doppelgangers, the group, and even Milika's doppelganger, were stunned by what had happened. Suddenly, there was silence. Chapter 103 103. Against the doppelgangers, the poor Nemo doppelganger didn't have time to come to his senses, as his head was cut off. The culprit of all this stood silently, staring at the body of his doppelganger. Then there was a satisfied sigh from Nemo. The doppelganger's body, which was the center of attention, slowly turned into a black sludge that flowed towards the building and took the shape of a window frame. "Ha!" Milika's doppelganger sighed. "Stop playing, it's time to get to work," she said seriously. Upon hearing her order, the doppelgangers, who had previously behaved like naughty children, immediately became serious and turned their eyes to the originals. Nemo was about to come to the aid of the others when suddenly he received a message from Milika's doppelganger. "Don't interfere," she said. He turned around and saw her smiling brightly at him. "This is their test. You've already passed your time," she added. Nemo looked at the others and noticed how they were focusing on their opponents. Deciding to follow the advice of Milika's doppelganger, he put away his sword and shield. Alwa, having come to his senses, also heard a similar advice. When the group faced their doppelgangers, he wanted to step in. However, the doppelganger's words stopped him, and he was forced to obey. He was no match for her, and if he had disobeyed her orders, he probably wouldn't have survived. He didn't understand why this doppelganger had spared him. Seeing that they were too close to each other, and their doppelgangers intended to engage in a one-on-one duel with the originals, Idan and Arabel decided to move to the right, and Eulalia and Liam to the left. All this time, Milika's doppelganger did not take her eyes off Nemo, as if trying to penetrate his soul and reveal all the secrets. She was amazed by the strength he had unexpectedly displayed by getting rid of his doppelganger in one blow. Milika's doppelganger understood that the power he had just displayed was beyond the power of the doppelganger. That was the reason why the doppelganger didn't even have time to react. "That's it," exclaimed Milika's doppelganger, realizing something amazing, and a charming smile shone on her face. Having satisfied her curiosity about Nemo, she finally turned her attention to the other four. All of them have already engaged in combat with their doppelgangers. She immediately noticed that the elf and the guy with the sword were having a hard time, and it was unclear who would prevail, the doppelgangers or themselves. Compared to Nemo and the other two, whom she had shown interest in from the beginning, these two seemed too ordinary to her. There was nothing special about them. She quickly lost interest in them and stopped watching their confrontation. She had certain expectations related to the elf, but they were not fulfilled. The elf turned out to be completely different from the one she had once copied herself from. It upset her a little. Then she turned her attention to another goal that interested her. It was a girl with short black hair. It took her a moment to realize that the girl's appearance was a disguise. But no matter how good the ghost mask was, it couldn't completely hide Arabel's real appearance. Milika's doppelganger was surprised by this discovery. She alternated between looking at the real Arabel and her replica. And the fact that she had an artifact that even tricked the doppelganger's copying abilities couldn't help but surprise her. Realizing that the artifact only concealed the user's appearance and presence, she felt relieved. If the artifact could also mask strength and rank, it would be a serious problem for her race. After all, their main ability is to copy not only their appearance, but also their rank, as well as some of the abilities of their targets. She watched Arabel's fight with her doppelganger with genuine interest. At the very beginning, the fight was intense and evenly matched. None of the competitors had a clear advantage. After several exchange attacks, Arabel roughly realized her opponent's strength and what skills she had copied from her. The doppelganger was able to reproduce her proximity to the elements and swordsmanship from the Path of Sword style. However, to her surprise, she was unable to recreate her moon sword style technique. Instead, the doppelganger could use aura, but could not combine it with the elements and apply the skills of this sword style. After all, what the system provides is something incredible. Arabel admired herself. Not far from her, Idan was fighting with his doppelganger. She paid attention to him from time to time. And at the moment when Idan was at some distance from his doppelganger, she immediately transmitted through a mental link the command they had developed earlier. "Idan, share it." Idan, having separated from his doppelganger after hearing Arabel's words, immediately activated their first unique skill. He immediately shared with her 50% of his main stats. Arabel, having gained 50% of Idan's stats in addition to her own, wasted no time in swiftly attacking her doppelganger, surprising her with a sudden surge of power. Her strength has already surpassed the limits of the silver rank. Without missing an opportunity, she unleashed a barrage of attacks on her doppelganger. Against such an attack, her doppelganger didn't stand a chance. No matter how hard she tried to resist, she couldn't. After a few blows, her body turned into black sludge and, like Nemo's doppelganger, flowed towards the building. Having dealt with her doppelganger, Arabel did not forget that their unique skill has a significant drawback. When using it, one of them becomes stronger, and the other one becomes weaker. She immediately canceled the effect of the skill and, on the contrary, used it, sharing her 50% of the stats with Idan. She could see that he was still keeping his distance, trying not to reveal his weakness caused by this skill. When he felt his stats being restored, and then felt additional ones being added to them, he immediately realized that Arabel had already coped and shared her powers with him. Soon, in a matter of seconds, Idan's doppelganger turned into a black sludge that flowed towards the building. All this time, Milika's doppelganger was watching them closely, and the moment when they both used their unique skill did not escape her attention. Milika's doppelganger was pleasantly surprised. There was not a shadow of anger or displeasure in her eyes, but only sincere joy when she looked at them. She realized that this couple, like Nemo, has a special ability that the doppelgangers cannot copy. "Great," she exclaimed, admiring their abilities. Chapter 104. Inside the building in the battle with their doppelgangers, the Quapple used only their sword skills and one of the first unique abilities they had. Although their relationship had not reached even greater heights, their affection status was already 50%, which also affected the increase in the percentage of character exchange. After they dealt with their doppelgangers, the couple felt a strange feeling. Before that, they had only fought and killed beasts. The first meeting with his doppelgangers took place more than 2 months ago. Back then, they were defeated and couldn't deal with them personally. However, the sight of their own corpses that they saw back then was a bit shocking. This time, they dealt with their doppelgangers with their own hands, and it had some effect on them. The couple understood that sooner or later, they would have to raise their hands against humans or other races similar to humans. They might have to fight to the death and kill them. They were ready for this, especially since they had memories of the Ascension trial, where they were already up to their elbows in the blood of people. But even that didn't get rid of the strange feeling that gripped them. They stood for a while and then, trying to get rid of the strange feeling, shook their heads and decided to focus on something else. They were thrilled to be able to defeat these terrifying, perfect doppelgangers without using their hidden cards like bloodlines and the unique swap feature. Although Idan couldn't use his bloodline, that didn't stop him from swapping places with Arabel at the right moment so she could deal with his doppelganger. They met eyes and were glad to see that they had succeeded. However, in their joy, they forgot and did not take into account that the perfect doppelgangers restrained themselves and did not use all their might. They decided to fight one-on-one, copying only themselves. Unlike other types of doppelgangers, perfect doppelgangers could copy multiple creatures, retain these forms, and change them at will at any moment. At this time, on the other side of the clearing, the battle was not developing as successfully as the couples. After a while, Liam and Eulalia began to lose ground, feeling the pressure from their doppelgangers. They realized that if this went on, they would be defeated. The others who were watching began to worry as well. They realized that if this continued, they would lose. Almost simultaneously, everyone turned their gaze to Milika's doppelganger, who had been watching the couple with a smile the entire time, ignoring Liam and Eulalia. She had long lost interest in the two of them and seemed to know in advance what the outcome would be. The gaze of those around her could not distract her from her thoughts. It was only when Alwa and Nemo, seeing that Milika's doppelganger was not paying attention to them, decided to intervene, that she finally took her eyes off the couple and said, "That's enough, come back." She commanded the two perfect doppelgangers, who by this time had already completely exhausted Liam and Eulalia. The winner was already a foregone conclusion. The doppelgangers, without objecting, obeyed her order and returned to their places in the building. You, and you, said Milika's doppelganger, pointing at Nemo, Idan, and Arabel. Follow me. The rest stay here. With these words, she entered the building through the ajar door, which by this time had already returned to its place. Nemo, Idan, and Arabel exchanged glances. It was a complete surprise to them. They did not expect at all that events would take such a turn. Ulwa, Eulalia, and Liam also started to worry. Especially Eulalia, as the oldest among them, was worried about her younger comrades. However, the barrier was still in place, and they couldn't retreat. It's going to be okay, senior. Rest and wait here, Arabel told Eulalia and followed Idan and Nemo. Idan and Nemo nodded to Liam and Ulwa in silence and headed towards the building. The trio cautiously approached the slightly ajar door, but at that moment it abruptly swung open, startling them. When they stepped back, startled, not only the door, but the entire building creaked, as if laughing at them. The trio's right eye twitched when they realized that they were really being laughed at. After crossing the threshold, they froze in place, and goosebumps ran through their bodies, as they clearly felt several dozen gazes staring at them at once. They were looked at from all sides, from all angles. It was incredibly uncomfortable to stand there under the gaze of so many hidden creatures. This way, they suddenly heard the voice of Milika's doppelganger coming from behind the ajar door that led to another room. After listening to her words, the three of them, under the gazes of so many creatures, headed towards where the voice came from. Upon entering, they found that Milika's doppelganger was sitting at the table, and an animal resembling a small black kitten with large golden eyes was comfortably sitting on her lap, which was staring at them with its curious gaze. She ran her gaze over all three of them, and then fixed it on Nemo and did not take her gaze off him. Milika's doppelganger also noticed this and gently stroked her head. And then something unexpected happened that amazed all three of them. The little kitten, without taking his eyes off, began to transform into a little black wolf cub right in front of their eyes. Idan, it seems to me that this is the very being I'm thinking of. Arabel did not have time to finish her thought, as Idan immediately confirmed her words. Yes, this is exactly the unique creature that Nemo must tame. Both of them did not take their eyes off the wolf cub. The purpose of their mission was so close, but at the same time far away. She was sitting right on the lap of the strongest being in this forbidden zone. And how does the system think they should help Nemo tame her? Chapter 105. Geminia, the couple kept their eyes on the little wolf cub, thinking, how does the system expect us to help Nemo tame her? At this moment, Izzy turned to Nemo, worried by the cub's gaze. Nemo, this little wolf cub is very strange. I feel like he's looking at me. These words surprised Nemo himself. He couldn't take his eyes off the little wolf cub, and the cub didn't take his eyes off him either. And now, when Izzy said those words, he also felt that the little wolf cub was not looking at him, but at Izzy, who was inside him at the time. This was the first time that another being had discovered Izzy's presence inside him. Sit down, don't be shy, Milika's doppelganger invited with a smile, pointing to 3 empty chairs in front of the table. The trio looked at the chairs in disbelief, as if asking, are these the real ones? Milika's doppelganger, of course, noticed their confusion and sighed softly. Bring the usual chairs. At the same moment, in front of the trio's eyes, the 3 chairs that had just been in place abruptly jumped up and quickly ran out of the room. As they expected, the chairs turned out to be doppelgangers. This whole building was built of doppelgangers. They looked down at their feet in disbelief, fearing that they might be standing on the same doppelgangers. Soon after, the same 3 chairs that were being carried by the other chairs ran into the room. They noisily put them in their original places and ran back out without a command. It all looked very strange, but also funny. Idan and Arabel couldn't help but smile as they watched the scene unfold. Oh, well. With these words, Idan chose the central chair and sat down on it. Although he had doubts that the doppelgangers could have brought other doppelgangers in the form of ordinary chairs, just to make it look like they brought ordinary chairs, he decided to trust. Arabel and Nemo followed him and settled down on either side of him. The little wolf did not take his eyes off Nemo the whole time. Soon, as he continued to stare at him, the cub began to change again, this time turning into a small black fox. The trio couldn't help but be surprised by such magic. Although it was common for doppelgangers, the way it happened right in front of their eyes, and even with such a small and charming creature, could not help but attract their attention. "Isn't she adorable?" Milika's doppelganger asked, and the trio nodded in agreement with her question without hesitation. "You see, I told you that you're beautiful no matter how you look," said Milika's doppelganger, turning to the fox cub and gently stroking her head. "Woo woo woo." Finally breaking away from Nemo and hearing her words, the little fox began to caress. Milika's doppelganger started stroking the fox cub with even more enthusiasm. "Ah, I'm sorry. I was distracted." Milika's doppelganger apologized. Everything that happened to the trio after they entered this building seemed incredible to them. They didn't expect to see something like this in the central layer of the Forbidden Zone, especially considering that in front of them sat a powerful doppelganger, the thunderstorm of the central layer, who behaved like an ordinary intelligent being. "System, please tell me, is she really a perfect doppelganger? Or is it something else?" asked Idan, not believing what was happening and slightly doubting the identity of Milika's doppelganger. He decided to ask the system for advice. "Host, have you finally noticed this? I was beginning to doubt that you would notice. You're right, she's not just a perfect doppelganger, but something more." Idan and Arabel were startled when they heard the system's words. Nemo and Milika's doppelganger couldn't help but pay attention to it either. "Then who is she? What is the name of her species?" Idan asked mentally. "Host, you should realize that the names of the types of doppelgangers, such as mute, talking, and perfect, are not official. These names were given to them by the locals and others. In fact, they all belong to the same race. Within this race, they differ only in the degree of mastery in their basic ability, imitation. Like this system, they can be classified by their rarity level. The ordinary ones are mute, the rare ones are talking, the epic ones are perfect, and the legendary ones are just this doppelganger of your master and the little fox cub that lies on her lap. To put it simply, their system gave them the task of taming the descendant of a legendary doppelganger." "How interesting," Milika's doppelganger muttered, continuing to gently stroke the fox cub. "I see you have a lot of questions for me, but before we get to the point, let me introduce myself. My name is Geminia, and I am the leader of the doppelgangers," said Geminia, Milika's doppelganger. Then she looked at her companions and said with a smile, "I've been wanting to meet you two for so long, since the day I found out about your existence." The open admission of a being like her about wanting to meet them certainly came as a surprise to all three of them. In addition, they were pleasantly surprised to learn that this doppelganger has his own name. Even though she gave her name, she still looked like their master without changing her appearance. "Can you change your appearance? It's just a little awkward to call you by your first name when you look just like our master." Arabel addressed Geminia with a request. The other two supported her suggestion. They were also embarrassed. "Of course," said Geminia, and her appearance immediately changed. Now, a beautiful woman with long black hair and eyes was sitting in front of them. Along with her appearance, her clothes also changed. She was wearing a gorgeous black dress. Idan and Nemo couldn't help but gulp when they saw this beauty. Arabel was also amazed by Geminia's new appearance, even as a woman. Noticing Idan's gaze, she elbowed him lightly to snap him out of his daze. Realizing what had happened to him, he looked at Arabel with a guilty face. Arabel, on the other hand, looked at him with some displeasure. She herself didn't realize that at that moment she was a little jealous of Geminia's new appearance and was slightly annoyed by the way Idan was looking at her. Geminia watched this little exchange with a slight smile. Ever since they entered the Forbidden Zone, she had been watching them closely and could tell that something unusual was going on between them. Both of them seem to like each other, but it's as if an invisible wall stands between them, preventing them from taking the next step. No, based on her observations, she could tell that the problem lay in both. Although the guy is more open, he still holds back and waits for the girl's actions, fearing to make the first move. As for the girl, her problem is doubts and fear, because of which she does not try to move the relationship forward and remains in place. Until one of them takes the initiative, they are unlikely to be able to move forward in their relationship. She just sighed softly as she watched them. Chapter 106, 106. A conversation with Geminia. "How is your master?" Jaminia asked, addressing the couple. The master is fine, but she's stuck in the city, unable to leave, Arabel replied, looking away from Idan. Well, it's her own fault for sticking her nose where she shouldn't have, Jaminia said with some regret, making it clear that she knew the reason why their master couldn't leave the city. Miss Jaminia, Arabel wanted to ask a question, but before she could say it, Jaminia interrupted her. Just Jaminia, she said. Jaminia, you said you wanted to meet with us. Can you explain why and what this place is? Asked Arabel. Would you like to introduce yourself first? Asked Jaminia, still having fun with the fox cub. Ah, I'm sorry. I thought you already knew about us, Arabel said, feeling awkward. Of course, I've heard about you and watched you, but this is the first time I've seen you in person. Isn't it customary to introduce yourself to a stranger? Jaminia replied. My name is Arabel Morgan. Arabel introduced herself first. Idan Fane. Idan immediately followed her. And this is our eldest, Nemo. He's also Milika's disciple. Idan introduced Nemo. In response, Nemo just nodded his head, greeting Jaminia. At that moment, the fox cub turned his attention back to Nemo. Nice to meet you, Jaminia said with a smile. Answering your question, I am happy to say that I really wanted to meet and talk with you. If it wasn't for the intervention of this fool who blindly follows the rules, we would have been able to meet much earlier. Fool? Asked Arabel in disbelief. Well, the one you call limbo consciousness, Jaminia said with a slight note of displeasure, surprising all three of them. They were especially struck by the way she addressed this powerful being, who, without exaggeration, was the master of this small world. Jaminia, aren't you afraid that he will hear our conversation? Jaminia interrupted, and Arabel nodded in response. He can't see or hear us in this building, and even if he could, I don't care. He can't do anything against me, Jaminia said confidently. He is not my master, not a god, not a decree. He's just an associate, so to speak. The trio realized that they were probably mistaken about Jaminia's identity. Let me explain a little bit. Imagine this world we are in as a huge playground, and Limbo's consciousness, mind, or will, as you would prefer to call it, acts as the judge and supervisor of this game scene. Jaminia took on the role of narrator and began to explain the structure of this small world. This supervisor is too strict in following the rules and doesn't tolerate anyone breaking them, she said, looking at the couple. Are we? Arabel asked, pointing at herself, noticing her gaze directed at them. It's not just you. For example, your master. She broke the rules of the game and stuck her nose where it shouldn't have been. Because of this, the supervisor tried to get rid of her, and you know how it ended. With these words, she picked up the creature that had been lying on her lap and placed it on the table. By that time, it had already taken on a shape somewhat resembling a small black panda. As I said before, this supervisor does not tolerate when someone violates the rules he is following. His goal is to ensure full compliance with the rules during the game. As you may have guessed, the players here are outsiders who come to this playground from time to time. Idan and Arabel immediately noticed that Jaminia, like Milika, could not speak directly. To explain to them the structure of this small world, she used comparisons with a playground. They couldn't understand. If she wasn't afraid of limbo consciousness, then why didn't she say so directly? Perhaps there is some powerful being behind limbo's consciousness that created these rules. And it is these rules that force her to look for workarounds, using hints and comparisons. They understood from her words that by playground, she probably meant this whole small world, which is a trial. Outsiders are the trial subjects, and that Limbo's mind makes sure that none of them breaks the established rules. You know, he didn't even notice you at first, Jaminia said, looking at Idan and Arabel. It was only when you did something that caught his attention that he found your presence. The system? Idan and Arabel exclaimed in their thoughts. The system did not say anything in its defense. She only sent them both 3 dots. You were an unknown element to him, a mistake. Since you are not a resident of Junonia, he did not perceive you as players. But before he could finally decide what to do with you, he missed his chance and made a miscalculation. He didn't expect that the elf would reach out and protect you so quickly, restricting him with his own rules. The couple was once again very happy to have met Milika and the others after hearing such an explanation from Jaminia. It's the first time in a long time that I've seen him suffer, Jaminia said with a slight smile, as if enjoying it. He can't break the deal he made with the elf, but he can't turn you down either. Your presence in itself violates the rules, and it constantly annoys him. At the same time, he fears that by your actions you may violate even more rules of the game, and this makes him fuss and look for ways to solve this problem. Geminia's words didn't differ much from their master's opinion. However, they learned a lot of new information and received some confirmation of their old assumptions. Understand that the limbo consciousness itself does not hate you as individuals. He doesn't tolerate you just because you break the rules he's trying to protect. He focuses solely on the rules. If you hadn't violated them, he wouldn't even have paid attention to you. With these words, Geminia was trying to convey to the couple that Limbo's consciousness has nothing against them as people. "What about you?" asked Idan, after listening carefully to Geminia's account of Limbo's consciousness. "Why are you telling us about this? What do you want from us?" At the very beginning of the conversation, Geminia said that she wanted to meet with them and talk, but still has not explained why. She just moved on to talk about Limbo's mind and how it focuses on following the rule, most of which they already knew. "Oh, how impatient. I needed to first explain to you why Limbo's mind is behaving this way towards the two of you before moving on to myself," Gemini replied, looking first at Idan and then at Arabel with a smile. Then she said, "It would be great if you used this quality in relation to your partner, young man. It would be much more useful than rushing me." "Huh. Huh." Idan and Arabel were puzzled, unable to understand what Geminia meant by saying those words. Chapter 107. Geminia's true identity. "I've been watching you since you entered the Forbidden Zone. And in these 3 days, I can already say with confidence that you two like each other," Geminia said right to the couple's face. Idan and Arabel shifted uncomfortably in their seats. "But I also noticed that there is some kind of problem in your relationship," Geminia said, turning to Idan. "Unlike a girl, I can see that you're much more attracted to her than she is to you. I don't understand what's stopping you. Why don't you, as a man, try to make the first move and try to win her over?" Idan, hearing these words, became even more confused. It was the first time someone had talked to them about their relationship so openly and directly, looking them in the eye. "As for you, I don't understand why you people complicate things so much and suffer over nothing. Sometimes it's enough just to make a decision and solve problems as they arise, instead of having to suffer without even taking the first step." Geminia turned to Arabel this time. Arabel, hearing Geminia's words, was a little confused at first, then plunged into thought. It had been 2 months since they had entered this world, and their relationship was undoubtedly better than it had been at the beginning of their acquaintance. They learned to trust each other more and to take into account their partner's opinions when solving important issues. However, despite this progress, Arabel still did not fully accept Idan as her boyfriend, let alone her husband. She saw in him only a necessary loved one or a friend in misfortune. He wasn't unpleasant to her, rather, he was even attractive and pleasing to the eye. She didn't know what love was, and she couldn't tell for sure if she liked him or not. Even after all this time, she couldn't get rid of the influence of her upbringing. Her ideas about marriage were distorted because of the way she was raised in the family. Therefore, she did not know what to do in this situation. From all these thoughts, she began to get confused and, as Geminia said, complicate things even more. The more she thought, the deeper she plunged into this whirlpool, and the answer eluded her further and further. Maybe it's worth simplifying everything after all and... Without finishing the sentence to herself, she turned and looked at Idan. He turned to her too and looked back at her. Their eyes met, and this time they didn't look away. They looked at each other, trying to make a decision. It wasn't until the creature changed once again and took on the appearance of a strange beast. They hadn't seen yet that they looked away from each other, and only then were they slightly embarrassed. "Ah, I'm sorry for meddling in my own business, but when I look at you from the outside, I see how you seem to like each other. However, for some reason you are holding back and behaving very strangely, not trying to meet each other halfway. And so, it is every time. It gets annoying to watch this every time," Geminia said, apologizing and explaining the reasons for her action. Suddenly, the usually taciturn Nemo started nodding in agreement with Geminia's words. As Geminia had said, the relationship between his juniors had been annoying him for a long time. He was the closest to them and often saw them spending time together. Idan and Arabel noticed him nodding in agreement with Jaminia, and both of their right eyes twitched. "Let's see how you'll behave when your 3 women you're involved with come after you," Idan said in his mind, looking at Nemo. "I apologize again," Jaminia said, and her voice sounded sincere. She would never interfere in other people's relationships, but these 2 were special. They kept a lot of secrets, both came from another world, and it was obvious that they were a couple. However, their behavior did not match the image of a loving couple, and this caused Jaminia great irritation. In the end, she decided to step in. But how events will develop further is their choice. Idan and Arabel remained silent, but Jaminia's words made them think. "As for me, you've probably already guessed who I am. Like Limbo's consciousness, I serve as a judge and supervisor," Jaminia finally revealed herself. However, unlike Limbo's consciousness, which is the judge and supervisor for this entire playground, my task is to keep order in a small playground known as the Forest of Doppelgangers. Now the trio realized why Jaminia wasn't afraid of Limbo's consciousness. This forbidden zone was her personal territory. "Does this mean that the other 8 forbidden zones also have judges and supervisors?" asked Idan, leaving his thoughts about his relationship with Arabel for later. "Of course," Jaminia replied. "Wait, if you're the judge of this forbidden zone, you have to control the beasts. Then the waves of beasts," Arabel began, but Jaminia interrupted her, immediately understanding the question. "Yes, you're right. I was the one who directed the waves of beasts against you," she said. Then, without giving them time to recover, she asked a question. "Have you ever asked yourself why you weren't attacked by doppelgangers in the Forest of Doppelgangers?" Yes, the group noticed the absence of doppelgangers from the entrance to the middle layer. "Are you really?" Idan began, but Jaminia interrupted him too. "Yes, I was the one who ordered the doppelgangers not to attack you, but you must understand that despite my status as a judge and supervisor, I also obey certain rules. In exchange for the recall of the doppelgangers, I sent other creatures against you." That was the answer to the question that had plagued them since the end of the 3rd wave of beasts. Why were there no doppelgangers, and why did the strength of the beasts increase with each wave? "You said earlier that you and Limbo's consciousness are companions. Why aren't you helping him catch us?" Arabel asked, not quite understanding what kind of relationship Limbo and Jaminia had. "You know, this rule-obsessed fool has been annoying us all lately," Jaminia replied sharply, addressing Limbo's mind. "And by all of them, I mean the other judges and supervisors." Once again, everyone was amazed and distracted when this strange creature lying on the table suddenly changed its appearance. This time, instead of cute little animals, it turned into a disgusting 6-legged insect, causing the couple to be rejected by its very appearance. "Come here," called Jaminia to the insect. Without any disgust on her face, she picked him up and gently ran her hand over his back. Why does she keep changing her appearance? Distracted by this creature, Idan couldn't help but ask. She has only recently been born and is still unable to fully control her abilities. She has a special connection with the Forbidden Zone, and because of this connection, her gift from time to time mimics all living beings living in this Forbidden Zone. Jaminia did not hide the information about this creature, but proudly shared it. She wasn't worried about this information becoming public, because she was the most powerful being in this forbidden area, and no one would dare harm a member of her race. Chapter 108. Anomalies, this is unbelievable, exclaimed Arabel. The creature that attracted the system's attention was indeed special. Arabel even envied Nemo a little. If they manage to tame this creature, it will belong to Nemo, not them. The task now was to convince Jaminia to allow the creature to form a contract with Nemo, or at least ask for permission to follow him. Idan and Arabel had long noticed that the creature was showing interest in Nemo. They were sure that if Jaminia agreed, the creature would most likely follow Nemo without resistance. Of course, she's incredible. Jaminia enthusiastically agreed. It was obvious how much she appreciated this creature. The system informed the couple that this creature was of the same rank as Jaminia herself. They understood that there probably weren't many or even no such creatures in this forest, which was why she was pampering her personally. This makes the task even more difficult. The couple wasn't sure if Jaminia would agree, but they decided to end the conversation first and only then make a decision. You know, unlike this fool who only cares about following the rules, we have our own desires, Jaminia said, gently stroking the creature. We also dream of freedom, to finally leave this place, which has become a prison for us for many years. Jaminia's words made it clear to the trio that all the judges and supervisors of the Forbidden Zone were also prisoners of this place and longed for freedom. The only way for us to get out of here is... She suddenly stopped talking. Oh, the rules don't allow me to continue, but I think you can already guess what I want to say. She looked away from the creature and looked at the couple and Nemo. This place is not only my personal territory, but also my cage, which keeps me here, as well as the other 8. Nemo understood roughly what needed to be done for this. Unlike Nemo, Idan and Arabel were convinced that she was referring to something related to the throne of the World King. So, you're prisoners? Asked Arabel, after a moment's hesitation. No, of course not, Jaminia quickly objected, but then suddenly stopped. Well, some of us do. During this time, she forgot that not all the judges of the Forbidden Zones accepted their duties of their own free will like her. Some of them were prisoners, and the condition of their release was to help with the trial. Let me assume you're unhappy with Limbo's mindset, which follows the rules too strictly. Is it because of these rules that the right person hasn't appeared in all these years? Asked Idan, roughly understanding the reason for the dissatisfaction of Jaminia and the others. He himself would have been unhappy if his companion had slowed down the case and excluded all candidates because of his too strict views. Because of this, they still can't get out of this place. Jaminia was surprised, realizing that Idan had hit the nail on the head. But what do we have to do with it? You yourself said recently that we are aliens from another world and are not players, which means we cannot help you. Idan began to ask questions that arose after he heard her story. Jaminia looked at Idan in surprise, then looked at Arabel and seeing her puzzled face, sighed. Then she said, You just answered your own question. You are aliens from another world, not players, which means that you are not subject to the rules of this world, the rules of the Forbidden Zones and everything else. You are an anomaly in this world. She paused for them to understand her words and then continued. You are not subject to the rules that separate locals and outsiders. You have to realize this. If these rules don't apply to you, then they don't apply to them either, and there's nothing stopping them from attacking you. Only the agreement made between the elf and Limbo's mind protects you. It restrains Limbo's consciousness from acting directly against you, since the agreement explicitly mentions the disciples of the elf, which you are, despite the fact that on the one hand you are an anomaly. Jaminia's words completely changed the couple's view. They had never looked at everything from that point of view. All this time, they considered themselves outsiders, like Nemo and Eulalia. But from Jaminia's words, it became clear that they did not belong to either side. As she said, they are an anomaly. Being under the protection of Milica, they did not encounter locals and other outsiders, and did not check whether the rules applied to them. Now that they know this, they must be even more careful, because apart from Limbo's consciousness, nothing stops others from acting against them. You still haven't told me what the use of us as anomalies is to you personally. Idan still persistently continued to ask this question. Initially, I planned to ask you to find a suitable outsider who would meet all the requirements for participation in this playground. I was hoping that you would help him and protect him, Jaminia said, then she turned her gaze to Nemo. However, even without my request, you came to me, bringing with you the perfect candidate for the role. Nemo was not stupid, and although he had been silent all this time, his mind was working fast and hard as he listened attentively to the couple's conversation with Jaminia. Izzy also made comments from time to time, and now, hearing Jaminia's words, Nemo understood what she meant. He glanced at Idan and Arabel and nodded his agreement. From the conversation, he realized that the couple could not pass the trial on their own, since they were not residents of Junonia and were not considered candidates. Only he or Eulalia from their group can pass the trial, and according to Jaminia and judging by the couple's behavior, Nemo was the only suitable option out of the two of them. Nemo himself wanted to leave this place and start searching for information about himself in the outside world. He dreamed of finding the one who gave him the pendant he was wearing. Jaminia, you are not only a judge and a supervisor, are you? Suddenly, Idan asked this question, slightly surprising Arabel and Nemo. Idan himself just wanted to make sure. He hadn't been able to get that assumption out of his head since he saw Geminia in Milika's form. "You're also a guardian of the temple, aren't you?" was his first guess about Geminia's identity when he saw her in Milika's form. From the information Milika had received in the Forbidden Zones, the most powerful being she had encountered was only the temple guards. She didn't mention any other creatures she couldn't handle. After making a deal with Limbo Consciousness, she couldn't leave the city, which meant she couldn't meet Geminia after making the deal. And the deal forbade her to share only information obtained from merging with Limbo's consciousness. What she had learned during her hikes was not included in this, and Milika didn't mention any other powerful beings besides the Guardians, which she couldn't handle. Geminia smiled, nodded, and said, "You're right. Besides serving as the judge and supervisor in this forbidden zone, I also serve as the guardian of the temple when it appears on my territory. The situation is the same in other forbidden zones. All judges and supervisors become guards when the temple is on their lands." Chapter 109, 109. End of conversation. Geminia smiled, nodded, and said, "You're right. Besides serving as the judge and supervisor in this forbidden area, I also serve as the guardian of the temple when it appears on my territory. The situation is the same in other forbidden zones. All judges and supervisors become guards when the temple is on their lands." When Geminia confirmed Idan's words, Nemo felt goosebumps. Doesn't he have to get to the temple to pass the trials? And to get there, he will have to defeat the guardian of the temple, and this guardian is Geminia herself. "Don't worry so much," Geminia said, noticing that Nemo was trembling. She hurried to reassure him. "In this iteration, the temple has not appeared in the Forbidden Zone, so you don't have to worry. Otherwise, we wouldn't be sitting and talking right now. As soon as you entered the Forbidden Zone, I would have to follow the rules, I would start the trial, and at the end I would meet you in front of the temple." Her words failed to calm Nemo's anxiety. Besides, when the challenger challenges the guardian's strength is balanced with the challenger's strength. These words finally allowed Nemo to relax a little, and he was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing that Nemo had finally found peace, Geminia only smiled mysteriously, as if she hadn't fully revealed all the secrets. "So, you want us to help Nemo complete the game?" asked Arabel. She was amazed to learn that Geminia is also a guardian. But what surprised her the most was that Idan had figured it out himself. Arabel had noticed long ago that Idan was much more intelligent than she was when it came to such matters. Of course, he can't do it alone. This requires a reliable team that cannot be bribed, which will not betray at the most crucial moment, and of course, those who are not affected by the rules of this world. Geminia listed their advantages to the couple. However, they didn't buy it. They have already realized that the fact that the rules do not apply to them brings not only advantages, but also problems. Now they won't feel safe even in cities. Even if Geminia hadn't asked them to, their system had already beaten her to it. She gave them tasks related to Nemo, and these tasks completely coincided with Geminia's interests. Although the couple wanted to believe Geminia's words, they still remained vigilant. They admitted that Geminia might not be entirely sincere and that she might have other motives. "We are only following the advice of our master and her plans to conquer the temples. We came to this forbidden zone because it is more or less familiar to us, unlike other places. However, we did not expect to meet you here and learn so much new things," Idan said, and then, feigning regret, added, "It's just a pity that the temple never appeared." He didn't want to reveal his true motives for why he and Arabel had come here. "As I have already mentioned, if the temple had appeared on my territory, we would not have had this conversation. Although, perhaps, even without this information, you would have been able to get to the temple and meet with me not as you are now, but as a guardian. Who knows, maybe you could have completed the game if the temple had been here," Geminia said with some regret. Arabel asked, "Can you find out if a temple will appear after this iteration, or, as they say, everything happens by chance?" If they knew which of the 3 Forbidden Areas temples would appear in the next iteration, they could have prepared in advance. "Unfortunately, no, everything happens by accident." Geminia's response was a little disappointing. "We don't even know in which part of this world our territory will appear," she added. "So that's it," Idan said. Everything was as they had expected, and there was nothing new about it. And now it was the turn of another transformation of the creature. Instead of another creepy insect, she transformed into a small black bird with a red beak. And immediately after that, she started tweeting. I can't tell you much about the other forbidden zones. The rules restrict access to information about their territories, weaknesses, and so on. But I advise you to come back here for the next iteration. There is a high probability that a temple will appear on my territory. Geminia finally gave her advice. You will immediately know if the temple has appeared as soon as you enter the middle layer, she said, and abruptly stopped, making it clear that she could not add anything more. After hearing these words, they understood what she meant. Simply put, if they encounter active resistance with the presence of doppelgangers, it will mean that the temple has appeared. If they encounter the waves of beasts again, it will mean that the temple is gone again. We'll think about it. We'll need to consult with the master first, Idan replied without making any specific promises. Even though Idan said that, he was sure that they shouldn't miss such a chance. If Geminia had any ill intentions against them, she would have already attacked. She was the strongest being in this place, and as far as they knew in this place, no rules limited her actions against them. Unless there were some other rules imposed on her that they weren't aware of. Well, it's obvious, Geminia replied simply. There was no displeasure or anger in her voice. It's getting dark. You can go out and set up camp in this clearing to wait out the night, Geminia said, making it clear that that was all for today. Okay, then we'll take our leave, the trio said, standing up. After bowing to Geminia, they left the room and then the building to calm the others down. Geminia, still holding a member of her race, was gently stroking her. Then she asked a question. Did you find it? The bird nodded its head, making a chirping sound. Ah, what a pity, who would have thought that the perfect candidate had already signed a contract? Geminia sighed softly, looking at the creature with regret. The creature's mood also worsened, and she lowered her head. Chapter 110, 110. By the campfire outside, the trio found Alwa, Liam and Eulalia waiting for them at the door of the building. Seeing that they were safe and sound, they finally calmed down and rushed to meet them. When they learned that Milika's doppelganger had allowed them to set up camp and wait out the night in a clearing, they were surprised and happy at the same time. They immediately started setting up tents and built a bonfire not far from the building. After everyone had finished setting up the camp, they sat around the campfire. Idan and Arabel briefly described what they had learned, while keeping the details about themselves a secret. Of course, Alwa, Liam and Eulalia were very surprised when they found out that the doppelganger had a name, and that she was the ruler of the Forbidden Zone and the guardian of the temple. However, they were disappointed when they found out that the temple had not appeared in this part of the world. They had dinner, sitting around the campfire and talking. The sun had already disappeared below the horizon, and soon only the light of the local moon and the flames of the campfire illuminated their third night in the Forbidden Zone. This time, for the first time, they will spend the night in its central layer. In the presence of the ruler of the area, everyone realized that they did not need a night watch, and that there was no danger unless Geminia changed her mind and attacked. Therefore, it was decided to cancel duty that night and devote themselves to rest. Everyone went to their tents to rest and gain strength before the new day. Idan went into his tent, which he shared with Nemo, but did not lie down, but sat down and thought about Geminia's words. Her words were as accurate as ever. In the 2 months they had spent together, he realized that he had begun to like Arabel. However, he was afraid to make the first move, waiting for the initiative from her. He convinced himself that their rapprochement was because of the system, and that he didn't want to be the one to start a relationship. He decided that he would take the initiative only when he was sure that Arabel was ready for it too. All this time, he was waiting for Arabel to make a move first, not realizing that she herself was immersed in similar thoughts. While he was sitting and thinking, Nemo entered the tent, and having found his place, immediately began to prepare for bed. He noticed that Idan was lost in thought, so he tried not to make any noise as he made up his sleeping bag. When he was finishing his preparations, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Idan get up from his seat and leave the tent. Of course, he was wondering where his junior was going, but he understood that it was safe outside and there was nothing to worry about. Therefore, He did not follow him, and taking off his extra clothes, climbed into his sleeping bag. But as soon as he closed his eyes and tried to fall asleep, Izzy started making noise in his head, disturbing him. From her words, he realized that she had started following Idan when he came out of the tent, and when she saw something interesting, she decided to share her observations with him. Idan left the tent and walked towards the slowly dying campfire. He sat down next to campfire, took some branches and threw them on the fire. The bonfire, which had already begun to fade, began to gain strength again. Staring at the fire, Idan did not notice how someone approached the campfire. It was only when this someone sat down next to him that Idan noticed, and seeing her, was pleasantly surprised. It was Arabel, who was also staring at the fire. She wasn't wearing a mask at that moment, and Idan could see her true appearance. Every time he looked at her, he couldn't help but marvel at her beauty. Due to the fact that she almost always wore a mask, he rarely saw her without it, and every time she took it off, it seemed to him that she was becoming more attractive. Noticing Idan's gaze, she finally looked up from the fire and met his eyes. The two of them continued to stare at each other without saying a word. At that moment, both of them didn't know what to say. It was only when Idan, sighing softly, looked away and looked at the fire, after which Arabel also turned to the campfire. They sat in silence, lost in their thoughts, not noticing how a small creature was watching them curiously. In their tents, Izzy, Eulalia, and Alwa kept a close eye on the couple, using their sole force, trying not to attract their attention. Even Jaminia herself couldn't take her eyes off the couple, watching them from her building made of multiple doppelgangers. Everyone waited with bated breath for one of the two to speak first. I remembered our first meeting and wondered what would have happened to us if we hadn't run into each other then. Could we have met apart from that incident? Or would this remain our first and last meeting in our lives? Asked Idan, without taking his eyes off the campfire. Arabel, hearing Idan's question, was lost in memories of their first meeting. This meeting seemed to have happened by chance. They were both looking for a secluded place to be in silence, and ended up reaching for a drink at the same time, accidentally touching each other. If it hadn't been for this accident, they wouldn't have ended up in this place and wouldn't be sitting lost in their thoughts right now. How would their lives have turned out? Would they both have been able to awaken, as happened in their ascension trial, or would they have remained mere mortals? My family would have married me off to a man they considered important and necessary for the family, without asking my opinion, and I would not have been able to change anything and would have been forced to follow their decision, Arabel said ironically, realizing what fate would have awaited her if not for this accident. That's if you hadn't awakened, Idan said. Yes, that's right. But you know, I don't think anything would have changed even if I had awakened. They would have found another way to force me to follow their interests, and I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to resist it and would have submitted to their will. That's how much her family inspired her with their views and the belief that she owed the family. Even now, these beliefs continued to influence her thoughts. Chapter 111, 111. Step by step, what was the name of your ex-fiancé? Christopher? Idan suddenly asked Arabel. Arabel noticed that as soon as Idan said Christopher's name, his voice became firmer and sharper. At first, she didn't understand why this happened, but then, remembering her ascension trial, she realized why his mood had suddenly changed. She didn't know what exactly had happened to him during the trial, but she could guess. Yes, he was chosen by the elders to be my fiancé in order to strengthen the bond between our Morgan family and the Hugh family, Arabel confessed, seeing no reason to hide this from Idan. Oh, Idan sighed softly, trying to calm the sudden emotions that gripped him when he thought of Arabel's ex-fiancé, Christopher. He was already beginning to regret that he had remembered Arabel's ex-fiancé. The emotions that he had been holding back for so long suddenly burst out when he heard that name. Idan tried to control his feelings, trying to stop his hands from shaking. "Are you all right?" Arabel asked, noticing the sudden change in his demeanor. "Yes, everything is fine," said Idan, calming down with difficulty, hearing the concern in Arabel's voice. "Phew," he gasped, and his gaze fell on Arabel, who was looking at him anxiously. Arabel had already roughly guessed that it was the mention of her ex-fiancé that had caused such a drastic change in Idan. She compared it to his actions during the ascension trial. "Now, I'm absolutely sure that the key to full control over the bloodline lies in our world. said Idan in his thoughts, finally convinced of his guesses. Under Arabel's worried gaze, Idan began to come to his senses and returned to normal after a while. He swore that he would never say the name of Arabel's ex-fiancé out loud again. "There's no need to worry," Idan assured Arabel. Everyone who was watching noticed the sudden changes in Idan's behavior. Jaminia was particularly interested in this moment. She clearly felt a powerful surge of madness energy that momentarily engulfed Idan's body. Of course, Arabel didn't believe his words. She knew that he hadn't fully mastered his bloodline yet, and his progress was much slower than hers. Unlike him, she clearly remembered what happened to her during the Ascension trial, and she didn't take those memories as painfully. Arabel realized that she still had a lot to do to fully control her bloodline. Like Idan, she assumed that in order to do this, she needed to return to her world so that these memories would become a part of herself. Based on this, she assumed that he also needed to return to their world to take control of the bloodline. However, after seeing how he reacted to the name of her ex-fiancé, she began to worry about him. Idan, calming down, looked at Arabel. "You know, I thought about Jaminia's words and realized that she was right," he said, without taking his eyes off her face. He still couldn't stop being amazed at how beautiful she was. Arabel felt uncomfortable under his gaze and was even more embarrassed when Idan said those words. "I'd be lying if I said I didn't like you," Idan said confidently, surprised at how easy and casual it turned out to be. Arabel blushed, and Idan could have sworn he saw it. However, in the light of the campfire, it was difficult to discern her reaction. "All this time I was afraid and waiting for you to take the first step in our relationship. I didn't want to be intrusive, and I didn't try to force you into anything if you didn't want to." Idan's first words sounded so smooth that he couldn't stop and continued talking. "In the last 2 months I've been with you, I've realized that I like you. But even realizing this, I kept waiting for you to show interest on your own. However, when Jaminia said her words today, I realized that she was right. I should stop waiting and take the first step." When Idan said these words, his heart began to beat faster. He could feel his chest pounding with excitement. He began to fear that he might not finish what he was about to say, so he closed his eyes and took a deep breath to calm himself. Arabel, hearing his confession, was also worried. Her heart was beating so fast that she could hear it pounding. At that moment, she wanted to run and hide, but at the same time, she wanted to hear what he would say next. She couldn't understand why she wanted to hear it so much. Those who had been watching the couple all this time were waiting with bated breath for the outcome of this drama. Some even started biting their nails out of excitement. "I know that our first meeting and its outcome were too hasty, and you understand the reasons for that. But this time, nothing and no one forces me to tell you this." Sighing and opening his eyes, Idan finally decided to say what he wanted to say. "Arabel Morgan, you. At the crucial moment, Idan suddenly began to stutter. "Damn it, Idan." Everyone who was watching them exclaimed to themselves and waited for Idan's last words when he began to stutter. "Arabel Morgan, will you become my girlfriend?" Idan finally managed to get out of himself and looked at Arabel, waiting for her answer. Hearing that Idan was still able to say those words, the others finally calmed down. Now they were holding their breath again, but this time they were waiting for Arabel's answer. When Idan asked if she would become his girlfriend, Arabel seemed to fall out of reality for a moment. Idan, noticing her distant gaze, began to worry a little. "I just want to say that there is no need to rush. We can start dating, become an official couple, and gradually, step by step, get back to where we started," Idan said excitedly, fearing that Arabel would change her mind and reject him. After a short period of unconsciousness, when she came to her senses, she heard Idan's words and looked into his eyes. She couldn't explain why, but at that moment, Idan seemed like a completely different person to her. She didn't understand why this happened, but deep down, she didn't want to say no. On the contrary, she was a little glad to hear those words. Finally, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath, she opened them again and looking into Idan's eyes said, "I agree." Her voice sounded surprisingly confident. After these words, it seemed to her that something had changed inside her. All the worries that had bothered her before seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Yes, at this time, everyone who was following this drama screamed to themselves after seeing such an outcome. Chapter 112, 112. That's impossible. When Idan heard Arabel's agreement, he was inwardly delighted, but he did not show it in any way. Neither of them suspected that the others had been watching them all this time. They seemed to be more excited about it than the couple themselves. They both had no experience in such a relationship, and they didn't know how to behave. So they just sat in silence, alternately staring at the fire and exchanging glances with each other. The little creature watched the couple and their smiles with interest. Although they didn't say a word to each other after the confession and agreement, she could sense their good mood. When Idan calmed down a bit, he noticed movement in the darkness next to them out of the corner of his eye. Looking more closely, he saw a tiny black creature with golden eyes that was staring steadily in their direction. He couldn't mistake those eyes for anyone else, and he immediately recognized who it was. He was pleasantly surprised. "Arabel, look," Idan said in his mind, and Arabel, following his gaze, also noticed the creature with golden eyes. She was also pleasantly surprised to find it. The presence of the little watcher filled Arabel with foreboding. She immediately used her soul force to check her tent and found Eulalia, who was still keeping a close eye on them. Realizing that she had been caught, Eulalia just grinned and gave a thumbs up. Arabel, seeing Eulalia's gesture, was embarrassed, and her face turned slightly red. She realized that everyone had witnessed her and Idan's conversation. Idan, not being a fool, also immediately realized that almost everyone had heard his confession. However, unlike Arabel, he wasn't embarrassed. Looking at the little black beast, Idan was lost in thought. After a while, he made a decision. "Let's go to Geminia," Idan suggested, getting up from his seat. Now, Arabel wondered, surprised by Idan's sudden suggestion. "Yes," Idan replied and held out his hand to her. This was new to Arabel, and she still felt embarrassed. But she overcame herself and held out her hand. Idan took her hand and helped her up. And now they were walking hand in hand towards the Geminia building. It was the first time for both of them to walk hand in hand, and they were both excited. Once upon a time, when Idan was little, he walked like this only with his older sister and mother. After such a long time, he had already forgotten what it felt like. But now, holding Arabel's hands, he remembered those feelings again. When she saw where they were going, the little beast, which had already turned into a kitten by that time, followed them, jumping with small steps. By the time they arrived, the door of the building opened on its own, inviting the couple inside, and the couple stepped inside without stopping. They felt the gaze from all sides again. This time, they didn't pay as much attention to it and immediately went to the very room where they had talked with Geminia today. Holding hands, the two of them went inside and found Geminia sitting at a table, waiting for them. Her appearance was still a beautiful woman with long black hair. When she saw them holding hands, a charming smile blossomed on her face. "You seem to have come to a decision?" she asked. "Yes, and it's all thanks to you," Idan replied, not letting go of Arabel's hand. In response, she squeezed his hand tightly. Although she was still looking at Geminia in embarrassment, she couldn't help but smile. At that moment, she didn't understand why she was smiling. "Sit down," Geminia invited them to sit down. After receiving the invitation, the couple finally let go of their hands and sat down on chairs, and at the same time, a small black kitten jumped onto Geminia's knee. "Ah, there you are," with a smile, she caught her and began to pamper and pet her. Idan and Arabel looked at the two of them with a smile. Geminia was pleasantly surprised to see Arabel in her true appearance. She could only catch a glimpse of her approximate features under the artifact's disguise. And also, when she used her soul power while watching the two of them, she could spot her without the mask. And now, sitting across from her, she was sure that she was beautiful. She also realized that this guy was very lucky to have her. "What brings you here?" Geminia finally asked the couple after pampering the little beast. Looking at the beast in Geminia's lap, then looking straight into Geminia's eyes, Idan said, "Geminia, I wanted to ask you about this beast. We noticed earlier in the day that she was showing some interest in Nemo. I wanted to ask if, with your permission, it is possible for this beast to establish a contract with Nemo." Idan didn't beat around the bush and asked the question directly. To his surprise, Geminia showed neither anger nor even a hint of displeasure. She just continued to stare into his eyes. Then, sighing, she shook her head. "That's impossible," Geminia replied, and there was regret in her voice. "Why is that?" Arabel asked instead of Idan, wanting to know the reason for Geminia's refusal. Instead of answering right away, Jaminia stared at them intently, as if trying to figure something out. "Don't you know?" she asked a counter-question. "Know what?" Idan wondered, not quite understanding what she was getting at. "Even if I allow it, this guy has already signed a contract with someone," Jaminia replied. It took Idan and Arabel a moment to understand what she was talking about, but then they immediately remembered Izzy. "How is this related? Is it really necessary for your consent that Nemo does not have another contract?" asked Idan in perplexity. Jaminia frowned at these words. She wondered, maybe they don't know? "Don't you know that every being can only make one contract in their entire life, and not everyone is capable of it?" she asked. Idan and Arabel were both surprised by Jaminia's response. How could they know that? The two exchanged glances with each other, trying to figure out what to do next. Then Idan, after thinking a little and asking himself a few questions, caught something and suddenly began to laugh, surprising Arabel and Jaminia. "Ah, system. Now I understand why you gave us the task to help Nemo tame this unique creature. You knew these limitations with a single contract from the beginning, didn't you?" Idan mentally asked a question to the system. Arabel heard his words too. "No, you don't have to answer. I already guessed it myself," Idan said, then looked at Arabel and continued. "System knew that there were limitations of a single contract in this world, or perhaps there were no developed abilities or techniques for beasts taming. By help, the system meant to give Nemo this technique or ability that would help him sign his second contract. And what do you think we need to do for that?" "The trade function," exclaimed Arabel. "Bingo," Idan confirmed Arabel's guess. Chapter 113, Manual to the Path of Beast Tamer. Thanks to Idan's prompting, Arabel immediately realized what they had to do. As Idan had suggested, their task was to find an ability or technique that would help Nemo sign his second contract. As they watched Jaminia, they noticed that she didn't seem to mind this little beast entering into a contract with Nemo. The only obstacle in their way was that Nemo had already signed a contract with Izzy. While Jaminia was at a loss, Idan turned to the system, opening the window of the trade function. "System, please be kind and show us what we need to complete this task." Immediately after his words, a lot of things appeared in front of him. Complete Manual to the Path of Beast Tamer from rank 1 to rank 10, 1 million system points. Manual to the Path of Beast Tamer, rank 1 formation of the first beast soul, 60 system points. Manual to the Path of Beast Tamer, rank 2 formation of the second beast soul, 120 system points. Manual to the Path of Beast Tamer, rank 3 formation of the third beast soul, 240 system points. Manual to the Path of Beast Tamer, the formation of the first trinity, 480 system points. Manual to the Path of Beast Tamer, rank 4 formation of the fourth beast soul, 720 system points. Manual to the Path of Beast Tamer, rank 5 formation of the fifth beast soul, 21 system points. Manual to the Path of Beast Tamer, rank 6 formation of the sixth beast soul, 65 system points. Manual to the Path of Beast Tamer, the formation of the second trinity, 10,000 system points. Manual to the Path of Beast Tamer, rank 7 formation of the beast space, 18,000 system points. Manual to the Path of Beast Tamer, rank 8 formation of the law, 60,000 system points. Manual to the Path of Beast Tamer, rank 9 forming a small world, 200,000 system points. Small low-quality soul crystal, 60 system points. Small medium-quality soul crystal, 120 system points. Small high-quality soul crystal, 240 system points. Average low-quality soul crystal, 800 system points. Average medium-quality soul crystal, 25 system points. Average high-quality soul crystal, 75 system points. Large low-quality soul crystal, 15,000 system points. Large medium-quality soul crystal, 65,000 system points. Large high-quality soul crystal, 175,000 system points. Legendary soul crystal, 360,000 system points. Host, in order to complete this task, you need to purchase the Manual to the Path of Beast Tamer from 1st to 2nd rank, as well as 1 small low-quality soul crystal and 1 small medium-quality soul crystal. Following the system's prompt, Idan selected the necessary items. The total purchase price was 360 system points. If the couple hadn't sold Sierra's blood essence for 6,000 system points, these items might have seemed too expensive to them. However, since they had about 56 zero points now, this amount didn't seem too much. Idan shared his discovery with Arabel, and she was also pleasantly surprised by the cost. She was afraid that these items would be expensive, but to her surprise, this was not the case. They could afford that amount. Jaminia, what if we say that we have a way to help Nemo sign a second contract? Asked Idan when the couple decided on their next steps. When Idan said those words, Jaminia finally showed her surprise. All this time, she was just smiling, but after hearing Idan's suggestion, she could no longer maintain her usual calm. "You're not lying, are you?" she asked immediately, and there was excitement in her voice. The couple was surprised by the sudden change in Jaminia. "We're not lying," Arabel said. "If what you're saying is true, then I'll let him make a contract with her," Jaminia said with a smile, looking at the little beast. After receiving the confirmation, the couple exchanged smiles. The most difficult part of the task was completed. Now it was necessary to convince Nemo and give him manual and crystals so that he could study them and make a contract with this amazing beast. Now they were worried about how quickly Nemo would master the manual and sign a contract. Jaminia was flustered. From the very beginning, she wanted Nemo, who was ideally suited to the role of a candidate for the trial, to enter into a contract with the only member of her race whose rank corresponded to her own. Unfortunately, Nemo had already signed a contract with someone, and that upset her. For a while, she thought about asking the couple to sign a contract with this beast, but she couldn't make up her mind yet. She was stopped by the fact that the couple was from another world. She was afraid that the couple would take the beast with them and never come back, leaving her without this little miracle. Jaminia didn't want this little miracle to be as tied to this forbidden area as she was. She understood that even if these young people managed to accomplish something that no one else had managed, it would still take them a long time to help her leave this place. And all this time, until this miracle makes a contract with someone, she will be imprisoned here with her in her cage. She didn't want such a fate for her. Jaminia wanted this little miracle to see the world beyond this small world. Having achieved what they wanted, Idan and Arabel said goodbye to Jaminia, leaving her to pamper the little beast, left the building, and immediately went to look for Nemo. Nemo had been trying to sleep all this time, with a sullen expression hidden behind his mask, but Izzy had been talking non-stop in his head all this time, not letting him sleep. All this time, Izzy was telling him about what happened between Idan and Arabel. Even after the couple walked hand in hand into the Jaminia building, she recalled that moment over and over again. It was like she was trying to discuss a drama she'd watched with Nemo. Nemo was glad to learn that the ice had finally melted between his younger ones, and they had finally taken a step towards each other. But the way Izzy kept repeating it over and over again was starting to get boring. While trying to sleep, he noticed how Idan and Arabel suddenly entered the tent and immediately entered. They stared at him. Nemo was trying to figure out why they had come to his and Idan's tent. He even thought about dirty for a moment and immediately put it out of his mind. "Nemo, we need to talk," Idan said through a mental link with him. "Do you want to sign a contract with that little beast with golden eyes?" Arabel asked, greatly surprising Nemo and Izzy. "Huh," said Nemo in his mind. "No." All three of them heard Izzy's loud refusal after a couple of seconds. Chapter 114, Purchase of the Manual. "No, no, no." Izzy didn't stop and continued to protest to Nemo to make a contract with that little beast. The way the beast was looking at Nemo and at her was already irritating her and scaring her a little. And now, when Idan and Arabel asked Nemo about signing a contract with this little beast, Izzy immediately protested. She didn't want to share Nemo with anyone else. He was hers, and no one can take him away from her. Such a decisive refusal came as a complete surprise to Idan and Arabel. Even Nemo was startled to hear Izzy's abrupt refusal. Idan could not even imagine that the most difficult part of this task would be to persuade the little spirit to share Nemo with the little beast. "What should we do?" Idan asked Arabel. "Let me talk to her alone," Arabel offered, and using a mental link, she began to communicate with Izzy without the intervention of Nemo and Idan. Okay, Idan agreed, and then looked at Nemo, who was still not fully aware of what was happening. While they're talking, I'll explain to you what we meant, Idan said, deciding not to waste time, and quickly outlined the essence of their idea to Nemo while Arabel was busy with Izzy. So that's what you want, Nemo finally realized after Idan's explanation. Well, I don't mind if Izzy agrees, he expressed his position on this issue. If she's totally against it and won't agree to anything, then I'm sorry, I won't sign a contract with this beast. Nemo immediately warned in case Izzy was totally against it. I just don't want to do anything that might upset her. Understood. I hope Arabel can convince her. Idan was confident in Arabel's ability and did not allow the thought that she would not be able to cope with this task. After the confession, Idan's faith in Arabel increased, although he did not realize it himself. How did you manage to find this manual? Being the one who signed the contract with Izzy, I was also interested in how other creatures could acquire a contract. But, I've never seen anything as amazing as what you just told me. Nemo, of course, was impressed by the information about the Path of Beast Tamer manual. Nemo was aware that what Idan was talking about could attract the attention of many in this world. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't interested. Well, this manual is not from your world, Idan replied briefly, without going into details. It was enough for Nemo to realize that this manual came from another world. And from that moment on, it became even more valuable in his eyes. After a while, Arabel finally finished talking to Izzy, and a victorious smile appeared on her face. I was able to convince her, Arabel happily informed through a mental link. At that moment, Izzy was talking to Nemo, and the couple couldn't hear what they were talking about. By the way, don't you think we should read this manual too? Asked Arabel. She was aware that the reward for completing the task would be the discovery of a new function of the system, beast taming, and that perhaps this function would provide them with similar opportunities. And now that they already had a manual, why don't they use it? I've already thought about it, Idan said. Let's wait first and see what possibilities the new function will provide. We'll have time to study the manuals in the future, and they're not that expensive. Besides, most likely, this new function, like the others, will be connected with another, supreme system. And as we already know, these systems stand above the rest, and I am sure that what it will give us will be much better than this manual. Arabel agreed with Idan's reasoning. What do you think of Eulalia? Asked Idan after a moment's thought. Should we share this manual with her? Since they have already shared this manual with Nemo, perhaps it is worth sharing with Eulalia. After all, she was the eldest among them, and they couldn't leave her out. I totally agree, Arabel replied without hesitation. She immediately supported Idan's suggestion. Before calling Eulalia, Idan asked the system, "Tell me, system, will she be able to use this manual?" "Yes, she may use," the system replied briefly and without hesitation. After Idan, Arabel asked a question. "Since you have already answered, system, please let us know how long it will take to study these manuals and conclude a contract." Host. Studying the first manual using a soul crystal usually takes about 1 night to form your first beast soul. To form a second beast soul, you must first conclude the first contract and saturate your beast soul with energy. An elf, unlike a guy who already has a contract, will need about a month after signing her first contract to achieve this. As for the guy, due to the fact that he already has a contract, he doesn't need to saturate his first beast soul after it is formed. The old contract would immediately bind to his first beast soul. He can immediately start forming the second one, and it will take about half a day. As soon as Arabel received the necessary information and made sure that Eulalia could also read this manual, she immediately invited her to Nemo's tent. The tent was spacious, and it could comfortably accommodate 4 people. Soon, a surprised Eulalia came inside. She was still awake, waiting for Arabel to return. While waiting, she suddenly received a message from Arabel asking her to come to Nemo and Idan's tent. With Eulalia's arrival and Izzy's agreement, Idan and Arabel once again told Eulalia and Nemo in detail about the path of Beast Tamer. Idan had already briefly explained the essence of this path to Nemo, so he wasn't too surprised. However, upon hearing this, Eulalia froze in amazement for a moment, unable to utter a word. For a moment, she even stopped breathing. "You're not joking, are you?" she finally asked excitedly. "Of course not," Arabel replied with a smile. After the explanation, Idan bought the manual to the Path of Beast Tamer, rank 1 and 2 for Nemo for a total of 180 system points. Separately, for Eulalia, he bought the manual to the Path of Beast Tamer, rank 1 for 60 system points. Next, Idan bought them both a small low-quality soul crystal for 60 system points each. And finally, for Nemo, he additionally bought a small medium-quality soul crystal for 120 system points. In total, he spent 360 system points for Nemo and 120 system points for Eulalia. After all the acquisitions, they have a total of 5128 system points left. Chapter 115, 115, the beginning of the 4th day. They still have enough system points left. As before, they decided not to search for or buy anything from the trade function. They knew that there were many opportunities there, but they still did not dare to plunge into it. The very existence of a complete manual to a perfect new path of cultivation proves the potential and importance of this trade function. Idan checked and made sure that at the moment, if they had a lot of system points, he could buy manual to the Path of Beast Tamer, only up to manual to the Path of Beast Tamer. The formation of the First Trinity for 480 system points, and soul crystals only up to average low-quality soul crystal for 800 system points. All above these were unavailable due to their system level. The couple already had a lot of skills and abilities, but they still couldn't devote enough time to them. Therefore, they have not yet decided to look for and purchase new ones. They decided to keep the system's points in case they were suddenly needed, as happened with the task just now. Moreover, with each new task and level increase, they were confident that the system would provide them with even more opportunities. After the purchase, all the items automatically appeared inside his and Arabel's shared storage space. Pretending to deliver manuals and crystals from his expansion magic bag, Idan discreetly pulled them out of his ring. Then he handed Nemo and Eulalia what he had prepared for each of them. Both of them looked with excitement and interest at the manuals and the soul crystal that Idan handed them. It was the first time they had held something like this. They clearly felt and were once again convinced that these things were not from their world, but from a completely different one. Now they could only wait for Nemo to form his first and then his second beast soul. According to the calculations of the system, it will take all night and then another half-day. By tomorrow evening, Nemo must complete the formation of his second beast soul and conclude a contract. After that, the system's task can be considered completed. Today was the 3rd day of their stay in the Forbidden Zone, and tomorrow the 4th would begin. Apart from tomorrow, they still had 3 days left. Therefore, if they spent tomorrow and another night in this clearing, they would still have plenty of time to retreat. Before Eulalia and Arabel went to their tent, Idan turned to Arabel. "You know, I've been thinking for a while, and I have an idea. But the implementation of this mainly depends on the result of the task and what advantage the new beast-taming function provides us. Do you want to hear it now? Or will you wait until we complete the task and find out exactly what we get?" asked Idan Arabel. Arabel's interest was piqued. Until she finds out what Idan is up to, she probably won't be able to sleep. So, of course, she demanded that he tell her now. Idan briefly outlined his idea, and Arabel, after listening to him, was pleasantly surprised. She thought it was a great idea and readily supported it. Soon, Arabel and Eulalia, inspired, left Idan and Nemo's tent and returned to their own. Nemo and Eulalia began to study and form their first beast soul using soul crystals. Meanwhile, Idan and Arabel decided to rest and get some sleep. They had already done everything they wanted, and now they just had to wait for tomorrow. A lot of things happened that day, and before they fell asleep, they remembered them and couldn't fall asleep right away. This day was unforgettable for both of them, and, one might say, changed their lives. Now they were no longer just two people whose fates were linked by the system and who had to cooperate. They became a real couple, and from that day on, their thoughts will work as one. The next morning, Idan woke up a little later than usual. He understood that there was no hurry yet, and, as they had planned the day before, he decided to have a good rest and gain strength. Nemo, meanwhile, was still sitting there, completely immersed in the process of forming his beast soul. Idan didn't bother to distract him or ask if he was successful. When Idan went outside, the sun had already fully risen above the horizon. but the cool morning air still filled the surroundings. He took a deep breath and exhaled with pleasure, inhaling the fresh morning scent. Then he went to the campfire, where Ulwa and his disciple Liam were already sitting and enjoying breakfast. After greeting them, he took out his dishes from his bag and started cooking breakfast for himself and Arabel using the firelight. Arabel and Eulalia soon joined them. Idan immediately noticed that Eulalia did sleep. She looked tired, but she had a big smile on her face. She looked at Idan with gratitude. Idan realized that she had succeeded and formed her first beast soul. Now all she had to do was find a suitable beast and sign her first contract. Arabel was also in high spirits. When she woke up, she was glad to learn that her elder Eulalia had succeeded in forming her beast soul. And this success was the first bone for the realization of the idea that Idan shared with her yesterday. Idan and Arabel had a quick breakfast and were ready for the next stage. They went to Geminia's building together to meet her. As soon as they got closer, the building seemed to welcome them by opening its doors a crack. This was their third visit here, and this time the couple didn't feel as strange as before. Even the gaze that seemed to be following them from all sides no longer caused such concern. When they entered the same room, they immediately noticed Geminia sitting in the same place as yesterday. It seemed like she didn't even get up and spent the whole night without leaving her seat. "Good morning, Geminia," the couple greeted Geminia. "Yes, good morning," Geminia replied with a charming smile. "What brings you to me this time? We have a few requests and we hope you can help us, Geminia," Idan said. "Don't worry, the requests are small, and we're sure they won't require much effort from you." Chapter 116, 116. Talk between couple. After a while, Idan and Arabel left the building, having partially completed the negotiations. They had almost reached an agreement on all issues, except for one that did not depend on either them or Geminia. When they reached the campfire, they saw that it was already burning down. After breakfast, Eulalia decided to rest for a while, and Liam and his master Ulwa practiced swordsmanship near the camp. "Let's sit down and talk," Idan Arabel suggested, sitting down by the dying campfire. Idan had a lot of questions he wanted to discuss with Arabel. The main one is what she decided to do after they returned to their world. Arabel agreed with him and sat down next to him. "Have you thought about what you're going to do when we return to our world? Will you go back to your family?" Idan finally asked after a moment of silence. Arabel didn't answer immediately. She still couldn't make up her mind. After yesterday's incident, her desire to return to her family has weakened significantly. "That's what I thought. We've been here for about 2 months, and it's been over a year in our world. I think many people, not just your family and mine, already think we're dead since we haven't been back for so long. Most likely, only my sister Irene and your brother Arslan do not lose hope, because their system, by and large, should have captured the uniqueness of our system." Idan came to this conclusion by remembering what he had learned about the systems from their own system. "I suggest we lay low when we get back, for a while, at least until we find out what changes have taken place in our world and the state of our families." After hearing Idan's suggestions, Arabel became interested in his suggestion. He was right, they should be considered dead or missing. There must have been even more awakened ones this year. Since they had heard before their transfer to this world that the second wave of the awakening serum was about to take place. These awakened ones, along with the first awakened ones, should have already appeared in this world many times. They might have already searched for information about the two of them, but they couldn't find it. At least Idan's sister and her younger brother must have been trying to find them. Besides, you have to understand that our system is unique in its own way, and too much attention would not be a good idea for the two of us. With each of Idan's arguments, Arabel's uncertainty about the future when they would return began to fade, and she began to listen to his words. She didn't really want to go back to her family. "You know, I'm a little afraid of meeting your older sister," Arabel suddenly confessed to Idan. "The last time I saw her, her look scared me a lot, and sometimes I dream of her looking at me." "Ha ha ha," Idan couldn't help but laugh after hearing Arabel's confession. He knew his sister very well, at least before she became an awakened one. He was sure that despite all the trials, she shouldn't have changed much. "Don't worry about her, I'll talk to her and sort it out." "You'll like her," Idan assured Arabel with a smile. Then he continued, "You know, Irene hates not only you, but everyone who belongs to high society. And all this is just because of our father. Idan briefly talked about what happened to their father, about the betrayal, about the long period of recovery and job search. And that was the reason for Irene's hatred. Arabel, after listening to Idan, could understand Irene to some extent. Having grown up in high society, she understood their thinking very well. They were very different from the mindset of an ordinary family, where Idan and her older sister grew up. It was this kind of upbringing that prevented her from making important decisions on her own. The values of the Morgan family always tried to interfere with her thoughts. It's only recently that she's largely gotten rid of these prejudices. "Well, have it your way, I will follow you and your decision," Arabel said to Idan after making her final decision. Idan was glad to hear Arabel's agreement. In the 1 year since the disaster, our world has undergone significant changes and recovered quickly. When we get back, we'll need to assess the situation. I am sure that the world has changed a lot since the second disaster. And probably, the new awakened ones played a significant role in this. Idan shared his thoughts with Arabel without a shadow of doubt. She also roughly understood this, and she had her own assumptions, but she listened to him carefully. The first awakened ones were about 100. I assume that after the second wave, their number should have increased several times. And even the Federation itself will find it difficult to control them. After all, there were already hints that the Federation could not fully cope with the first 100. Idan continued. Arabel agreed with his guess. My family and others are already actively trying to attract the awakened ones to their ranks. Idan was confident. Based on this, it can be assumed that over the past year, separate forces or organizations have probably appeared in our world, led by top families and other influential personalities. If we take into account novels and games, then perhaps guilds or something similar have already appeared in our world. Arabel had already begun to understand what Idan was getting at. Do you want to create your own guild or organization? Arabel herself was also interested in this. Not your, but ours. Corrected her words Idan. Arabel was still not fully used to the fact that they had become a real couple. But the way Idan was already considering her didn't annoy her, but rather pleased her. Let's continue later, said Idan suddenly, getting up and heading towards the tents. Arabel was at a loss. She wanted to ask him a lot of questions, but Idan suddenly changed his mind. Only then did Arabel notice Nemo coming out of the tent. When she saw him, she beamed. The fact that he came out so early could only mean one of two things. Either he had achieved his goal or he had failed. But Arabel was sure he'd done it. As they approached Nemo, Idan and Arabel both noticed not only Nemo, but also the little beast Nemo was supposed to contract with. But what surprised the couple was that the beast climbed up Nemo's clothes and climbed onto his shoulder, and then looked towards Idan and Arabel with its golden eyes. They couldn't see Nemo's expression behind the mask, but the way he looked, they guessed what had happened. As they had guessed, they heard the monotonous voice of the system at that moment. Ding! The task to penetrate into the central layer of the forest of doppelgangers and help the descendant of the Rain clan to tame a unique creature is completed. Reward: the new system's function, beast's taming, has been unlocked. After hearing the system's words, Idan and Arabel did not have time to rejoice, when suddenly they felt severe pain all over their bodies, as if something huge had crashed into them. Everything happened so suddenly and unexpectedly that the couple wasn't ready at all. And from the unbearable pain and everything, they didn't even have time to scream, as they lost consciousness and fell like puppets whose thread was cut, scaring Nemo and a small beast that almost peed on Nemo's shoulder. Chapter 117, 117. Ding! The new beast taming function related to the Supreme Beast Tamer system has been unlocked. What happened? Jiminia asked, suddenly appearing next to Nemo. He stood in a daze, terrified by the couple's sudden loss of consciousness. No one noticed even a couple at that time, despite the fact that their system sent them 3 dots. System itself was a little surprised at this time. System was surprised and a little confused that it had completely forgotten to warn the couple about the consequences of opening this 4th function of the system. As soon as Jiminia appeared, the little beast jumped off Nemo's shoulder and into her arms, purring as if complaining. Jiminia deftly caught it and began stroking it, looking at the couple and trying to figure out what had happened to them. She felt some changes in their bodies, or rather, in their souls. Although she couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed, she was sure that the changes were significant, and if they had been conscious, they would have been in severe pain. Putting all these facts together, she assumed that it was probably because of these changes that they lost consciousness. Only then did she notice the small beast and was stunned. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. She clearly felt a new connection that had arisen between this little miracle and a young man named Nemo. Idan and Arabel made it clear that they had a way to do this, but she didn't really believe in their words. Now, looking at the little miracle in her hands that Nemo had signed a contract with, she couldn't help but admit they were right. Yesterday, when the couple left her, she stopped following everyone, giving them freedom and the opportunity to retire. Because of this, she didn't know what they were doing after they returned. Now she was a little regretful that she hadn't followed them. She could find out what they did. Soon the others came running, including Eulalia, who woke up from the noise. Ulwa and Liam were scared, and not understanding what had happened, began to associate it with Jaminia, who was standing next to the couple. They suggested that maybe the two had done something wrong and she had punished them. Nemo couldn't speak, and to Jaminia, the two of them, the master and his disciple, didn't matter, and she didn't see the need to explain anything to them. Take them to the tents and let them rest, Jaminia told Nemo and Eulalia. She looked at Eulalia and remembered a recent conversation with the couple. Seeing that Nemo had achieved his goal, she assumed that the couple's request was most likely true. After you take her to the tent, come to me alone, I need to talk to you. She turned to Eulalia and, without waiting for an answer, returned to her building. Eulalia was surprised and a little scared by this order. She took Arabel, who was still wearing a ghost mask hiding her true appearance, despite the fact that she had almost revealed herself to everyone yesterday. Still wearing her mask, she carried Arabel to their shared tent. Nemo, recovering from the command, carried Idan to their tent and, having laid him down, sat down next to him to look after him. When Idan woke up, he felt a severe headache and aching pain all over his body. When he opened his eyes, he felt a sharp pain. The pain was so intense that he couldn't hold back a groan. He began to inhale the air greedily, trying to regain his breath and contain the unbearable pain. He didn't understand what had happened to him or where he was. The only thing he was worried about right now was the sharp pain that permeated his entire body. Surprisingly, despite his torment, his emotions remained blank. In the next tent, Arabel was experiencing the same sensations. The pain piercing every cell of her body made it impossible for her to even think about anything else. Fortunately, over time, the pain began to subside and recede. After a while, the pain became more bearable, and the couple could calm down and catch their breath. It hadn't completely disappeared, but now they could think of other things besides the unbearable pain. Ding! The new beast taming function related to the Supreme Beast Tamer system has been unlocked. Ding! The soul space is unlocked. Ding! The first star has been formed. There are 1 available slot for contracts. Ding! A new summoning ability has been acquired. Ding! Acquired a new Eye of Identification ability, basic level. Attention! For the convenience of the host, the ability has been adjusted by the system. Ding! The small independent storage space has been improved. The size increased from 6 by 6 to 12 by 12. Contracted creatures can now be kept in the vault. Warning! Host, only contracted creatures can be stored in an independent storage space. The series of messages intensified the headache again, which subsided a little. Both Idan and Arabel wanted to swear, but they restrained themselves. Both of them still remembered very well that they both had 2 warnings from the system. When the pain subsided, they began to study what they had heard from the system. Soul space, muttered Idan, then new basic knowledge about the soul space surfaced in his mind, and soon Idan already knew what it was. Closing his eyes and concentrating, his consciousness sank, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he found himself levitating in a dark, endless space. Not far from him, a single spherical thing glowed in this dark place. When Idan saw the sphere, he immediately recognized in it what the system called his first star. Unlike the manual to the Path of Beast Tamer, where they needed to form the beast soul in their soul space, thanks to the new beast taming function, they formed a so-called star instead. At this moment, although they did not know what was the difference between their star and the beast soul, They understood that their star must be better from the beast's soul, because their star was formed due to a function related to another, supreme system. After seeing and realizing everything that was happening in his soul space, Idan's consciousness left him, and, opening his eyes, he returned to his body. The next thing he noticed was a new ability called summoning. After studying it, Idan realized that it was truly a wonderful and useful ability. This ability gave them the ability to bring back their contracted creatures, even if they were far away. However, there were some limitations. They could only use this ability within the current world, meaning they could not summon a creature left in another world. There was also a distance limit, but the exact value was not specified. They had to test this in practice. A new ability called the Eye of Identification caught their attention. It allowed the couple to get information about various objects, creatures, and other objects. However, this ability had limitations in terms of rank and the amount of information it could recognize. She could not provide all the information, but only some of its parts, which were randomly selected. In addition, the system warned them about the need to use this ability carefully, as creatures of higher rank might notice its use. The couple was happy to receive this ability. Although the information provided by this ability was random and not as informative, his very presence pleased them more than his absence. Moreover, it was of the basic level. This means that in the future they will have the opportunity to improve it. Unless, of course, they forget about it because of the many skills and abilities they receive from the system itself. And finally, the most pleasant surprise was the improvement of their storage. Idan and Arabel were thrilled when they discovered that it not only got bigger, but also acquired a new function. Now they could keep their contracted creatures in it. The couple already knew that they could store their beasts inside the first star, but the additional ability to have them with them and move them was a very pleasant addition. In addition, there was an important difference between these two storage methods. In the star, the creature was in a semi-conscious state, while in the vault, the creature could stay awake and do whatever it wanted. Arabel, like Idan, was delighted with the new abilities and improvements. Completing the task was not in vain. However, as in any other story, it was not without a fly in the ointment. They did not expect that the discovery of a new function would lead to loss of consciousness and such severe pain. Recovering, Arabel sat up and looked around the tent. To her surprise, she found two people next to her. Rubbing her eyes, she looked closely and noticed two identical elves looking at her with a smile. They were two Eulalias. Arabel smiled broadly at the realization. "So, you succeeded?" she asked Eulalia. "Yes, I was able to do it," Eulalia replied with joy and gratitude. She couldn't believe that, thanks to Idan and Arabel's request, she had managed to sign a contract with the perfect doppelganger. Chapter 118. Limitation of functions. "Do you want me to allow one of my races to form a contract with an elf?" asked Geminia. "Yes," Arabel replied. "Why do you think that if I agreed to a contract with a little miracle, I'll let you sign a contract with another one?" There was no displeasure in Geminia's voice, only curiosity. "We are sure that you will agree. Like you, they can't leave this cage. And if they sign a contract, they can leave it," Idan said. "That may be true, but they will still gain their freedom as soon as I do, if, of course, you can succeed," Geminia said, as if not agreeing to their request. "I don't think that allowing one or more doppelgangers to enter into a contract with people who are capable of doing so and have the potential to pass the trial will be a big loss for you," Idan added, examining the interior of the room. Idan, like Arabel, was sure that the whole building was made up of doppelgangers, and looking at the number of things here, he could tell that their number was really large. Fine. I will not force my people to sign a contract with anyone. If your elf can interest and convince one of them, then I don't mind. It all depends on her. I won't interfere, and I don't advise you to either." Geminia finally expressed her opinion about the request they had made to her. "As for your first request, it's easy to do, so consider it fulfilled. Now, if you're done, leave me alone." Idan and Arabel did not resist, and since they had almost achieved everything they wanted, they immediately left the Geminia building. And so, while Idan and Arabel were unconscious, their first stars were forming due to the discovery of a new beast-taming function in the system. At this time, Eulalia met Geminia. After hearing about the couple's request to let her sign a contract with one of their races if she could interest them, Eulalia did not miss this opportunity. After several hours of trying, she finally managed to attract the attention of one of the doppelgangers, and they signed a contract. "How's it going?" asked Arabel. "I don't know how to describe it, but it's just incredible," exclaimed Eulalia, filled with joy and delight. When they chose the forest of doppelgangers for their research, she could not have imagined that she would have such a chance not only to master the ability to tame beasts that do not exist in their world, but also to sign a contract with the perfect doppelganger. She was afraid that all this was just a dream, and at any moment she might wake up, and everything that happened would turn out to be just a dream. Therefore, even though it was already deep into the night, she still hadn't closed her eyes. "Ha ha ha, hee hee," Arabel suddenly laughed, but she immediately coughed from the pain shooting through her entire body. Eulalia, seriously frightened, rushed to her. "Arabel, are you all right?" "Stop!" Coughing, Arabel stopped her before she could touch her. Her body was still aching and a little sensitive, and Arabel knew that if Eulalia touched her, it wouldn't end well. "I'm fine, I just need to get some rest," she said, barely catching her breath, and lay back down. Eulalia calmed down a little when she saw Arabel lying down again, and her breathing became regular. At this time, her doppelganger was watching them curiously. "By the way, how long has it been?" Arabel suddenly asked, only now noticing how dark it was in the tent. "Well, it's already night, so you've been unconscious all day," Eulalia replied. Instead of being surprised, Arabel felt relieved and even a little happy. This time, they didn't sleep for a whole week like last time. She had already guessed that all this had happened because of the discovery of a new function of the system, and she was a little unhappy, like Idan, that the system had not warned them in advance about such consequences. If they had known, they could have prepared themselves and not fainted on the spot. "Okay, don't bother me, I need to rest," Arabel said to Eulalia. She had no desire to continue the conversation, she just wanted to fall asleep and quickly regain her strength. "I'm tired too," Eulalia replied, yawning. "And you get some rest too, Eva," she added, referring to her doppelganger, and the name did not escape Arabel's attention. She was pleasantly surprised, but she didn't find it strange. "So it's Eva, right?" she thought, memorizing the name of Eulalia's doppelganger. After a while, Arabel noticed that she couldn't fall asleep and asked Idan, "Hey, Idan, are you there?" "Are you awake? How are you feeling?" asked Idan. All this time, he didn't try to contact her for fear of waking her up or distracting her. He even forgot to ask the system if she was asleep or already awake. "It sucks. My whole body hurts, even breathing and moving are difficult," she complained. "How are you?" "And me too," replied Idan, feeling the same pain as her. "Hosts, this system notifies you that by unlocking and activating the fourth function of the system, you have filled all the free and available slots of active functions." A sudden message from the system took the couple by surprise. They didn't expect the system to suddenly speak up. Although it was unexpected, they were most impressed by the content of the message. "Limitation of functions?" Arabel asked, wanting to make sure she understood correctly. "Yes, host. You currently have 4 active functions. 2 of them are replaceable, namely trade and alchemy. At the same time, the other 2 functions, bloodlines and beast taming, are non-replaceable. In the future, if you want to unlock a new function, it will not be available until the hosts reach the platinum rank and have access to 2 additional function slots. You can also replace one of the 2 existing functions with a new one. In this case, the old function will become unavailable, and the new one will appear in the list of available functions. Warning: this system strongly recommends that you think carefully before deciding whether to replace a function. If the hosts replace the replaceable function with a non-replaceable one, there will only be 1 slot with a replaceable function in the future. "Oh, this is already curious," Idan said after hearing the messages from the system. "It seems like they couldn't get a lot of amazing functions, and there are limitations to all of this. In the future, they will have to carefully consider whether it is worth replacing the functions. After all, the trade and alchemy functions are not just useful, but extremely necessary, and the couple is not going to change them in the near future." However, they realized that the other 2 functions had made irreversible changes to their bodies and souls, making it impossible to replace these functions. Chapter 119, 119. Eye of identification, the couple had expected something like this to some extent, but they were still a little surprised. When Arabel digested the information she received, she asked Idan uncertainly, "Idan, is your offer still valid?" "What do you mean by asking this question?" "Of course, everything is valid. I didn't even have the thoughts to give it up," Idan replied seriously, surprising Arabel. And upon hearing this answer, Arabel felt an inner relief. She was afraid that he might change his mind after what had happened to them, because she wasn't sure if everything would be over by morning. "Okay, get some rest. We have a lot of things to do tomorrow," Idan said. "Yeah, good night, Idan." "Yeah, and have a nice sleep, Arabel." After wishing each other a good night, they stopped communicating through a mental link and, closing their eyes, got ready for bed. The next morning, they both woke up almost at the same time. Their bodies still felt a little pain, but compared to the night when they could barely move, they felt much better and more confident now. This pain could not prevent them from carrying out their plans. After leaving the tents, they met the others. Ulwa, Liam and Nemo were sitting by the campfire, having breakfast, and looked at the couple with relief. When they saw that they were okay, they relaxed a little. "So, are we going back today?" asked Ulwa, turning to the others. "Yes," Eulalia answered for everyone. "Fine," Ulwa said, agreeing with the others' intentions. Idan and Arabel noticed Ulwa's strange look, as if he wanted to ask something but changed his mind. They could guess what he wanted to ask, but they didn't pay attention to it. They couldn't properly explain what happened to them yesterday without revealing the existence of the system, and they didn't want to lie all the time. During breakfast, Idan remembered the new abilities they had received yesterday, specifically the Eye of Identification, and decided to check it out. The first victim of this ability was Ulwa. Identification. Name: Zorgus Crake alias Ulwa. Race: human. Age: 46. Random information. Alcohol intolerance. To Idan's surprise, Ulwa information was a bit ordinary. The fact that he didn't use his real name didn't surprise him much, but he was surprised by the casual information that Ulwa had an alcohol intolerance. When Idan used this ability, Arabel had the same information. Surprisingly, this information did not appear suddenly for her. At first, a small notification window appeared stating that Idan had used this ability, and the system automatically asked her whether to display the information or not. To which she agreed and saw Ulwa information. She wasn't too surprised to see his information. To test how this ability works, Arabel decided to apply it to Eulalia. Identification. Name: Eulalia. Race: low elf. Age: unknown. Random information. Virgin. When Arabel saw the information about Eulalia, she immediately wanted to erase it, but it was too late. Idan had the same information. Arabel regretted a bit that she had used this ability and revealed Eulalia's little secret. But what surprised them both was that their ability couldn't determine her age. They didn't know the reason for this. Idan followed Ulwa to check Nemo's information. Identification. Name: Luca. Nemo. Race: sealed. Cursed. Age: 22. Random information. The seal of the bloodline is paired. Idan and Arabel were completely amazed when they saw the information this ability provided. There were only 4 lines, but they contained so much unexpected information. First, they found out Nemo's real name, Luca. Secondly, they were amazed that the mysterious Nemo race was undecided. But what surprised the couple even more was that Nemo's bloodline was not only sealed, but also cursed. 2 ailments were imposed on his bloodline at once. Surprisingly, the printing, like their system, turned out to be paired. This meant that there was someone else who had a similar seal related to Nemo's seal. One could only guess who it was. In the eyes of the couple, Nemo became even more mysterious. Deciding not to disclose the information they had received yet, Idan and Arabel had a quick breakfast and, without wasting time, went to Jaminia. She was sitting at the table as before, gently stroking the little beast. Although the little beast had signed a contract with Nemo, she spent all this time with Jaminia, realizing that soon she would have to leave her. Therefore, she tried to be by her side the rest of the time. Jaminia was already getting used to their frequent visits. Only the 2 of them took the initiative to meet. The others did not dare to come to her. "What brings you here this time?" After asking her question, she looked at the couple and could detect some changes in them, not in appearance, but on a spiritual level. "Jaminia, we have one request," Arabel said with a slight awkwardness. It wasn't the first time they had abused her hospitality, and it was starting to cause some embarrassment. However, they had already made their decision and were not going to deviate from their plans. "What is it this time?" Jaminia asked, and the couple didn't detect the slightest sign of displeasure in her voice. "We would like to get permission, as Eulalia did, to sign a contract with the doppelgangers." Idan finally said what they both wanted. Before completing the task and discovering the new function, they weren't sure what advantage their new ability would give them. They were just guessing and already making plans. One of these plans was to ask Jaminia for permission to sign a contract with the perfect doppelgangers. They did not ask for this in their previous visit to her, deciding to wait until they were fully confident in their ability to conclude such a contract. "Is that all?" Jaminia asked in surprise. She had already taken into account yesterday that the couple would probably contact her with such a request in the near future, so she was not surprised by this question. She was surprised that they didn't have any requests other than that. "Yes, that's it," Arabel confirmed their intentions. "Well, that's for the best. There are a couple of kids here who want to follow you, and you know them well," Jaminia said with a smile. Idan and Arabel didn't understand at first, but then, when two doppelgangers entered the room, specifically their doppelgangers, they realized what Jaminia meant. Then they looked at her, looking for an answer. "Are you surprised?" she asked. Idan and Arabel both nodded. "They kind of killed them, didn't they?" "As long as they are in the central layer in my possession, they can't be killed." Jaminia's words surprised the couple. "You should have noticed that after they died, they turned into something like black sludge and returned back to the building. It took them about 1 day to fully recover." This discovery, of course, greatly surprised Idan and Arabel. They even felt strange after killing them. Was it all for nothing?